Werewolf dramas. I throw my phone down after reading the 10th, 11th, 12th. I don't know, 8 billionth story. I love and hate them all at the same time. Seriously, I am 23 and next in line to be alpha. A female alpha. I haven't found my mate and my father seems to have a mind to keep it that way. I am locked up in a gilded cage. You would probably love my life. Believe me, most people would. I have full run of the place. All I could ever wish is given to me at a simple request. I train every day with the best fighters. Then I watch TV, hang out with friends. Eat whatever I want. Everything you could wish for at my fingertips. So why do I hate my life, you ask? I open my door. Do you need anything? Princess Dalton asks from his perch outside my door. Will you ever go back to calling me Lilly? I ask, rolling my eyes at his formality. We grew up together and he was my best friend. Now that he works directly for my father, he is bound by father's stupid rules. You know I can't, Dalton says as he looks at the ground. Your father would kill me. I'm going for a run, I say bluntly and turn my back to him. Dalton grabs my arm. Wait, you have to get permission. I twist out of his grasp and he grabs my other arm, pulling me into him. So concerned with my father, Alt. What would he say if he saw us now? I whispered in his ear. That got his attention and he released me on the spot. I step away and stand tall. I could tell father and... You wouldn't, Dalton says with his stupid grin. I haven't seen since we were pups. I lean in, maybe. Maybe not. Who knows what might slip? Alt. You know I'm bad at keeping secrets. No, come on, please. I don't want to lose my position. You wouldn't do that to me, would you, Lil? I got him. As soon as I heard my name slip his lips, I knew I'd won. Tit for tat, Alt. I keep your secret, you keep mine. Now. I am going for a run. Dalton rolls his eyes and reclaims his position at my door. 1 hour, he says, or I'll tell your father myself. I turn to walk away when Dalton's voice stops me. And don't get caught. I smirk at him over my shoulder and sneak quietly down the stairs and out the front door. I love sneaking out for these midnight runs. The freedom, the power. I am my own person. I am a wolf. As soon as the night air hits me, my wolf comes alive. One thought run rings through my whole being. I take a deep breath of the crisp air. I'll ruin. All right, don't get your tail in a knot. I slip around the corner and into the woods. Folding my cloths near the forest's edge, I begin to run into the depths of the foliage. I prefer to shift on the run. The change starts with my eyes, and everything becomes crisp and clear. My jaw elongates, and I can hear perfectly as my ears come to a point. When my spine and ribs begin to snap into place, I fall forward to all fours. I look down to see my hands shift to paws. Finally, my tail erupts from the base of my spine, and I am my wolf. All in all, the process takes me about a minute. It can take some wolves up to 3 minutes to shift. Yes. You are now shut up and let me run. Man. My wolf has an attitude a mile long. I take off faster and faster through the woods. No one can catch me. I feel invincible. I end up at a stream about 3 miles from the house and take a long drink. I lay down in the soft grass and breath deep. If only I could always be this free. Just then a smell catches my nose. Wolves. I instantly jump up and into the stream. I run in the opposite direction of the wolves, staying in the freezing water to mask my scent. Finally, I jump out and head deep into the woods. Crap, someone is getting closer. State the obvious much, I smell them too. Enough with the attitude. And the running, this one's too fast. We fight him and we can outrun the rest. I block Miss Attitudinal Wolf out of my mind and turn to face my pursuer. He is a large tan, blonde wolf with a black spot over one eye. He begins to circle me, refusing to strike. Well, let's get this over with. I lunge at the tan wolf and bite his front paw. He jumps back and stares at me, waiting for my next move. Come on and fight! I let out a growl. He begins to bow his head to the ground, fighting submission with all his will. I chuckle, breaking my concentration. He lunges at me and pins me. Not quite an alpha yet rings through my mind. I block him out and he gives me a wolf-like smile. That smile only lasts a moment when I grab him by the neck with my teeth and kick with my hind legs, flipping him off of me. I see the shocked look on his face as he attempts to regain his composure. But before he can think of what to do, I charge at him, plowing him into a tree. Crap. I took too long, and now I can smell 5 more wolves. I am completely surrounded. I am screwed. I look around and see the smallest wolf. I charge at him, grab him by his scruff, and throw him into a tree. I take off into the woods at full speed. Grr. Oh no, an alpha. I could feel the power of that growl. I'm sure some of the pups back there peed themselves. A minor stumble in my stride and I keep running. I can feel him getting closer. Hot breath down my neck, and then in one swift motion I am on the ground, pinned by the alpha as the other wolves follow close behind. The alpha lets out another growl that rings in my ears, and I know what he wants. I open up my mind link and give the alpha my biggest, most innocent puppy dog eyes. What brings you here? Daddy. My father did not break his intense glare. He didn't say a word as he slowly let me up. He stared at me. I held his gaze for as long as I could before looking down. Dang it, the little wolf chuckles, still sore about me, throwing him like a rag doll. Father turns his gaze to him and he looks away instantly. That's what you get for blocking me out. I could have helped and none of this would have happened. Shut up. We're caught. It's over. I can feel my wolf roll her eyes at me. Then I am broken from my thoughts as a deep, stern voice breaks into my mind. Home now, he says with a growl. Yes, father. I reply. I look at the ground and wait for him to lead the way, not turning my back to him. The last thing I need to do now is to show disrespect. I feel my father's angry glare a few seconds longer, then he brushes past me back towards the house. You all right? Beta Carson, I ask as we follow my father. I'm fine, princess, he says, trying to hide a limp. Maybe I was too rough on him. I can see blood from where I grabbed his neck, staining his tan fur. He must have hit his shoulder when I charged him too, making it hard to walk. I'm sorry, Beta. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all good, you didn't dig too deep. Barley broke the skin, really. I'd hate to be against you in a real fight, though. But you know I'm much too strong for that little tiff to hurt me. He grins, then limps. The shoulder must still hurt. I chuckle, earning me another glare from my father and reinstating the heavy atmosphere that accompanies our long walk home. As we approach the house, father sniffs out my clothes, turns to me, and orders me to shift and dress. He turns his back to me, eyeing the other wolves, who quickly turn away and change themselves. When I finish changing, I place my hand on my father's shoulder. He quickly throws my hand off, walks away, and shifts himself. I stay in my spot until father and the rest return. One by one, the guys come out, each one in sweatpants or PJ bottoms, telling me this little run of mine drugged them out of a peaceful sleep. Sorry, guys. I say, none of them meeting my eye. The males of the pack won't even look at me for fear of my father, which irritates me to no end. A scrawny teen comes out next with a hoodie on, hood up. I'm sorry, pup. Are you okay? He rolls his eyes and looks away. I can tell he's hurting. This was probably his first mission, and I threw him like a toy. Man, I suck. Father comes back in jeans and a flannel, never to be seen in his nightcloths by the pack. To my surprise, he grabs hold of me and wraps me in a tight hug. I was so worried about you, he says. Stunned, I don't know what to say. We start to walk into the house. I'm fine. Daddy. I just went for a run, it was. He cuts me off as he sees Dalton at his post. You, he growls, pointing at Dalton, you are supposed to be guarding her. He snaps, bounding up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time without effort in his massive stride. Daddy, no, it's not Dalton's fault, I call, racing after him. At the top of the stairs, my father has Dalton by the throat, 2 feet off the ground. I step between them, grabbing my father's arm. Let him go. I made him let me run. You can't make a grown wolf do anything. Father shifts his glance between Dalton and me. Get her out of here. He uses an alpha command on a large guard standing near us. The guard grabs my arm, trying to drag me to my room. Let go of me, I command as forcefully as I can. Every wolf in the house stopped. The guard let go and I moved back to my father. Put him down, I yell at my father. He looks down at me carefully, then back to the guard. Please, Daddy, I say in barely a whisper. Father drops Dalton on the spot. He lies in a heap on the floor, gasping for breath. Go to bed now, he orders as I stare at my feet. I want you in my office 5 a.m. Tardiness will not be accepted. Yes, Father, I mumble, still avoiding his eyes. Father keeps his gaze on me a few moments longer, ensuring my submission to him before turning on his heel and walking toward the stairs. Dismissed, he shouts, echoing through the halls, and the pack scatters. As Father approaches the top of the stairs, I drop down to check on Dalton. Are you okay? I ask, lifting his head to look him in the eye. Lilly. Bed. Now, Father orders from the bottom of the stairs. And you? He says, turning his attention to Dalton, who was just making it to his feet with my help. Return to your post. Father's voice was a little softer than before, but with no less power. Yes. Sir. Yes. Father. We say simultaneously. I'm sorry. Alt, I whisper as he stands on his own. Go to bed, Lil, Dalton says in my ear as he passes me, returning to his position. I lean against the wall for a moment to gather myself. After a moment, I hear a low warning growl and see my father looking up at me. I'm going, I whisper and head straight to my room, slamming the door. Poor Alt. It's not his fault. Dirt otus alarm. What did I do to deserve such an early wake-up call? Well, let's see, you snuck out. Woke half the pack. Injured Beta Carson. And a pup. Got Dalton in. Okay. I get it, I suck. Moving on now. Anyway, you wanted to run too, so get off your high horse. That's what I thought. Now leave me alone. I need to get ready. I quickly shower and dress and am downstairs outside Father's office at 4:55. 5 minutes to spare. What am I going to say? How mad is Father? This could be bad. 4 minutes. Time moves so slowly when you await execution. 3 minutes. I am so screwed. 2 minutes. I just want to get this over with. 1 minute. Come on, 50 enter. I shake at the command and slowly open the office door. Good morning. Father. Have a seat. He says, motioning to the chair opposite him with his bearded chin. Not once looking up from his paperwork. I sit awkwardly across from him and wait for the hammer to drop. Father finishes the report he is working on, slowly closes the folder, and slides it aside. His sights now turn to me and I shrank in my chair. No matter how old I get, when he looks at me like that, I am a 5-year-old pup who got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. How was your run? He asks sternly, and I avoid his gaze. Father, I know I shouldn't have snuck out. You just wanted some freedom to be your own person, to take care of yourself, to be powerful. A leader, he finished for me. Yes, I respond, not sure where this is going, but utterly confused. Father begins nodding his head knowingly. When did you realize you could issue an alpha command? This is not what I'd expected. Father completely dropped my midnight excursion. He's focused on an alpha command. What, I don't know what you mean, I can't. I stammered. Cut the crap. He interrupts my stammering. Last night you overrode my command on that guard and stopped every wolf in their tracks. So, I'll ask again. How long have you been able to issue an alpha command? Daddy, Stop now, he ordered. What's wrong? Look me in the eyes. I hadn't realized I was focused on the pen on Father's desk and had yet to meet his eyes. I looked him in the face. It was stern as always, but there was a joy in his eyes that intrigued me. What is going on here? Now answer my question. Well, you see. Stop, I instinctively re-establish my eye contact with the pen. Look at me. I obediently reconnect eyes with my father, this time with determination. I will not look away. A half smile breaks across his face. Do not say one more time. Speak sternly. Succinctly. Say what is needed, and not a word more. Speak with confidence. He orders, and I nod. When did you learn that you could issue an alpha command? He asked once more. I close my eyes. Take a deep breath. And look my father in the eye. Yes. Father. I say. He leans back in his chair and crosses his arms. He has a twinkle in his eye and nods as if to say, go on. I have been able to sway wolves with my commands since about the time I turned 20, but I'd never tried to truly command anyone until last night. I stop at that, trying to keep my answer short with as much detail as possible. Then the most amazing thing happens. My father, the big bad alpha, begins to laugh. A deep laugh that shakes the room as hard as his growl. My jaw drops. Lilly, you little. He trails off, still laughing and shaking his head. I had begun to lose hope. Ah, he sighs and smiles. This is the happiest I've seen him in years. He's been so strict with me for so long, treating me like a weak child. It is refreshing to see him like this. Why didn't you tell me 3 years ago, he asks. Well, I begin. Grr, a low growl comes from his chest. Not angry, but a warning. I sit up straight and look him in the eye. Well, Father, I saw no need to inform you as you are Alpha. I would not command your pack. Sir, I say, holding my breath, hoping the answer suited him. You know. Father starts leaning back again in his chair. A male alpha heir apparent at age 20 tends to issue commands like they own the place. The father has to lay down the law, forcing submission to beat down his son's inflated ego, but you. He smiles, shaking his head again, then circling the desk, sitting knee to knee with me. You, my darling, show respect. You don't force dominance. You care. I mean, don't get me wrong. You are a strong fighter and quick as lightning, but you. He shakes his head and goes silent. Father. I say, breaking him out of his own mind. He looks at me, waiting for what I'm going to say. I don't understand. I gulp. He says nothing, so I continue. I came here today expecting punishment. I disobeyed orders and endangered myself and the pack. All this time you are talking about typical alpha males. What gives? What is this about? Father strokes his beard, eyeing me. I wait expectantly, refusing to break eye contact. Ha, my girl. Father laughs, being first to break eye contact. I exhale a breath I was not aware I was holding. You do not act in a way a typical budding alpha does. Due to this, I wasn't sure if you had my alpha in you. You scared me. Little Wolf. I start at his little pet name. I haven't heard it in so long. It fills me with such joy. Father continues. If you didn't get my alpha, an upstart male could kill you or forcibly mate you, taking your position as future alpha. My jaw drops. So all this time, the strict rules. Guards. Stifling me, it was all. Father cut in. It would all do one of two things. Protect you from those who want your position. Or draw out your hidden alpha. Because no alpha can handle being boxed in, he says with a smile. I lean back in my chair, thinking over what my father just told me when he breaks the silence. Haha. It's funny. You wouldn't show your alpha to get what you want, not to break the chains of restrictions I put on you. But you would to save a pack member. He pauses a moment and then says, I should have grabbed Dalton by the throat years ago, with a laugh. As he walked back to his desk. With his back to me, I stare him down and with as much force as I can put behind my words growl. No. I could see a small twitch in my father and knew he felt the power in my words. It didn't stop him, though. He turned around facing me now, grinning ear to ear. Calm down, sweetie, it's just a joke. He sits back in his seat and pulls out his paperwork. Anyway, he says, looking up from the papers. We can begin your true alpha training now. Then he returns his sights to his papers. I sat there stunned for a moment, then he looked up from his papers. We're done for now, he says, and looks back down at his papers. Dismissed. I spent the rest of the day in a blur. Alpha training. Well, yay, dummy. You've proven that you are an alpha, so now you'll be treated like one. My wolf is right. Rude. But right. I don't know about this. I'm so far behind. According to Father, I should have started 3 years ago. I don't know if I can. Hey. Little Alpha Beta Carson breaks me from my conversation with my wolf. Beta Carson, hi. What's with the change, all this little alpha crap? Well, little alpha. He continued with a smirk. The whole pack knows you have shown your true alpha at this point. So things are gonna change. Like what I ask as Beta Carson and I walk the grounds. Well, for starters, you can call me Carson. As future alpha, you are effectively second only to your father. Formalities are less important. I laugh at that. Beta Carson is Dalton's uncle. He raised Dalton from the time he was 6, and he raised me to a certain extent. Being around when my father had to leave on pack business, so the idea of not addressing him by his title seems absurd. Also, look around. Do you see a guard monitoring your every move? I looked around but saw no one. I see you. Carson, I say. I just came to chat. See how the meeting with your father went. I don't know, Beta. I started. Father says I am to start alpha training. What the crap is that? I've been training from the time I could walk. What is going to happen now? Beta Carson laughs. Sit down, Lilly, he says, gesturing to a bench along the path we are walking. I sit and look up at the blue sky and barren trees. The last of the leaves have taken flight, leaving empty branches awaiting snow. I can tell your father has already started your training. So don't worry, you got this. Beta Carson says. What do you mean? I reply. We haven't trained together in years. We all know that you are powerful, Lilly. This training is not something that takes place on the training grounds. Though your time on the training grounds will be doubled. This training is about who an alpha is and what is required of you. The way an alpha acts. Or, in the case of today's lesson, speaks. Beta Carson says, drawing out the word speaks and giving a knowing look. On that, I understood what father was doing in our meeting. I have never heard you speak with the confidence you've shown today. Even in your questioning, you demand respect. You stand your ground. Plus, you haven't broken eye contact with me once. His statement made my eyes fall to my feet. No, little alpha. Beta Carson says, lifting my head. You bow to no man. With that, Beta Carson gets up and continues down the path. Training grounds 800. Go eat breakfast and hurry over. It only gets harder from here, he says over his shoulder and disappears around the corner. I sit for a moment longer, taking in the crisp air, then head off to the pack house for breakfast. 7:45 a.m. I finish breakfast and I feel like I've already lived 3 days in one. As I run to the training grounds, I'm already ready for bed. When I arrive, Beta Carson, Delta David, and the pack's top warriors are already there. My apologies. I thought Beta Carson said 8. I didn't mean to interrupt your training, I said, looking each one in the eye. Not at all, Lil Alpha Delta, David says. We're just getting started and you're right on time. I smile at him and nod to Beta Carson. Beta, may I have a word? I ask with very little question in my voice. I know Beta Carson felt it because he couldn't meet my eyes. We step to the side. What is this? Since when do I train with you guys? What happened to my trainers? I rattle off the questions in a rough near command. Calm down, Beta Carson says, trying to shake off my voice. I relax a little, allowing his wolf to regain composure. You need to train harder and prove to the pack that you are a strong leader. What better way to do that than to put a beat down on the leading warriors of the pack? Beta Carson finished with a smile. Fine, I grumble to Beta Carson. Let us begin, I say, addressing the rest of the men. It was the hardest training of my life. I kept up with them. Barely. But Beta Carson had me fighting 2-1 and 3-1, pushing me beyond anything I'd done before. By 10:00, we were all collapsed in a heap, panting. Great job, Lil Alpha, Delta David says, smiling, patting my head between breaths. I didn't know what to expect. But you did good. Keto. I am not a child, I growl, tearing his hand off of me. Twisting his arm. Delta David grabs hold of me and throws me down on the training ground's hard-packed dirt. My eyes go wide. He was holding back, I think, as he pins me down. Pick your battles. Lil Pup. You did good today, but you're young. Reckless. And impatient. You're a young alpha, but ya got a lot to learn to though. Kiddo. He says, patting me on the head one more time before letting me up. My face is burning red with anger and embarrassment. I turn away from them and sit with my knees to my chest. Come on, Beta Carson says, offering his hand. I look at him in confusion as Delta David comes alongside him. We're going for a run, Delta David says always do after trainin'. He holds out a hand beside Beta Carson. Come on, Lil Alpha. I smile and grab each of their hands, pulling myself up and catapulting myself towards the woods. I shift mid-run, tearing through my workout clothes. I stop and look at the wolves behind me, who quickly undress and shift, following me into the woods. We ran for hours until Delta David's stomach interrupted the fun. Lunchtime, he howls through the mind link. We all join in on the howl and run back home as fast as we can. I shift and grab my bag of clothes. Good thing I had more clothes, you impatient beast, I scold my wolf. Hey. I believe Delta David called you impatient, not me. I quickly dress before the guys catch up. When they came out, we headed to the pack house for lunch. I ate the feast in front of me. Burgers, tacos, pizza, chicken. Anything and everything laid out before us. Most of the pack comes by for lunch and dinner, so it is like feeding an army of about 200, depending on who is out on pack business and not counting the scouts who travel abroad. We have 574 members total. All was going well until a mind link stopped me. My office, 10 minutes. Father's voice rings. Well, boys, I've got to go. Father calls. With that, I stand up and head to his office. Once again, I find myself counting the minutes outside the solid door. Sen. R. E. Enter. He calls from inside the office. You wanted me. Father. I say as I open the door. Yes. Bring a chair over here. I move a chair from one side of the desk to the other. Don't drag it, pick it up, show pride in all you do. Wow, I get Dad is training us, but really, what's it matter? How I move a chair. Quit your whining and do it right. I want to be a good alpha, you big baby. Yay, yay. Lilly. Lilly, father interrupts my thoughts. Yes, sir. Sorry. My wolf wouldn't shut up. Never make excuses. Now that I have your attention, it is time you learn how to do the paperwork that goes along with being an alpha. And on that note, I'm out. My wolf says and goes quiet. Traitor. Lilly, are you listening? Yes, father, let's get started. We spent the afternoon reviewing reports from the various regions within our territory, deciding what, if any, action needed taken. Around 4 p.m., the silence was broken by my father. Report to Beta Carson at the training grounds. Yes, father. I say, never happier to go to the training grounds. Hiya. Little Alpha Beta Carson says as I come to the training grounds. Hey. Beta Carson. I say, looking around. Where is everyone? Just us. He responds. Endurance training. What exactly does that mean? You will run until you collapse. Get up. And run again. He explains. All right. Ready for some fun. I ran with him for miles until I fell to the ground and emptied my stomach. Come on, little Alpha, you've got more in you than that, let's go. I can't, Beta, just let me die, I say through panting breaths. So overdramatic. My wolf chimes in. Shut up, you. I bet I can get you moving again. Beta Carson says with a smirk. Nope, I'm done. I say, throwing myself on the ground in exhaustion. I'll be right back, Beta Carson says and disappears into the woods. Finally, I can rest, I say. Not so fast, little Alpha. Breaks through my mind link as Beta Carson jumps out in wolf form. What are you doing, Beta Carson? Let's call it motivation. He links and nips my hand with a wolfy grin. Ow, Beta Car. Oh, he nips me again. And I stand up. Knock it off, Bet. Ow. I'd get moving if I were you. He links and snaps his jaw at me. You suck, I say, and he snaps at me again. I turn and start running again. I'm going. Carson followed after me, nipping at me every so often, guiding me where he wanted me to go like a cattle dog. Finally, we ended up back home and I collapsed on a bench in the garden. A few minutes later, Carson showed up grinning. I told you I could get you moving again. I roll my eyes and lay down across the bench. I wonder how he got changed so quickly when he left his clothes in the woods, I think. Isn't it obvious, my wolf responds? Enlighten me, O wise wolf. Beta Carson planned on you not wanting to finish and prepared for needing to shift. Brilliant, really. Yay, yay. You're a little too happy about this. I think I'd rather work with father on the paperwork. I just like running. Though, I wish it was me running. My wolf pouts. We'll go for a run tomorrow. All you. That perks her up. Hey, Lil. Dinner time, come on. Dalton breaks me from my wolf. Hey. Alt. I just want to go to bed, rain check, all right. Yeah, sure. But after an endurance run with my uncle, you need food. You go get ready for bed and I'll bring you up a plate. Okay, Alt. Whatever you say. I pass him and head upstairs. I don't even have the energy to change. I flop onto my bed, drenched in sweat, and in a matter of seconds, unconsciousness takes me. I've been starting my days an hour earlier since my Lilly began alpha training 2 months ago. It's been a lot of long days, but she's coming along nicely. She's looking like a real alpha. Mail's here, Alpha Mason. Thank you. Dorothy. I say, taking the envelopes. More paperwork. I crack my fingers and flip through the mail. Trash. Trash. Bill. Trash. What the Alpha, Anthony? At the bottom of the stack is a letter from one of my fellow North America alphas. I rip it open. To my colleague and fellow Alpha Mason, I have heard that your heir has shown herself a true alpha. Rumors also tell of her great strength. I am looking forward to meeting her at the upcoming alpha banquet and testing this strength. That is, if the rumors are true. Not everyone can have a strong successor. All the best. Alpha Anthony. That. Grrr, I yell, throwing my stapler across the room, embedding it in the wall by the door. Is everything all right? Alpha Dorothy calls from the other room. Yes. Dorothy. Everything is fine, I retort. I just have to figure out what to do with Lilly. I whisper to myself. I've been training 6 days a week for the past 2 months. I get Sundays off and no night training with Beta Carson on Saturdays, so it's a nice little break. I report to father at 4:30 each morning. 8:00 training with Delta David and the Warriors. Back to father after lunch and 4:00 endurance training with Beta Carson each night. It's a lot, but I can say I sleep very well. I can see myself getting stronger. I feel like an alpha. That's because you are one numbskull, ah. The ever-encouraging and loving wolf. Good morning. Yeah. Hurry up or you'll be late for father. I look at the clock. Dang it, she's right. I need to get a move on. Told you so. I roll my eyes at my wolf. Good morning, father. I say as I enter his office. I place my workout bag on my little desk in the corner and take a seat opposite my father at his desk. Father mumbles, looking up at me from the letter he is holding. Yes. Morning, he replies. Anyway. He says, folding the letter and turning his attention to me. Today we are going to talk about blood. Blood, seriously. What about it? I respond. Yes, blood. He says, but more precisely, alpha blood. Where does an alpha's power come from? Father asks, as he opens his pocket knife and begins fiddling with it. Well, I respond. You've always said it comes from the pack. True enough. Father says. But what ties the pack together? How are they connected to the alpha? I stare at him without offering a response. I'm sure by the intro to this conversation the answer is, undoubtedly. The blood, but I can't explain why or how, so I clam up and wait for him to answer his own question. When a wolf is brought into the pack, the initiation ceremony requires a mingling of blood. He says as he slides his knife across his palm, allowing the blood to drip on the paper in front of him. As the alpha's blood joins with the new pack members, the mind link is open to them and the alpha gains strength from them. So, I respond, the larger the pack, the stronger the alpha, in most cases. Yes, he answers. However, the alpha's personal power can give him an edge when pack numbers are close. I think over my father's words a moment, then a thought crosses my mind. What about the children, I ask? We aren't born with the mind link. Do you remember your first change? Father asks. I shudder. It's not something most of us choose to recall. The first change is a long, drawn-out, and excruciating experience that typically happens between the ages of 6 and 8. I don't want to think about it. Yes. I respond. Not every child born to a wolf completes the change. Father says. So, once the child completes their first shift, the alpha is called. When I come into the room, the parent wolf will bite the pup on their scruff. I bite my hand and place it on the pup's neck, accepting them into the pack. Okay, 2 questions. I say. First, why didn't you do that with me? And more importantly, WHAAT. Not all pups change, I didn't know that. Mostly. Father says, being my pup, he continues with a grin, knowing I hate being referred to as a pup. You already have my blood, so your shift itself opened your link. He takes a deep breath and looks down, not wanting to answer the second question. Secondly, yes. Not all pups change. It is rare, but it happens. Because of the possibility that they won't shift, we wait to accept them into the pack. So, what happens to the pups that don't shift, I ask. Father begins rubbing the back of his neck, dreading that exact question. It varies from pack to pack. But this pack has always placed the child with an adoptive human family. He answers, and I note how he referred to the pup as a child, distancing them from our wolf ways. It seems the most decent thing to do. A human child raised with us would not fare well. Some packs are less kind. What about the parents? Losing a child, how is that decent? I yell, furious over this new information. What else would you have us do? Little wolf, he asks calmly, staring at me. His waves of calm chipping away my anger. Stupid alpha influence. I think to myself, bite them in. I say without thinking, I won't do it. He says bluntly, why not? They deserve a family, because they deserve to live. Lilly father explodes, then takes a deep breath, calming himself. I slide back into my seat, not even realizing I'd left it in my anger. What I breathe, lost for words. Few humans survive the bite, he says, shaking his head. That's why the process to get approval is so involved. Only an alpha can bite in a human, and he must bleed into the wound like in an initiation ceremony. Then take the pain of your first change and multiply it by 10. That is the agony of being bitten in. The bite must be approved and witnessed by 2 North American alphas. Father pauses, then continues. A child who doesn't shift on their own has about a 20% chance of surviving the bite. It's not worth the risk. Wow. Wow. I can't say any more. Words fail me. I see why Father was reluctant to speak of this. I'm sorry, Father. I understand. He shakes his head anyway. He says, quick to move on the conversation. You know you have alpha blood. I nod, and he continues. That blood gives you certain power even before you become alpha. Like being able to command other wolves. I offer. Yes, that. And the ability to resist an alpha's command. He continues. Alphas cannot be commanded no matter how small the pack. It is a kind of natural protection. A certain amount of this protection extends to his children, but with enough pressure, even the strongest will break. Father finishes. So, if you really wanted to, you could still command me. I ask, a little shaken. I've been able to ignore his commands for a while now, so this shocked me. If I felt the need, he says bluntly. It is all in how much force you put behind the words, and repeated commands have a compounded effect. Good to know. I say. Anyway, it's about time for your training with Carson and David, so we need to wrap this up. Your endurance training will now be with me. Okay, but why, I ask? You'll find out tonight. Father says, leading me to the door. As I grab my bag and head out, his voice stops me. One more thing. There is an alpha banquet in 2 weeks' time, and you will be in attendance. Samantha will help you with appropriate attire. Go see her when you get a chance. I begin. You're going to be late. Father says, cutting me off. So I leave, making my way to the training grounds. The rest of the day proceeds like normal. Until after lunch. I begin to make my way to Father's office when he mind links me. Meet me in the cells. I call Lilly to the cells for her new training. She needs to be ready before Alpha Anthony gets his hands on her. I think we could just rip his throat out and show him who's alpha. I roll my eyes. My wolf has anger issues. Why are we meeting here? Lilly asks as she enters the low, dirty building that is our cells. Come with me, I say, leading her to the room I'd chosen for our training. This is a soundproof room. It is necessary for this training, I explain. What kind of training is this? She asks. It's still endurance training, but it is mental, not physical. Would you rather be doing paperwork? I ask, trying to set her at ease. She will be in enough pain soon, and I don't know if I can take it. I don't like paperwork, but it's still freaking me out not knowing what's going on. So what does this mental endurance training entail? I ask, begging for more information. Remember our discussion this morning about alpha commands, of course. It was only a few hours ago. I know it was a little rude, but I want a straight answer. Lilly, I've got a bad feeling about this. My wolf whimpers, and for once we agree. We are going to build your resistance the only way I know how. Father says, locking us in. Sit down, Father growls the fiercest command I've ever felt, and my knees begin to buckle. I catch myself on the chair in the middle of the room and push myself back to my feet, panting. What was that all about, I think? Yup. Bad feeling about this. My wolf says. I issue the first command and it nearly takes her out. Stupid rules. I so wish I could explain why I'm doing this. Tell her then I'm no snitch, my wolf says. I can't, and you know it. I just hope she'll forgive me. Come here, I give another command. Lilly is already shaking under the weight of my order. I can see her fear and stubbornness fighting my command as she steps away from me. That's my girl. I think, trying not to show the joy and pride in my face. The other alphas won't go easy on her, so neither can I. Come here now. I command again. This time she begins to fumble forward, falling a few feet away. I turn away. I don't want to see my baby girl like this. Fight it, Lilly. I link to her because I can't bring myself to speak. It hurts, she yells. I feel like I'm on fire. With knives slicing through my skull, I turn back to her. You have to fight it, I whisper. She looks up at me with a mix of anger and pain. That look replaced with determination as she stands and steps away from me. Come here. I order one last time with increased force, shaking the room. I see my baby grip her head and cry in pain. The command overwhelms her as she nearly runs forward, landing in a crumpled mess at my feet. I help her up into the chair. As I do, I can see her trying to get up for another round. She may be able to take more, but I can't. I think, we're done for tonight. I say blankly, trying not to fall apart. Gather yourself and take the rest of the night off. I unlock the door and begin to leave. Be sure to eat something. It will help. And with that, I exit the room, leaving the door ajar. I already don't like Alpha Anthony. This new training has its purpose, don't worry. But yeah, I'm not Lilly. I don't get Father's new training. In fact, I hate it. I now do my paperwork in the morning because at 1:00 p.m. I subject myself to mental anguish that takes me out for the rest of the night. How is this helpful, I think, after Saturday night's torture? It's been a week and we hold out longer each time. My wolf tries to comfort me. We fail every day. How is that good? Father said. Only alphas are immune to a command, so failure is the only possible outcome. But we get better. Whatever. I don't see it. I collapse on my bed and pass out. I can't wait for tomorrow. I get up Sunday morning and go to an early service. I'm excited to get to spend time with Samantha. Samantha is Beta Carson's mate and the closest thing to a mom I've ever had. My mom passed when I was 6, trying to give birth to my baby brother. In a moment, they were both gone, leaving my father and I alone. Thankfully, Beta Carson and Samantha were there to support us. They are my family. I run up to the door as quickly as I can. It's meant to be spring, but winter is clinging on for dear life. I burst through the door and shiver. Man, I hate the cold. Suck it up, it's Sam time. My wolf is excited too. Sam, I'm here, I yell, making my way through the house. Lilly. Get over here. Little one. It's been way too long, she says as she wraps me in a hug. Samantha always smells amazing, like a flowering meadow in early spring. Crisp and beautiful, mixed with fresh-baked brownies and hot cocoa. I miss that smell. I'm making brunch, come sit in the kitchen, she says, steering me through the house. Samantha's kitchen is huge. I mean, like professional kitchen, huge. She convinced Beta Carson to combine the original kitchen with a downstairs bedroom, making it massive and beautiful. One thing to note: if you ever visit them, do not touch anything in the kitchen. It is Samantha's space and she will bite your hand off. Literally. So Sam, what is the appropriate attire for this thing? Dad said I'm going but refuses to say anything else about it. Well, she says, flipping pancakes and checking the sizzling bacon. My mouth begins to water. I think you'll have to wait and see because today. Little one. We are going shopping, yeah, I say in mock enthusiasm. I hate shopping and she knows it. Sam rolls her eyes and starts making plates. Hurry up, boys, or Lily will eat it all, Samantha yells. I hear pounding feet getting louder and louder as Beta, Carson, and Dalton race through the house to the kitchen. Dalton slides in first in socked feet. He slips past Sam, reaching over her shoulder, grabbing a piece of bacon and throwing it into his mouth. Thanks, Auntie Sam. He mumbles with his mouth full as he hugs her, grabs a plate, and slips onto a stool next to me. Next comes Beta Carson. Still in pajamas, obviously taking advantage of his Sunday off by sleeping in. He steps behind Sam and wraps his arms around her waist. Don't I get some bacon too? He asks with a whine nuzzling into her neck. What no good morning kiss, Sam says, holding up a strip of bacon. Carson smiles. He gives her a quick kiss and snatches the bacon out of her hand with his teeth. Carson then grabs a plate and leans against the counter by Sam. If I didn't mention, Sam is the most amazing cook ever, and this morning is no exception. There is a reason Dalton comes back home on Sundays. So, Sam says, taking a bite from her plate and sitting on the stool on the other side of me. Lily and I are having a girls' day. So? You boys are on your own. Leaving us out, Dalton says with a pout. I thought we were friends. Lil. Well, Alt. If you want to go shopping, I guess. I begin. Hey, Carson. Isn't there a game on? Dalton asks quickly. Yeah. I don't know what, but I'm sure there is something. Beta Carson replies. You ladies have fun, Dalton says, and pushes his uncle out of the room. Love you, babe, have fun, Carson yells as he is ushered down the hall. Samantha and I look at each other and bust up laughing. Come on, Lil, let's go, Samantha says, grabbing her keys and walking toward the front door. Bye, we call to the boys as we make our way to the car. So, will you at least tell me where we're going? I ask as we rumble down the street. Shopping, Sam says with a smile. I glare at her, holding back a growl. I hate surprises almost as much as I hate shopping. Sam chuckles. Oh. Calm down, you, she says, tapping my nose. Another thing I dislike, but Sam has this ability to brighten my day no matter how foul my mood. I laugh. Fine, don't tell me. But we better do something fun, too. I never get out of pack boundaries. I want to see more of our territory. Most of the pack stays close to the pack house within pack boundaries, but our territory extends far beyond that. We have a few wolves that patrol these areas and a few smaller groupings around the territory to keep order. Don't worry. Little one. We will have an amazing day, Sam assures me. Finally, we pull up to our destination. I look up at the store sign in horror. I turn to Sam. Please tell me you are stopping to use the restroom, I say, knowing that I can't be that lucky. You asked what your father meant by appropriate attire. Well, here you go, Sam responds, grinning ear to ear. She loves this kind of stuff. I exit the car and slam the door. Walking to the doors, I look back at Sam. Did it have to be this fancy of a dress shop? You're gonna love it. Or I will, at least, Sam says with a smile and pushes me through the doors. A bubbly young lady pops up in front of us. So who's it for? She asks. I groan as Sam pushes me forward again. We need a stunning dress for my young friend here, Sam says. The girl's face lights up. Oh. Goody, a prom dress, she squeaks as she claps furiously, bouncing up and down. I never went to a prom, and every moment here makes me glad I didn't. I'm 23, so no, I'd say I'm a little past that. I say, annoyed by her perkiness. Curse my young looks. I am average height and average build, maybe a little thick, but it's muscle. Not super attractive. I have loose brown curls that go halfway down my back. A single black ringlet traces the left side of my face. That dark curl makes my green eyes stand out from my slightly freckled face. A baby face. If you ask me, I'm a little busty, but I only wear t-shirts and flannels, so it's not too much of a problem wardrobe-wise. That is until today. We need a more formal gown for a banquet. But we can have a little fun with it, Sam says with a smirk. Sam and the shop girl go around grabbing dress after dress for me to try. Then we head to the dressing room. Each dress was hung up nicely on a rack outside. This one first, Sam insists, handing me a green dress. It will match your eyes. I take the dress, trudge into the room, and shutting the door behind me. Undress. I step into the gown and pull it on. Oh, heck no, I yell as I look in the mirror. I step out at Sam's request. Well, it does match your eyes. Sam says, what does that matter? No one will be able to see past these, I scream, gesturing to my chest where the fabric barely covers, pushing everything up over the brim. Sam laughs. Try this. It's a little more modest, she says, handing me another dress. I snatch it and rush back into the dressing room. This went on for a while. Each dress didn't cover my chest, didn't cover my backside, or had a slit so high the dress was pointless to cover me. Sam was enjoying my embarrassment to no end, but kept telling me how beautiful I was in each dress. Fed up with the whole process, I come out of the dressing room with my t-shirt on, fuming. Come on. Don't you have anything that doesn't put me on display that I look decent in 1 second? The shop girl says and rushes out. I sit next to Sam. This is hopeless, I say, and put my head on her shoulder. I hate shopping. I mumble, muffled by my hand over my face. We'll find it soon, little one, Sam says and gives me a quick hug. The shop girl walks in with a triumphant look on her face. I've got it, she announces as she enters, holding a white garment bag hiding the dress. Go try it, she says, handing me the bag and steering me toward the room. I go with it, enter the room, and close the door. This was all taking too long for Lily's nerves. I know she hates shopping, but she has to look perfect. This will be the first time she is presented as future alpha of the Red Rivers pack to all of the North American alphas. Alpha Mason trusted me with this, so it has to be just right. I'm coming out, Lily says after trying on yet another dress. What do you think, she asks nervously. All the frustration she had been building up gone. She must like this one, and I don't blame her. In the dressing room, I unzip the bag and the mystery dress shimmers. It is gray with a hint of green, so Sam will be happy. I quickly pull on the dress and look at myself. The dress wasn't tight, but it hugged my body, loosening at my legs with a small slit up to my knee. The tops of my chest were exposed, but not excessively. It was strapless and somewhat plain by some people's standards, but I love it. I think. I don't know. Ah, ha, ha. I hate dresses. I think. You look attractive. Now go show Sam so she can tell you how attractive you look, the one time you're supportive. I hate you. No, you don't. No. I don't. I smile. I guess my wolf and I both like it. I'm coming out, I say and take a deep breath. I stand in front of Sam playing with my fingers. What do you think? Sam pulls me over to the platform with a million mirrors so you can see every single angle. She looks beautiful. The shop girl says. That she does, Sam says, holding back tears. Could you give us some privacy, please? Sure thing. The girl backed out of the room. Sam wraps me in a hug. You look so beautiful, my girl, she says, now crying. It's not like it's a wedding dress, I say, trying to diffuse the emotionally charged atmosphere. But I know Sam can't have kids of her own, so as much as I see her as a mother, she sees me as a daughter. Sam steps away to look at me again. Well, if you find your mate at the banquet, he will not be disappointed, she says with a wide smile, and I turn 5 shades of red. Stop it, I say, and she laughs. It's not like father will let that happen anyway. Honey. He may not have a choice, Sam says, looking me up and down one more time. We buy the dress and head out. Sadly, we don't have time to explore much, but I guess. Gun to my head. We had a pretty good day. I hate shopping. And I don't wear dresses. I feel bad for her, but I love Sam. Friday morning, alpha training, paperwork went more like paperwork. It may suck, but I'm learning a lot about my pack. Father has shown me the territory borders. I've gotten to know the wolves in charge of the different sectors. I've read personal files on everyone. Today, most of the papers Father gave me have to do with the various North American alphas, our diplomatic relation to them, locations of the packs, Previous correspondence. And info on the next in line to be Alpha. How are you doing, Lilly? Father asks. Fine, I say as I continue dating and sorting the files. Did you give me these because of tomorrow? I ask. Father nods. It's better to be prepared walking into this. Everyone will be curious about you. So, the more you know, the better you will be able to deal with the big-headed alphas you'll meet. Finally, Father gives me something about this banquet. I push for more. So what exactly happens at these things? That's enough for today. Father says you can go get ready for training. Denied, my wolf yells. Oh. Shut up, you, I respond as I walk out the door. I make my way to the game room to kill time when I'm stopped by Dalton. Hey, Lil, he says, stopping me in the hall. We haven't hung out in a while. Let's go for a run. Can't. I respond. Training with Beta, Delta, and the Warriors. I thought Alpha lifted your restrictions. Dalton says. He did, I say defensively. Doesn't look like it to me. He says. More like he just swapped your chains out for different ones. No. I have freedom now, I say. I know he's just trying to get me wound up, so I'll agree to go, but you know what? It's working. Prove it. Come with me. Dalton pushes. Fine. I link Beta Carson and Delta David that I won't be at training and link Father to tell him where I'm going. He didn't sound happy but didn't forbid it either. Let's go. We race outside like two kids playing hooky, which we kinda are. I shift as quickly as I can and wait for Alt. Took you long enough. Maybe you need to be in training right now. I link jokingly when his blonde wolf finally appears. He is that nearly silver blonde, so it catches the sun. It kinda hurts my eyes to look too long. Yeah, he links back. Come on, we run deep into the woods until we hit the border, then follow it south a few miles. We reach a clearing and lay in the grass, soaking up the sun. It was cold last week, but today spring is here and it is beautiful. So I've been learning about the surrounding packs. I tell Dalton. Really? Cool, mostly I just patrol close to home. This is the furthest out I've been in a while. He responds. And you talk about me being stuck at home. Alt rolls his eyes at me. You know what pack starts on the other side of the clearing? I ask him, eager to show my knowledge. He looks at the far tree line. Nope. And don't care, he says, and begins rolling around in the grass. Well, it is the Midnight Moon Pack. Largest in North America. Alpha. Aaron, I think. About 600 wolves to our 574. I say. About to be 573 when you bore me to death. Dalton responds, then sits up straight, and I know why, because I smell it too. We look at each other and say at the same time, blood. As soon as we think it, a wolf comes barreling across the clearing, followed by 6 more wolves. I can tell by the stench the pursuing wolves are Rogue. Dad. Rouges. Southeast corner. Clearing. I link quickly. The first wolf collapses in front of us. Bring a medic. Dalton and I take protective positions between the wolf and the rogues. They run up, snarling at us, and begin to circle. There are too many of them. Lil. Dalton links, and I don't disagree. I linked my father, we just have to hold them off. I respond. The first one to charge comes at me rather haphazardly. I dodge and grab him by the neck. Biting hard, I feel him go limp. Well, that was easy, I think. But it was premature as the remaining 5 charge at once. 2 go after Dalton, 2 after me, and 1 the unconscious wolf. I dodge my 2 and tackle the one after the down wolf. He pushes me off and I jump on top of the down wolf, daring the Rouges to make a move. They pause and begin circling again when a growl, more akin to a roar, causes them all to freeze. My father and a large group of wolves spring out of the woods, charging at us. The rogues turn to run, but the warriors tackle them. It is a bloodbath. Father runs over to me and places his head over mine in a sort of wolf hug. The pack members begin shifting and come back in loose gym shorts. One of them throws me some clothes and I quickly shift and dress. Who is this? Is the first question Father asked as we look down at the naked boy that the doctor is working on. Best guess, a member of the Midnight Moon Pack. He came running from their territory. I answer. Father shakes his head. Filthy rogues. He spits, looking down at the one I killed. Future reference. Little wolf. He says, pulling me in for a hug and wiping the blood off my chin with his sleeve. When you say you need a doctor, make sure you let me know it's not you who needs a doctor. I nod. Sorry, Daddy. I say, and he hugs me again. Back at the pack house, the doc takes the wolf to the infirmary. The warriors take the only surviving rogue to the cells. And I take a shower. Rogue blood is nasty. I think brushing my teeth for the third time. We kicked butt, my wolf responds happily. Yay, we did, I agree, swishing mouthwash. Spit much better. Big baby, my wolf says. I don't like the taste of blood, sue me, I snap back. Wimp. Vamp. Take it back. Nope, my wolf tunes me out. Okay. So, maybe that was a low blow, but it shut her up, didn't it? Didn't it? Fine. I'm sorry, I say, but she keeps me blocked. I make my way downstairs to find the place alive with action. I grab a passing pack member. Where is Alpha Mason, I ask. Cells, I think. They respond. I leave the pack house and make my way to the cells. As I enter, I can hear my father. Why were you after that boy, he asks with a command. I turn the corner and see the rogue behind bars gripping his head. We weren't after him, he got in the way, he yelps. Where were you going? Another questioning command comes from my father. The rogue curls up on the ground, hands over his head. Don't make me say. He'll kill me. Don't make me say, he whines, rocking himself back and forth on the cement, still gripping his head. Don't worry about that, my little rogue. Father says in a sickening sweet hiss. I'll kill you now, speak, he commands. The bars shake at his words. Rivers. The rogue stammers and collapses. Father turns away from the cell and sees me. What are you doing here? Lilly, he asks in a low voice that sends shivers down my spine. Learning, I say. Probably not the best answer, but it's true. I'd never seen an interrogation before. Let's go, he says, leading me out of the cells. Take care of that, he says to a guard pointing at the lifeless rogue. What was that about? They were after us, Lilly asks as we walk back to the pack house. I try to gather my thoughts, but I hate having to break people. Kill people. Worst part of the job, and my innocent little girl saw it. We did what was necessary. What was right. And she will have to do it too one day. My wolf is right. I know. But still. She's growing up too fast. Father, Lilly asks. Sorry. Lil. I don't know anything yet, I say as we enter the pack house and I head to my office. I have to contact Alpha Aaron about the boy. I'll talk to you later. Little wolf. And with that, I close my door, pull out Alpha Aaron's file and dial the number. I waited outside Father's office for a good hour and a half with no movement, so I decided to check on the midnight moon wolf. What I found in the infirmary was a boy. No more than 13, he had no business taking on a rogue. His wolf was large compared to his human form. He must have alpha blood, I think to myself. How is he, Doc? I ask, taking a seat at the boy's side. Healing fast, he should be awake soon. The doctor answers. No sooner does he say it, the boy starts to stir. He sits up. Where am I? He asks, blinking at the light. Red River's pack. I hear my father boom from behind me. Alpha, the boy says, bowing his head. I'm taking you home, Father says to the boy. Then to the doctor. Make sure he's ready. Thank you, sir. The boy says, not looking up. Father points to me. With me, he says, and I get up to follow. Outside the infirmary, Father turns to me. I am going to take the boy home and stay with the Midnight Moon Pack until the Alpha banquet tomorrow. Beta Carson and Samantha will bring you along tomorrow, Father says. Why can't I just go with you now, I ask. Because I said so. This is what we're doing. Little wolf, I'll see you tomorrow. Father gives me a hug and turns back into the infirmary, closing the door. Beta Carson comes up to me. You're gonna stay with Sam and me tonight, he says, wrapping an arm around me. She says she has big plans to get you dolled up for the banquet, and she needs an early start. Oh, no, that does not sound like fun to me. I think. Beta Carson starts to laugh as if reading my thoughts. You don't really have a choice. You know how Sam is. She always gets her way. I take a deep breath. I know it's true. Fine, I say and we walk to Beta Carson's house. I wake up to Sam grabbing my arms and dragging out of bed. Wake up, sleepyhead, she yells. I look at the clock, 6 a.m. Oh heck no, it's sleeping time, I say, looking back at my bed. Nope, spa day makeover. She says, we don't have time for that. I snap. We do if you'd get up, she responds. No, I yell and dive back in bed. Fine then, Sam says and walks out. When she comes back in, I am soaked with freezing water and fly out of bed. Now that you're awake, get dressed, we need to get going. Fully awake now, I grab a quick shower and head downstairs. Sam and Beta Carson are eating as I enter the kitchen. I grab 2 waffles and begin to apply butter and syrup. Come on, Sam says, grabbing my arm. I groan and grab some bacon, spooning scrambled eggs onto a waffle as Sam drags me out the door. Don't get syrup all over my car, Sam says as I slide into the passenger seat and bite into my improvised breakfast sandwich. Hum. I mumble. We quickly drive to the nearest town where the spa resort is. Sam has the entire day planned. As soon as we enter, we are led into a room where we shower and put on plush robes. The morning and the beginning of the afternoon were spent being pampered. I needed this after months of intense training. I slept through my massage. I awoke with my body loose. I hadn't realized how tight I was until I finally relaxed. A little after noon, Sam came to get me as I am in a mud bath. Sounds gross. Feels great. Shower, and come on, we have to get you ready for tonight. I dreaded coming, but now I don't want to leave. I drag myself to the shower and come out in my robe. Where to now, I ask. Sam smiles and holds up her hand, wiggling her fingers. Next thing I know, I am in a chair with someone working on each hand. I see them glance at each other in shock when they see my hands. I hold in a laugh. I cut my nails short. I mean extremely short. What they get in the way. Calluses make my hands rough, and I don't have the elegant long fingers that beautiful people have. They pull out green, shiny fake nails to fix the hack job I'd done on mine. Seriously. I say to Sam. She just nods. Beta Carson was right, it's best to go along with Sam. She always has her way. So I sit back and do my best to not scowl at the two working on me. After that, someone comes in to do my hair and makeup. She starts out, but Sam butts in, complaining that she is doing it wrong, and takes over. Once finished, Sam steps back, admiring her work. I reach up to scratch my nose, but Sam swats my hand. Don't touch, she scolds. Seriously, if you mess up my masterpiece, I will bite your hand off. Sam smiles, but I know she is serious. I put on my dress and look at the finished work. Sam did good. Though I don't know how to use my hands with these claws on. Leave the nails alone, it's just for tonight. Sam says as she enters the room and zips up the dress. You look beautiful. She remarks with a sigh. All right, Beta Carson enters in a suit. We need to get going. Long drive ahead. Time for the banquet. I think with a sigh. Friday night, the day before the banquet, I sit in my office waiting for Alpha Mason to arrive. This boy will be the death of me. I think. I took him in 9 years ago when I was only 19. Please say he's okay. I think. He's fine. My wolf tells me, and here. I inhale, catching his scent as a car door shuts. I get up from my seat and make my way to the front door. Alpha Mason enters. Evening, Aaron, he says with a nod when he sees me. Mason. I respond where? I start. Ari the pup comes in for a hug. I wrap my arms around the boy and let out a soft growl. Why is all I say to him? He knows I disdain superfluous words. He begins stepping away and staring at his feet. Fear radiating from his small frame. Brayden, I command lightly. I never use a powerful command on anyone. Knowing how it feels, I can't bring myself to it. I'm sorry. Alpha, he says. I wasn't picking a fight, I swear it. One came after me and I thought I could take him till his buddies showed up. The border, I ask. I know I'm not allowed. But I was on patrol. Protecting the pack, Braden says, sticking out his small chest. Looking me in the eye. Shirley-o. I start, but am cut off. Braden is accustomed to my short responses. I know you said I need to be 16 to join the guard, but I wanted to help. He says, reconnecting his eyes to his feet. I pull him into a hug with a sigh. Go to bed, Braden, I say, releasing him. But I'm not tired now, he exclaims, bouncing. He is such a kid sometimes. I let a growl reverberate in my chest. I'm going, he says, defeated. He turns and runs up the stairs. I look at Alpha Mason and gesture toward my office. He follows my lead and we enter the office, closing the door behind us. You have an alpha pup, Mason states, and I nod, watching him sit in the seat opposite me. Yours, he asks, no doubt commenting on my lack of mate. No, I say. 9 years ago, I find the small village decimated by rogues. Homes burning. Bodies coating the ground. I heard about the small pack north of mine, but never imagined it being this bad. I'm too late, I think. Wait, I smell alpha blood. Just then, a small pup jumps out of the pile of rubble beside me. He tries to speed past, but I catch him and pick him up. Let go of me, he screams. My father will kill you. His voice comes out in a squeak. He's the alpha. I kneel down, allowing his feet to reconnect with the ground, but not loosening my grip on the boy. I link the warriors with me. The alpha, I ask. I get one word in response, dead. I loosen the grip on the boy slightly, looking him in the face. Your father is gone, I say. No, he screams, punching my chest. I don't believe you, tears streaming down his small face. He looked at the disaster around him and goes limp. I hug him close to my chest and he grips my shirt, sobbing. I pick him up again. This time he doesn't resist as heaving sobs shake his little body. What's your name, little guy? I ask, trying to be comforting, which is not my strong suit. Bray. Braden. He stammers through a stream of tears. Present, his pack was destroyed by rogues. I say to Mason. He raises an eyebrow at me, and I know what he's thinking. And taking in another alpha's offspring doesn't concern you, Mason asks. I've been asked that question many times over the years, and it's getting old. Having him around could present problems for my pups whenever I have them, but that is in the future, and he'll be long gone by the time that happens. It's fine, I have a plan, I say. Mason seems unconvinced, but does not challenge me. Your pack, he says, and we move on. What did you learn from the rogues, I ask. Alpha Mason's eyes widen for a split second. He catches himself, but I noticed. What makes you think I didn't kill them on the spot? Rogues in my territory after all, Mason says with a smirk. You're too smart for that, I say. My father always called you a friend, though I'm not sure that was his choice. Mason chuckles at my statement. But I've known you all my life and you wouldn't act so rashly. You're right, he says. Your father didn't like me. These were not the answers I was looking for, but I'm intrigued nonetheless. I nod to Mason, urging him to go on. When you were still a pup, a sickness broke out in your pack. Our numbers have always been close, and it pushed my pack ahead of yours in the rankings. I bet father loved that, I say sarcastically. You knew him best, Alpha Mason says with a chuckle. He hated it when he had to inform me of my new position. I've never envied your father, so I made a deal. Your father keeps his title. We become friends. It was a treaty of sorts. It ensured we never had a war between us. We support each other. Eventually, I believe he saw me as a true friend, and I tried to be one. Your father was a hard man, but you know that. I was probably the closest thing he had to a friend. I knew it was true. Alpha Mason was around a lot when I was young. He was everything I wished my father was. Well, Alpha, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to bed, Mason says, breaking me from my thoughts as he rose from his chair and turned to leave. My question, I say, standing as he reaches the door. He turns to face me. Calm down, boy. I flinch at the word boy. From anyone else it would be disrespectful, but he's called me that for years. They're after me, not you. He turns to leave and I link a guard to escort the alpha to his room. Sleep well, Mason, I say. You too, Aaron. He responds as he closes the door. I sink back into my chair and wait for the alpha to enter his room before heading to my home. I hate this banquet. I think dreading the day to come. One night and they're gone. You'll survive. I roll my eyes at my wolf and throw myself onto my bed. I look at the clock and realize I need to be up in 3 hours. To prep for this thing. This is going to be a long day. The car rumbled along the road as we made our way through our territory to get to the Midnight Moon Pack. Being the largest pack in North America, they host the banquet. No one has told me what to expect. I say to Beta Carson as we rumble along. Well, it's a banquet. What more do you need to know, he replies. No one seems to want to tell me anything. I feel so in the dark. What happens at the banquet? You and Father are being so cagey. Just tell me. Beta Carson bites his lip at the command. You eat. He responds. I want real answers and he's not budging. An unintentional growl comes out. Usually the Lunas will stay for the meal, then go to an adjoining sitting room to let the boys talk. Sam jumps in, trying to give me some information to calm me down. You will stay with the alphas. Of course. And get to know some of them. Go on. I say, and Beta Carson picks up the explanation. It is mostly posturing. He says, displaying dominance and securing alliances. He pauses. Stick to your father. At least for a while you'll do fine. I feel better having some idea what I'm walking into, but I still have this nagging feeling that they are holding something back. I shake it off. I'm too nervous to add unsubstantiated feelings into the mix. We finally make it to the banquet hall, and it is massive. We are dropped off out front, and I just stand there gawking at the elaborate design. Come on. We're holding up the line. Beta says. I look to see 3 cars behind us and allow Carson to lead Sam and I into the building. Inside, I see many round tables around a large room. A stage in the corner holds a small band of stringed instruments. The sound of soft music and conversation floods my ears. The far wall is almost completely stained glass, the full moon making it glow beautifully. I look around and find my father speaking to another alpha. I nod to Beta Carson and Sam and make my way to him. Sam whispers a good luck. As I depart, Evening, Father, I say as I approach. He smiles at me. And this, he says, wrapping his arm around me, is my beautiful daughter Lilly Ann Blackthorn, future alpha of the Red Rivers pack. They all stare at me. I can even feel the eyes of the men behind me burrowing into me. A pleasure to meet you. The closest alpha says, grabbing my hand and kissing it. I am Alpha Gabriel of Panama, and this is my son Carlos. I pull my hand from Alpha Gabriel and shake hands with his son. A pleasure to meet you too. I respond. Why don't you go introduce the fair Lilly to the rest of your peers, Carlos, while the grown-ups talk? Alpha Gabriel says to his son. I look to Father and he nods, so I go with Carlos. The other future alphas are huddled together against the wall of glass near the stage. Being so close to the stage, I can't hear the conversation until I am right on top of them. Father says they'll do it tonight. Is all I get when they all clam up and look at me. My escort begins. This is... I'm Lilly. Nice to meet you. I say to the group. No one speaks for a moment. Then the guy who was talking when I came up breaks the silence. I'm Ronald. Ice Winter's pack. He says, arms crossed. This is Blake. Hunter. And Xander. The other soon-to-be alphas only nod. Ronald was obviously dominant in this group. You can go now. Carlos. Ronald hissed at the timid little alpha and he scurries off back to his father. Theft. Weak. Ronald continues laughing at Carlos. I can't believe he's going to be an alpha. Then he turns his attention to me and scoffs. Female alpha, huh? He says, looking me up and down. I don't buy it. Well, there's nothing to buy. Pup, I say, and I can see the anger in his eyes at my disrespect. I will be alpha of the Red Rivers pack whether you like it or not. With that, I turn to walk away, but he grabs my wrist. Are you challenging me? Little girl. He growls, claws digging into my wrist. I see nothing worth challenging. Ronnie boy. I say, staring him down. Now I'd hate to break a nail putting you in your place, so would you kindly let go? I issue an order that catches him off guard, loosening his grip enough that I could slip out. I walk along the glass wall, trying to avoid everyone. I lean against the cool glass by a door on the other side of the room and look back at Ronald and his gang. They don't look too happy. Ronald glares at me and looks back to his boys. What a creep, I say, taking a deep breath. I know, right, a voice says as a tall alpha. No future alpha. Leans on the wall next to me. I'm Caden, future alpha of the Blue Rock Pack. I rack my mind trying to remember the pack, but with 48 packs in North America, I can't seem to place it. I only really memorize the top 20. Midnight Moon, Red Rivers, Ice Winters, Black Water, and so on. Hello. Oh, believe me. I know who you are. I look at him dumbfounded. Lilly Blackthorn, future alpha of the Red Rivers Pack. Late bloomer but powerful. Likely to be the first successful female alpha. He rattles off. Well, nice to meet you then. Caden. I say, not sure how to respond. Caden seemed pleasant enough. Much better company than Ronald. We talked for a moment, then he turned to face me. You're attractive, he says out of the blue as he steps closer to me. I back away. He's creeping me out now. We'd be good together. Sorry. I'm not interested, I say, continuing to back away from him. Caden continues to push forward as I back away. Come on, Lilly. There are worse options, he says, gesturing over his shoulder to Ronald and his boys. My back hits the wall and I'm pinned in the corner. No thanks, I say and try to walk away, but he puts his muscular arm out, leaning on the wall beside me to block my escape. Caden leans in close to me, and I can feel his breath on my neck. Think of the pups we'd make, he says, inhaling my scent. Please take your seats, dinner will be served momentarily. A voice rings through the room. That's my cue. With that distraction, I slip under Caden's arm and find my way to my father's table. Are you okay? Sam asks as I sit next to my father. Fine. Just stupid alpha wannabes, I say. Sam wants to ask more, but all attention shifts to the front of the room as a large alpha with dark auburn hair and an untidy suit stands up. The room goes silent as he begins to speak. His first words make my heart jump as he speaks with great authority. Every alpha in the room looks at him with respect. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the festivities. Let us eat. He speaks through nearly clenched teeth like he doesn't want to be here. Waiters begin pouring out of every entrance. I look around amazed by the scene. Waiters with trays were serving every table. It all smelled so delicious, each plate caught my attention. When I look back up to the front, the young alpha is gone. I look around for him, but he is nowhere in sight. Who was that? I ask father as we eat. Aaron. My father replies, then thinks better of it and corrects himself. Alpha Aaron Thatcher, Rose of the Midnight Moon Pack, and our host for the evening. We continue eating a magnificent feast. Slowly, the alphas begin finishing eating and resume conversation. The Lunas, along with Sam, slip away into the sitting room. As I look around, I see Ronald regrouping his posse and Caden eyeing me. My father was off talking to another alpha, so I turn to Carson. Hey. Is this thing almost over? I ask beyond, ready to leave. Not even close. Carson says, they will chat and drink until midnight, then we all go for a run. I can't take this until midnight. I'm gonna go get some air, I say. Carson nods. It's a lot. I get it. Don't be gone too long, he says. No. I don't think you do get it. I think, but then again, I'm just glad he didn't try to stop me. I make my way to the front and slip out the door. Outside, the air hits me and I instantly relax. My wolf keeps urging me to run, but I know that can't happen. I walk down the path of an amazing garden and look back at the wall of windows. The stained glass shows a massive scene of a howling wolf. It is breathtaking. I lean against a lamppost, taking it all in, feeling the cool night air. Beautiful, isn't it? I turn to see someone I was avoiding. The way the moonlight hits it. It's almost as captivating as your eyes, Caden says as he runs his finger down the side of my face. Leave me alone. I say, trying to hold back my contempt for him. Calm down. I just came out to apologize. I have no filter and you are beautiful. I'm sorry if I freaked you out. Okay. You said it now, go please. I say, swatting his hand away and continuing down the path. Wait up, I'll walk with you. Caden says, jogging to catch up to me. I'd rather you didn't. I tell him, dude can't take a hint. Well, I guess I wasn't subtle enough for it to be a hint, so he must just be deaf. I ignore him and continue to walk. A beautiful woman shouldn't walk alone. You never know what might happen. Caden says beside me, I can take care of myself. I say, turning to face him. Oh, really? He says as he looks around. I don't think so. With that statement, he grabs my waist and throws me against the wall. I look around and realize we've ended up in a hedge maze. You moron. My wolf decides to chime in. Not helpful. I tell her, but she's right, I wasn't paying attention and now I'm stuck. I really don't want to kill this boy. I think. I wouldn't mind. My wolf says and I roll my eyes. Let go of me. I say calmly. You know. He smirks, I don't think I will. He pins me to the wall, holding my wrists above my head and leans in close. I'm done being nice, Caden. Let me go. I say as calmly as I can. Keeping my temper in check. Not my strong suit. No. He whispers in my ear. His hot breath makes me cringe. Fine, I say, bringing my knee up full force. He screams in pain. I turn on him, pinning him against the wall, hand to his throat. I begin to allow my fingers to extend into claws, making him bleed when a scent hits my nose. The scent is like a bonfire after a snowstorm, crisp and clean with a slight burn. I close my eyes a second to inhale, then look around for the source. My lapse in concentration cost me as Caden slips my grip and now his hand is on my throat, pinning me to the wall again. Grrrr. What is the purpose of hedge mazes? I asked my mother that once as a child. Why would someone become lost voluntary? It made no sense to me. As I grew, I realized sometimes the safest place to be is somewhere where you yourself don't know where you are. This place became my escape. Still is, I suppose, considering. As soon as I welcomed my guests, I slipped out and found myself wandering to the middle of it. I sit on the fountain and look at my watch. 2 hours until midnight. After the run, I can send them home and be free of this night for another year. 1200 can't come soon enough. I wander around for a bit, but I can't get lost in here anymore. I know it too well. Suddenly, I hear the sound of someone scream. As I move closer, something catches my attention. The smell of kiwi and sniff fresh-cut grass. An odd combo, but it makes me dizzy. I make my way to the start of the maze, following the scent. As I near the entrance, I find the source of the smell. Krr. A growl escapes my chest, and I am no longer in control of my body. I run up to the wolf, grab him by the throat, and pin him to the wall. Feet dangling, he grabs my arm, trying to release the pressure on his throat. I stare at his fear-stricken eyes and let out another growl. I should kill you, I say, still growling at the scum. The girl stands beside me and places a hand on my shoulder. I can feel a surge rush through my body at her touch, and I turn to look at her. He's not worth it, she says, and I turn my attention back to him, tightening my grip. His legs begin to kick. Drop him. The words surprise me when I feel the power behind them. Did she try to? I look at her confused and drop the mutt. What was that? Run along now, she says with a grin, crouching down to him. She blocks his escape with her arm. Don't talk to me. Look at me. Or even say my name ever again, or you won't have to worry about him because I'll rip your throat out myself. Now go, she growls the last word with force, and he scampers away. Who is this girl? Why can't I stop staring? I look her up and down. A soft growl that sounded more like a purr rumbled in my chest, and I can feel my face get hot. What is wrong with me? Take a picture, it will last longer, she says, but I can see her face redden too. It is a major contrast to her brown hair and... Wait a second. I reach out and twirl the curl of black hair that stands out from the brown. Are you okay? I ask, looking over her body again. I'm fine, she says, taking my hand with both of hers and detangling it from her hair. Her touch makes my heart jump, but it's gone too soon as she drops my hand at my side. I had him under control, she says with a hint of anger at my interference. Man, you have a funny way of saying thank you. I reply a little miffed that she's not more grateful. She turns away from me, heading out of the maze and back to the hall. I quickly catch up and walk alongside her. Hey. Talk to me. She continues to ignore me and picks up the pace. Stop now. I didn't mean to command her, it just slipped. I don't want her to leave. What is wrong with me? She stops at my command but then shocks me. She shakes it off. She turns on her heel and stalks right up to me. Can't get what you want, so you try and command me, she says angrily. No, I didn't. I mean, sorry. What is wrong with me? I'm going mad. Straight answers. Few words. Well, I guess that's out the window. I'm havering like a blasted fool. No, I'm sorry. She says, all anger gone. She sighs and places a hand on my jaw. I just can't wait for this night to be over. I sigh at her words. You and me both. Sister, I say. She removes her hand from my face, and we sit on a bench near the entrance to the hall. I did have him, though. If you hadn't shown up with that scent of yours distracting me, I'd have taken care of him myself. She says. I smile at the thought. So my scent distracts you, huh? I say with a raised eyebrow. I understand the feeling, my head is in a whirl. Yeah, you stink, she says, pushing me. Not that she was able to move me, but it was cute having her try. She scoots away from me. I'm sorry, I'm so distracting. I stop my flirtatious banter when I see her eyes go distant. Mind link. What I would give to be inside that mind. Bye, Alpha Aaron. Gotta go. She says and jumps up, heading to the door. Wait, you seem to have me at a disadvantage. I say, and she stops to look at me. You know my name, but have yet to give me yours. She turns and runs to the door. I let out a sigh. The world may never know. I chuckle to myself and lean back on the bench. Lilly, she says, and disappears inside before I can turn around. Lilly, I think to myself and begin blushing again. What is wrong with me? I groan and bury my face in my hands, propping my head up with my elbows on my knees. Mate, my wolf says, causing me to jump up and turn to the door she just disappeared through. Then I whisper one word that drives me insane. Mate. I turn to see the source of the growl. The massive figure turns into a blur with how quickly he moves, prying Caden from my neck. I duck out of the way as he slams Caden down where I once stood. The size difference was astounding between the two wolves. Where Alpha Aaron has Caden pinned, his feet dangle off of the ground. I can see Alpha Aaron's forearm ripple through his dress shirt. The jacket abandoned in the dirt where he appeared. As he holds Caden against the wall by his throat, the Alpha growls again as he stares at Caden. I should kill you, he says. As much as I would love to see that this is my fight. Plus, killing an Alpha's heir wouldn't be good for any of us. I step up beside Alpha Aaron and place my hand on his shoulder. Lightning travels down my arm from that touch and I gasped. That feeling combined with his scent. Oh my! He turns to look at me. His blue eyes are like pools I could swim in all day. Focus, Lilly. But he's May. Not now, I shut my wolf out. He's not worth it. I tell Alpha Aaron. He looks at his shoulder where my hand is resting, then back to Caden. He begins kicking furiously under the Alpha's grip. I can't let him do this, or there will be war. Drop him, I command, with all the force I have. I know it won't control him, but it could be enough to make him stop. I can see the confusion in his eyes as he looks at me, deciding what to do. Finally, he drops Caden. I look down on the jerk, wanting to kick him in the face, but restraining myself. Run along now. I say through gritted teeth, then think better. I crouch down to him with a smile. Don't talk to me. Look at me. Or even say my name ever again, or you won't have to worry about him because I'll rip your throat out myself. Now go, I command him, and he scurries off, trying to find his footing and falling a few times. I hold back a chuckle. I look back at Alpha Aaron. I felt his eyes on me through this whole exchange, and it makes me uneasy. What is he looking at? This is so unsettling. And then he. Wait, that wasn't exactly a growl. Is he purring? Take a picture, it will last longer. I say to him. At the same time, my wolf breaks into my mind. Mate, she yells, and I feel myself blush. He won't break eye contact with my tomato face. He begins to play with my lock of black hair and I begin nervously fiddling with my fingers. He probably knew from the moment he saw me and I'm just now figuring it out. I'm such an idiot, he's made it doesn't matter. But I'm acting stupid, so it does. I'm so mad. At myself for not realizing, sparks when we touch. Could it get more obvious? And you know what I'm mad at, Caden? Why did he have to be here making me look weak in front of him? And you know what, this alpha isn't helping matters, staring at me like a stupid kid. Are you okay? His question breaks me from my thoughts. I watch his eyes travel down my body and try not to blush. I'm fine. I respond, grabbing his hand with mine. I remove it from my hair and drop it at his side. I see him sigh as I release my hold, and all I want to do is grab it again, but I'm still mad and I don't want to say something I'll regret. I had him under control. I say, trying to hold off my anger until I can get away from him. The last thing I want to do is lash out at my mate. I try to walk away and compose myself, but before I can turn away from him, he sets me off. Man, you have a funny way of saying thank you, he says. I turn and walk away. Oh no, he did not. Calm down. You over-dramatic baby, my wolf scolds me. You can shut up too, I respond as Alpha Aaron comes up beside me. Hey. Talk to me, he says. I ignore him and walk faster. Don't do it, Lilly. Regroup and then you can talk to him. I think. Please don't hurt, mate. My wolf pleads. Stop now. I feel the command wash over me and I snap. I pause for a moment. I don't care what happens now, commanding me. He can't muster up a little patience. He has to go all alpha male. I storm up to him, put my finger in his chest and look up at him seething. Can't get what you want, so you try and command me, I ask. I heard my voice squeak at the end, but it still had an effect. I can see the amazement and fear in his eyes. What is he afraid of? It's not like I could do anything to him. No, I didn't. Sorry, he stammers. Mate's cute when he stutters. My wolf says, and I roll my eyes. I watch him run his fingers through the slightly curled auburn locks that fall haphazardly around his face and rub the back of his neck as he looks at the ground. All my anger is gone seeing him so upset. I feel the need to comfort him. No, I'm sorry, I say, taking a deep breath. He looks up at me unconvinced and I sigh. I place my hand on his face, feeling his stubble poke at my palm. The lightning returns to my hand and I look down, breathing him in. It somehow calms me even more. I just can't wait for this night to be over. I tell him honestly. It's his party and I hate it. He chuckles. You and me both. Sister, he says with a smile, and I remove my hand. I walk away, hand still tingling where his face was. I sit on a bench with my back facing the party and he joins me. I do not want to go back in. His scent is intoxicating. I did have him though, I say, looking up at him, enjoying the way his hair falls in his face. If you hadn't shown up with that scent of yours distracting me, I'd have taken care of him myself. Did I actually just say that I see him smile? Abort mission. Abort mission. So my scent distracts you. He says. Recovery team activated. I'm never going to live this down. I feel my face getting hot. Yeah. You stink, I say, trying to push him away. He doesn't budge. I can see his smile widen at my fruitless attempts to move him. I scoot away, achieving the distance I was going for. He grins at me. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. Before he finishes the word, I hear Father's voice ring through my ears. I need you in here now, he orders. Father seemed tense. I'd better not keep him waiting. Bye, Alpha Aaron. Gotta go. I say, jumping up from my seat. I move toward the door, knowing if I don't move quickly, I'll stay in this moment forever. Wait, you seem to have me at a disadvantage. I stop nearly to the door and look back at him, his eyes pleading. You know my name but have yet to give me yours. I run to the door and begin to open it. My grip on the door is all that's stopping me from running back to him. I look back and see that he is no longer looking at me. Lilly, I say, and throw myself through the door. I close the door and lean against it with a sigh. Mate, it's the only word I can think of. I look up to see all the alphas staring at me. This is the female alpha, a voice echoes through the hall with a laugh. Yes. Anthony. This is my daughter. Lilly. Father says. He nods to me and I make my way from the door to the mass of alphas. She's so small, though. Alpha Anthony says as he pulls himself up to his full height. It is true, he towers over me as do most of the alphas present, but my father was still a few inches taller. Alpha Anthony is the largest alpha in regards to his midsection, but I wasn't going to mention that. She might even be weaker than Gabe's boy. Anthony says. What do you think, Gabe? He adds, laughing. Alpha Gabriel looks away from the oversized alpha. She's stronger than you think. Anthony. My father says, ending Alpha Anthony's laughter. Well, let's test that then. Shall we? Alpha Anthony says. An eagerness in his eyes. As he looks from my father to me. The other alphas nod and murmur in agreement. What does he mean by test? I ask my father. That's none of your concern. Little lady. Alpha Anthony says. If you want to test her, she needs to know the rules. No, a smaller alpha asks, and Alpha Anthony shoots him a look causing the alpha to sit down, rolling his eyes. He's right, Anthony. My father states. Fine. Anthony says, and looks away. The test. My father says. Is a secret challenge for future alphas testing their mental fortitude. I begin to smile putting it together, but my father gives me a look that straightens my grin. Okay, Mason. Your pup, your choice. What is the command? Alpha Anthony asks. We're not doing this, a voice booms behind me. I turn to see Alpha. Aaron has made his way into the hall and is standing apart from the other alphas. Finally joining the party. Aaron. Alpha Anthony says, You're drunk, Anthony. Why don't we just run and then you can go home? Alpha Aaron says, No, Alpha Anthony yells, pointing at Alpha Aaron. You have no say, the challenge has been given and accepted. She is not a child, you have no grounds to stop it. You are not her father. Alpha Aaron keeps eye contact with Alpha Anthony until he calms down and steps back. Alpha Aaron sits down apart from the group. Continue. He growls through clenched teeth. Then he looks at me with pity in his eyes. Then he looks away. What was that, come? My father breaks the tension. A simple command. 4 steps. If she moves 4 steps, she fails. Works for me. Alpha Anthony says as Beta Carson comes out with a roll of tape. My father takes it and lays a strip near the crowd of alphas. Lilly, father says, and I come to him. He places me on the line. 4 steps. He says to me in a walk forward one. R. San. Si. I turn around and he lays another strip of tape. I stand with my back to the howling wolf. Empty tables line my right side. The stage is on my left. I face the alphas. The group of tables in front of me are packed with alphas sitting and standing clustered close together. My father sits a table away from them watching the others. Alpha Aaron sits to my right 1 table back separated from the other alphas. He keeps his eyes on the tablecloth, not looking up. They have all non-alphas join the Lunas in the other room. Ronald did not look happy to miss the show as they closed the doors, locking him out. The only ones in the room were the alphas and me. Ryan, you're first, Alpha Anthony says, grinning. Alpha Ryan steps up to the line and gives the order comb, he says. I feel the command, but it holds little power. Alpha Anthony laughs. Next, the alphas come up one by one, issuing the same command. I realize that with each new alpha, the power behind the command increases. The first 15 or so were not too difficult to resist. More like gnats flying around me. A nuisance. As the test continued, my head began to pound. My palms were sweating. A mid-ranged alpha steps up. Come, he commands. I feel a pain in my gut and grip my abdomen. Had enough yet, little girl? Alpha Anthony grins. I stand up straight and take a breath. Bring it, old man, I say, and he growls loudly, making me flinch. Next, Alpha, Aaron's point of view. I tried to stop it, but Anthony's mind was set. I can't help her. I sit with my eyes focused anywhere but my mate. She's strong. I think as she makes it through the first 23 alphas, of course she is, she's mate. I can practically feel my wolf wagging his tail. He is so proud. This test has been around longer than anyone in this room. It's tradition. Not everyone is put to the test. Many fathers refuse to put their children to it, not wanting to look weak, but once the father accepts, the test can't be stopped and every alpha must participate. Have I mentioned I hate this party? She has proven herself, but eventually she will fail. I don't want to see that. My mate broken. I focus on my drink, stirring the ice. I can't wait for this night to be over, is all I can think. Lilly's point of view come each new command hits me like a brick. It was so easy to start with, but now I can feel myself slipping. I wipe my face. Sam won't like this. Her masterpiece ruined. I think and chuckle at myself. I brace myself on my knees, panting at the last command. I don't know how much more I can take. I look to my father for help. No Keating. Mason. Alpha Anthony says to my father. Wouldn't dream of it, he replies. I'm not mind linking her or helping in any way. Keep it that way, Alpha Anthony hisses next. He is getting irritated, I can tell. Alpha Anthony flips a chair as the next alpha steps up. I take a breath and stand tall. I know where we are in the list now. If I am correct, I have 9 alphas to go, including Anthony. My father. And lastly, Aaron. Come, I buckle. My foot slides forward before I catch it. A chorus of laughter erupts from the alphas, and I see my father lean forward. I take a breath and retake my line. 8 more. Father's point of view, I do my best to stay calm. I never expected her to get this far. Most don't get past 20 alphas, and she's bested 39 weight. No, now 40. I'm a proud papa. It hurts to see her like this. She is being pulled by each command, and the men beside me find it hilarious. Another command, and she takes a full step. I cringe as she stops. She places a hand across her forehead, takes a breath, and slides back behind the tape. I want her to go as far as she can, but seeing the pain she's in, I want this to stop at the same time. Come on, baby girl. You can do it, I whisper. She looks at me and nods. She heard me. She stands up straight and looks to the next challenger. Lilly's point of view, 5 left. 5 left. 5 left. The thought echoes through my spinning head. Come another command was thrown my way. I fall forward as my legs shake. Pulling myself up, I resume my position. I feel like I'm gonna puke. Come, I hold back on this one, my entire body shaking. 3 left. Well, I guess I'm up, boys. Alpha, Anthony says, greeted by a roar of cheers and laughing. Alphas, let's end this. I look to my father, who gives me a soft smile. In the corner of my eye, I see Alpha Aaron sit up in his seat, still not looking at me. The plump alpha makes his way to the line. Come. I jump forward a step and a half before I stop my feet, but my torso misses the stop and keeps going, forcing me to finish the step to catch myself. I pant in my spot. The power of the order putting my nerves on end, I'm having trouble backing away from him. Come on. Just a little further. Alpha Anthony says, urging me forward. His tone flat ticks me off. Anger floods me and I stand up. My head is splitting, but I don't care. He will not be the one to break me. I make it back to my spot, dizzy. I stumble a little, then turn to the alphas. Don't wimp out, Mason Alpha, Anthony says with a growl. He turns around and throws himself into a chair amongst the other alphas. Father takes a deep breath. He stands in position and looks at me. One more breath. Come, the command shakes the doors. It's the strongest I've ever felt my father order. The alphas behind him shake. I hear screaming. No, I'm screaming. I fly forward 1.5 steps from my father's mark. When I stop, I am crouching in front of my father, staring at his shoes. You did good, baby. Please be done now. Give up. You won. Father is pleading with me to stop. But I can't. Call me stubborn or stupid or whatever you want, but I will not give up. My shaking limbs betray my weakness as I take my stand. I force myself away from my father. Each step away felt like an axe in my skull, the command still affecting me. At my line, I shake violently and can't stand up straight. I glance at my father and see a crowd of dropped jaws. My jaw chatters as I stand on my mark. Guess it's up to you. Alpha Anthony smirks as Alpha Aaron stands. Alpha Aaron point of view. I'm sorry, Aaron. Mason says with a hand on my shoulder as I face the alphas. No one gets this far. Mason knows me. He knows how much using a command affects me. I stand on the mark and look to Lilly. She is still shaking. Sweat intensifies her scent. Her hair has mostly fallen out of its place. Her makeup is smeared and I can see a few freckles appear across the bridge of her nose. Even in her disheveled state, she is beautiful. I think she's had enough, I say. I so do not want to do this. You have no choice, Aaron, Mason whispers. End this, Anthony yells, unless you are too weak, and at that I can't stop. If I hold back, I will be seen as weak. I'm so sorry, Lilly. My wolf whines in my mind. Come, I feel the command shake my chest. The doors beside me break open as the betas and future alphas pour in obeying the command. My mate dives forward like the rest. She slows herself, dragging her feet 1 foot away from the end. She's done. I can see it in her eyes. Still fighting mentally, her body rebels, dragging her forward. I see a slow blink in her eyes. She is going to pass out. No, not yet. She has to finish it. If she collapses before this line, they will insist on retesting her. I can't let that happen. I am panicking. Now I command, with all the force I have. The glass wall shatters, raining glass on us. The boys beside me dive forward, gripping their heads and howling. Lilly jumps forward, crossing the line. Anthony laughs. As I catch my mate, she loses consciousness. The alphas play up their victory as I push through them to the back door, cradling my mate in my arms. I reach the back and find my beta. Party's over. Clay. Send them home. As I say this, Mason approaches me. Where are you taking my daughter? He asks. Come on, I say to him in a growl. I lead him to the pack house where I kick open the door to a guest room and lay her on the bed. She groans as I detangle her arms from my neck. You'll be okay. I whisper in her ear and pull away. Lilly's point of view. I feel the command rip me open. I feel like my insides are on display. My skin is on fire and my mind broken. My vision blacks out as I fall forward into something hard. I feel weightless. I'm moving somewhere. Warmth encompasses me, and the pain begins to lessen. I hear murmuring but can't make out words. I can feel rumbling on my face, then a growl, and I vaguely hear, come on. Someone is carrying me and his heart is racing. A deep breath tells me who it is, and I love that smell. I am placed on a soft surface and the warmth leaves me. I groan in pain. Everything that touches my skin feels like flaming sandpaper. Every noise a dagger in my mind. Ah, ha. Father's point of view. Ah, my little girl screams as Aaron lays her on a bed in his pack house. Get the doctor, I call to Aaron as I run to my daughter's side and grab her hand. She howls in pain at my touch. Don't touch her, Aaron says as he pulls me away. This pup, I growl at him, locking eyes. Right now, every touch feels like hot coals raked across her skin. You're hurting her, Aaron says. How would you know? I snap. The boy just looks at me. Sorry, I say softly. I know the answer. His father put him through it as a small child. Poor boy. Call the doctor, I say again. No, he responds. I growl at him. Do you want to undo the respect she just earned? Portray her as weak, Aaron asks. No, I growl. She will be fine, Aaron says. She'll be out for a few days. How long were you? I start. 2 weeks, he says. Aaron turns away from me. You trained her for this, he said. Not a question, a statement. Yes, I respond. You may have done more harm than good. Alpha Aaron's point of view. I was mad. I can't show Mason that. He is upset enough about his daughter's condition. You may have done more harm than good. I tell him. How so? Mason asks, putting his head in his hands. She made it through. That was your plan, right? He nods at my statement. It's mental torture. Mason. You know that Mason buries his head in his hands. I run my hand through my hair. Every command builds. It chips away at you, and when the dam breaks. Ah. When it breaks, everything comes crashing in. The longer you last, the harder it hits. Are you blaming me, boy? Mason asks, all energy out of him. No, Mason. No, I say. But she is in more pain than you know right now. It would have been better if she had broken sooner. We sit in silence for a while. Thank you, Mason. I say. He seems surprised. Why, he asks. You saved me. Flashback, Aaron, age 11. You know there's a party tonight, Johnny asks me. Yeah. So what I respond? You don't know who it's for, do you, he asks. Johnny is always picking on me. Wants to prove he's better. Gets me in trouble. No avoiding him. A bunch of alphas. I say. Boring. You know, Johnny says. Other alphas bring their sons. Guess your dad doesn't think you're good enough. Shut up, I say. Another failure. Man, he must be so disappointed. Leave me alone, Johnny, I run back to my room. Stupid Johnny doesn't know what he's talking about. I go to Father's office. Enter. He says when I knock, What do you want? Boy, the party tonight, I say. What about it? He responds. Can I come? I timidly ask. No, he says shortly, but fat. I said no. He growls. I begin to shake in the presence of my father. His power radiates off of him. Are you challenging me, boy? I shrink under the weight of his gaze. I focus on my shoes. N. No. SSSSS. Seer. I shake. Leave now, I fall as I try to run out. A growl shakes the room as my father comes after me. He grabs me up by my arm and throws me out the door, slamming it behind me. I curl up in a ball and look at the bruise on my arm, fighting tears. Told ya, Johnny's voice comes around the corner. A disappointment. That night, my mind was set. I have to prove myself. I think, not a good idea. My wolf says, Shut up. If I go, I can show him I'm alpha material. I respond, Not a good idea. My wolf insists. But I go. I put on my one suit. It is too small. I haven't worn it in over a year, but it's all I have. I sneak in and watch the alphas. I was right. They are just talking. What did I think this was going to be? Oh well, I guess I'll just leave. As I'm sneaking out, a hand clasps my collar. What have we here? A large alpha says, holding me in the air. Let me go, I yell. Aaron, my father growls, and the big man puts me down. My father grabs the front of my shirt, pulling me up to his face. You man enough to disobey me, who? He hisses. Hey. Boy's father says, turning to the other alphas. We have a party crasher. He holds me close to his side. Why don't we show him the best part of this gathering? He yells with a grin. Let's put him to the test. The alphas begin laughing and my skin crawls. No, I hear a voice boom as a towering dark-haired alpha comes forward. I sigh in relief seeing Alpha Mason. He's still a pup, it's not right. He's my pup, Mason. Back off, Father growls. We test, I'll have no part of this. Alpha Mason says, taking a seat away from the other alphas. Nearly half the alphas follow Mason in protest. Father places me in front of the alphas and walks over to join them. Stay strong. Boy. I hear a whisper and turn to see Alpha Mason nod at me. The first alpha steps up. Knell. The command rings. Present, if you hadn't stood up to him. I wouldn't have made it, I say. I know I never said it so. Thank you. Mason stands up and comes over to me, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. I just did what is right. He pauses and pulls me into a hug. I stiffen under his touch. Hugs are not something I'm accustomed to. You're a good boy. A good alpha. Yup. Everything I wish my father was. Father's point of view, I sent my beta home, but I won't leave Lilly. Carson can handle the pack for a few days. She's been out for 2 days so far, and I just sit here willing her to wake up. Eat something. Mason. Aaron says, eyeing the plate that was brought to me which I hadn't touched. Not hungry, I say. Aaron has been annoyingly present these 2 days. He has been caring for me and watching over Lilly, waiting for her to wake. I guess it makes sense. He knows what she's going through. He is the one who broke her. He must feel horrible. I know for a fact he has never given a command like that before. Bull. Mason, it's been 2 days. You need to take care of yourself, and frankly, you stink, he tells me. This pup. I shake my head. He's right, though. I stink. How about this? Aaron starts. You go shower. I'll stay here till you're back and order you some food. You don't want Lilly to see you like this. Once again, the boy is right. Yes. Alpha, I say with a smirk, and Aaron laughs. I leave the room. Lily's point of view, everything is hazy. I feel like I'm floating. I hear people talking. What are they saying? I listen harder and my head starts splitting again, so I try to relax. What's going on? My door opens. Back. Ron, I can make out pieces of my father's voice. See. Turn it. Asen. Another voice says Co. On. Lie. Wake up. Those last words clear, I feel the fog lifting. I begin to wake up. Daddy, I whisper. Lilly, he yells and pulls me into a hug. Shh, please, my head. I say. This should help. I hear and look at the doorway. Alpha, Aaron walks in with a bottle of pills and some water. He hands them to my father. Worse than a hangover, right? He asks. I grab the pills and take them eagerly. I nearly choked on them, my throat was so dry. I downed the water. Here. My father says as he refills the cup with the pitcher of water that was on the nightstand. I wouldn't know. I don't drink. I say to Alpha Aaron. He looks surprised by this. Run, my wolf says. Well, now that you're awake, we can go home. My father says. I want to run. You guys can stay as long as you like, Alpha Aaron responds. Are you? It's been 2 days. We've imposed long enough. Father says. 2 days, man, I was out cold. It's no imposition, Mason, you are welcome. Aaron. We're leaving. Father says now we run. All right, Alpha Mason. I'll have a car brought around. Alpha Aaron offers. Actually, I say to both men's surprise. My wolf's going nuts. If I've been out for 2 days, that's 3 without a shift. Can we just run home? They both look at me shocked. Little wolf. That's a long run. I'm not sure you can take it. Father says, eyes full of concern. I'm not sure I can take being in human form much longer. I say, whatever you say. Father says with a sigh, knowing I won't let up. As we are leaving, Alpha Aaron stops us. Mason. Now that Lilly is better. Alpha Aaron shoots me a smile. We need to talk about the Rouges. Mind if I come over tomorrow? Sure thing, Aaron. You're always welcome. My father responds and we walk away. He's a good man. My father says. He'll make his mate very happy. I blush at that. Father must not know. Why didn't Aaron tell him, am I making this up? Is it all one-sided? Calm down, Lilly. We can talk to him tomorrow. My wolf says. Now let's run. I take off into the woods, and Father follows close behind. Does Alpha Aaron know we're mates? Am I making this up? You're ruining my run. Run now, worry later. Like when we're home and back in human form. My wolf likes to run. A lot. I try not to think of him. This is hard. I look around at the forest and take it all in. My father is running beside me now. He is way faster than me but holds back so we stay together. I look up at him and think of something. Father. I have a question. I link as we run side by side. Go on. He responds. Why is your wolf so much bigger than any other wolf, I ask. Eager to get back to your alpha training, who? He says, bumping me and pulling ahead. I pick up the pace, trying to keep up. I'll give you a hint. The only wolf in North America slightly larger than me would be young Alpha Aaron. I'm so glad I'm covered in fur because I know in human form I'd be blushing at the sound of his name. I need to get that under control. Pack size. I link back. The bigger the pack, the bigger the wolf. Precisely. Father affirms. So when I become alpha, I link. When I give you the alpha, I will return to my pre-alpha size and your wolf will grow. He answers. That means I'll be bigger than you. So, does that mean I will get to call you Little Wolf? Father stops in front of me and bats my nose with his paw. You'll always be my little wolf, he says, and we take off running. I'm okay with that, I say and smile. It takes a few hours to get back home. It is a shorter distance than by car, but much more tiring, especially trying to keep up with an alpha. Samantha and Beta Carson meet us near the pack house with clothes. We shift back and get dressed. Alpha. We need to talk. Beta Carson says as soon as we come up to meet them. Lilly, take the day off with Sam. You need to rest. Father says. I'm fine, Father, I respond. You just woke up, take the day off. This is not a request. He says. Come on, Lilly, let's go talk. I'll make brownies. Sam says. I turn away from my father. Fine, I say in mock annoyance. If brownies are involved, I concede. We go back to Sam's house and I flop onto the couch. Go take a shower while I mix up the brownies, Sam says. I get up and go upstairs to the bathroom. I see why Sam told me to come up here. My hair is a tangled mess. Makeup stains my face. I look altogether ragged. I take a long shower, the hot water pelting me feels amazing. I come downstairs with PJ bottoms and a tank top on, stolen from Sam's drawer. Much better, she says as I flop back onto the couch. So, Sam says, offering me a brownie as she sits beside me. How was Alpha Aaron? I sit up straight, what I say, trying not to blush. Why would you ask about him? Sam raises an eyebrow. Crap. Hit a nerve, have we? She says with a smile. I just meant he is kinda a loner and you and your father stayed with him so you might know more about him. But now. I gulp. Now I want to know why you got all squirrely when I mention him. It's nothing, Sam. I say, but I can feel my cheeks going freelance, betraying my thoughts. Sam laughs. Oh my, does someone have a crush? Sam teases. Sam. No. My face gets hotter, so I bury it in a pillow. Spill, Lil. She says. I tell all. From our meeting in the garden to feeling him as I slipped into unconsciousness to him not saying anything, as we left, I quickly spit it out. The feeling I get when I touch him. His maddening scent. I tell her everything. You can't tell, Father. I say quickly as I finish the story. Nothing to tell. Yet, Sam says, and it breaks my heart. Nothing, let's talk about mates. I was not planning on this, but Father never talks about it. The other girls don't hang out with me. Something about me being intimidating. Dalton is my best friend, but... No, that would be too weird. All I have to go on is what I've read, and oh my, it is romantic. Passionate. Amazing. I've never really talked to anyone about it. Okay, I say in a questioning way. What do you know about mates? Sam asks. Well, I say, digging into my extensive knowledge of romance stories. When they meet, they can't take their eyes off of each other. A touch is like electricity. The scent is intoxicating. Wolves go crazy. Protectiveness. Calming effect. They want to be together at all times. You can't get them out of your head. I trail off, ending my list. That sounds like me and Alpha. Aaron. Sam looks at me kindly. Be careful. Little one. She says, stroking my hair. Don't let your emotions run away with you. What do you mean it sounds perfect, I say. It does. You are right. I nod at her, but she wasn't done. Sam sighs. Have you ever heard of false mates? No. No. That's not the way it goes. You meet, fall in love, and the mate bond keeps you together forever. True love, I yell. It's not that simple. Sam says, I'm not saying what you feel isn't real. All I'm saying is sometimes in emotionally heightened situations like, let's say, being saved in a romantic garden by a hunky alpha, you can trick yourself into a relationship you should not be in. No way. I've never heard of that, I say. You wouldn't. She says, the marking at the mate ceremony ties you to that wolf. No going back. So, those who jump in too quickly. Well, the relationship is not what it could be. Mated to someone who is not your true mate. They become your mate nonetheless, but all the signs. Lilly, Sam says, cutting me off. Carson nearly became mates with someone else. How I respond. Before I met Carson, he was in another pack. He is an alpha's son. Sam starts. But he's not an alpha, I am so confused. Let me tell the story and you'll understand. Sam scolds my interruption. When he was 18, the stars aligned. He met the one. Her scent drove him mad. Her voice was a song. Every touch magic. Sam is obviously not happy talking about her mate and another woman, but she continues. Anna was his world and he rushed into the relationship, doing everything he wanted with her. She takes a breath. He thought they were mates. She kept postponing the ceremony. As you know, alphas prove themselves at age 20. Well, typically. She says knowing that wasn't true for me. She was buying time. She wanted power. To be Luna. So, she needed an alpha. When Carson turned 20, it was obvious he was not an alpha. And he didn't want to be. Sam says. How did I not know that? I mean, I know he's powerful, but alpha blood. I say, smiling as I think of how I can whoop him. Sam seems to know what I'm thinking. You know he holds back when he fights you. She says, and my jaw drops. But he submits. No eye contact, that is for your benefit, she says. Lilly, don't get mad at him. Sam says, grabbing my hand, which I now realize is clenched in a fist. You needed to feel powerful. Feel like an alpha. Carson is not too proud to lower his head in respect to build you up. He loves you. Little one. I think about this a moment. Go on with the story, Sam. He didn't want to be alpha, I say. Yes. Carson knew for a while that he wasn't alpha, but his father wouldn't have it. He tried beating him into showing himself a true alpha, but Carson never did. After he turned 20, he tried to get Anna to run away with him, but she refused. I could see Sam's heart breaking for her mate. I put my hand on top of hers. Carson begged, calling her his mate, and then she told him, You were never my mate. Carson, I wanted an alpha and you are weak. Leave now and never come back. Sam begins to cry. He told that to me word for word, and it still breaks my heart that someone hurt him so deeply. Anyway, leave he did, and he ended up here. Your father needed a beta, and Carson fit the bill. So you can think someone is your mate without them being your mate, I asked, defeated. So there's no telling, no certainty. You are meant to spend your life with someone, and you can't know for sure. Is anything in life certain? Sam asks. Are we promised tomorrow? Can you change the direction of the wind, or make the sun not shine? Sam wipes a tear from my face. I love you, little one, so be careful. How can I know anything about him? About love. If he is my mate, I ask, desperate for answers. I'm home. I hear Carson call from the front door. I wipe my eyes and jump up to meet him. When I see him, I punch him in the chest. Hey. What was that for? He yells. Don't go easy on me, beta. I don't need you to boost my self-esteem with false submission and laid-back fights. I am an alpha and I am powerful, I tell him off. Carson looks down at me and smiles. He wraps me in a hug. Yes, you are. Little one, he holds me a moment, then turns into the living room with an arm around my shoulders. And what have you been telling her? He says, pointing at Sam as we enter. We've been talking about mates. Sam says nonchalantly. Mine and Carson's jaws drop. She said that so flippantly my face gets redder and redder. He turns me to face him. Mates, Carson questions, eyebrows raised. I turn even more red and look away. Who, he says this time to Sam. Not telling, babe. Though. I expect you'll find out soon. Maybe even tomorrow. Sam says with a wink to me. I was telling Lilly about how we met. Wanna help? You know I love to tell that story, Carson says, jumping onto the couch beside Sam and grabbing a brownie. I take a seat in the chair watching them. Carson leans back with one arm on the back of the couch, the other stuffing his face. Sam automatically leans into him, resting her head on his chest back to him. Carson puts his arm down, grabbing her hands that are resting on her stomach. He squeezes her and she reaches up to wipe chocolate off his face. He licks her finger and she wipes the slobber on his shirt. When I'm with someone 17 years, I want to look like that. So where did you leave off the story? Carson asks. You just came to this pack, I said. So you were telling her everything. Carson says with a sigh. Anna left me and I ran. I wasn't planning on stopping here, but your father convinced me to. Said he could use me. Said I was a strong wolf. I look up to him. You know, anyway. Sam cuts in. I saw this guy. Sam elbows Carson and he laughs and got all the feelings we talked about. Oh. Tell me more about these feelings you have for me. Carson says, tickling Sam, you luo-o-iv. Me, I clear my throat. Right, so as I was saying, she gives a sideways glance at Carson. I had feelings, but Carson was broken. Harsh, babe. Carson says with a sigh, but it's true. I didn't want a repeat of my last relationship and behaved poorly. He looks at Sam. Okay. I was a jerk. I wanted it to be good with my little Samantha, but didn't know how, so I talked to someone whose relationship I envied. He pauses there. Whom I ask. Your parents. Sam says. Your mom was like my big sister. You were 6 and she was pregnant. Sam stops about to cry. They got together the year my mom died. So we went to them for advice. Carson continues. They guided us through the relationship. Chaperoned us at first. Helped us see if we were true mates. They told us that even with the mate pull that all relationships require work. How exactly did you do that, I ask. Well, Sam says we started with friendship. Carson groans, the hardest 3 months of my life. Being around you made my high, but I couldn't even take you out on a proper date. No kissing. No, nothing. All we did was talk and work together. Carson complains. 3 months. That seems excessive, I say in awe. Maybe. Sam chuckles, but as much as he complains now. That was his doing. He was so afraid of moving too fast I had to wait for him. Carson shrugs and hugs Sam. It was because, I love you, he says. Okay. Then what, I ask. Then we dated and I got to kiss her, Carson jumps in. Who kissed who first, Sam asks, and I chuckle. Beta Carson looked embarrassed, then he kissed her. After a couple months of that, we desperately wanted to mate. Carson says, to become mates. Sam corrects, become tomato. Tomato, Carson says. We set the date for the ceremony, marked each other, and became mates, Sam said with a smile. And then we mated. Carson says we mated a lot. Knock it off, Carson. Make me, Carson says, pinning Sam and kissing her. All right, guys, I'm gonna go, I say. With no response, I slip out the front door. Well, I think as I walk to the pack house watching the sunset, that was not what I expected, but I want a relationship like that, Sue. I think I want to follow their example, and hey, if he doesn't go for it, maybe he is a false mate. But I hope not. What time is he coming? It's all I can think about as I wake up. If you're so concerned, ask Father. I'm just glad he is coming. I want to smell him. My wolf says. I roll my eyes. I head downstairs to meet Father in his office. Morning, Father, I greet him as I enter. Morning. He says, let's get started. We start in on the paperwork. It's like it never ends. The territory is split up into 4 sectors. Each has a wolf in charge that reports to us with daily reports, plus the scouts around the world and correspondence with other packs. It has built up the past few days. Carson and David tell me your training is going well and they are confident in your ability, Father says as we sift through reports. Adam from the southern sector is very long-winded. David even said he'd accept you as a pack warrior. High praise from him. Since it's going so well, I want you to shadow me the next couple weeks. What exactly will we be doing, I ask. I want you to see what the day-to-day of an alpha is like. You'll go to meetings. Read reports. Visit each sector to check up on things. Whatever I need to do, you will be with me. Father explains. Cool. So what's on the agenda for today, I ask. Not much other than Alpha Aaron's visit this afternoon. You've already pretty well knocked out the paperwork. You're really good at organizing and sifting through this mess. Take a few hours off. I guess that's the lesson for today. Take free time when you can get it. He says with a smile, and he doesn't have to tell me twice. I'm up and heading to the door. Be here at 100, Alpha Aaron should be here around then. Okay, will do, I call to him as I close the door. What to do now? I think run echoes through my mind. Is that all you think about? I ask my wolf. Well, I also think about mate. What's his wolf look like? I bet he's massive. Run with mate, she says, purring with delight at the thought. Well, I think I'm just gonna hang out in the game room today. I tell her. Party pooper. Why even ask me if you're going to be boring anyway? She tunes me out. I go straight to the rec room. Usually this place is littered with teens, but it's still morning and they are at school. I grab some snacks ready to just relax for a bit. I look at the old boombox hidden away in the corner. No one uses it anymore with the sound system we have in place. I pull it out and set it on the coffee table. I run my hands across it and push the eject button. A small tape becomes visible and I remove it. Looking it over, I sigh. Replace the tape. And hit play, curling up on the couch with my snacks. The sound of swing washes over me. Flashback Lilly, age 5. The sound of music rings through the house and I run into the kitchen. The sound gets louder as the smell of muffins invades my nose. I see Mama moving her hips to the beat, singing into a batter-covered spoon. It don't mean a thing. She sing as she sees me, she sweeps me up into her arms. If it ain't got that swing, she finishes the line, dipping me down and spinning around, not making a move off beat. I giggle as she taps my nose with the spoon. The sound of horns ring through the kitchen. Mama sets me on the counter and spins around again. Just give that rhythm everything you've got, and she does. Playing drums on whatever she can find to strike in the kitchen, she fit perfectly into the band. Never in all this do her hips stop swinging. Mama loves music, but this is one of her favorites. She moves around the kitchen with grace and beauty. Her brown curls bounce with every move. As the song winds down, she stops in front of me. Never stop dancing. Little wolf. No matter what, music is key in life. It can change your entire mood. Your entire world with a single note, Mama sighs. One day I'll get a record player and you'll hear something really special. I don't know what that is, but I long for it. Mama pulls out the tape and places it with her collection, taking another one and putting it in. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock, the 50 seconds. She says, Mama was born in the 70 seconds, but loves the older stuff. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. She sings, throwing me in the air, and we're dancing again. Present day, the music stops abruptly and I jump out of my seat. No, 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 I yell as I try to stop the destruction. I pull out the cassette tape and try to wind it back up, but it's pointless. The box ate my tape. Mama's tape. The ribbon is irreparable. After Mama died, I listened to her tapes nonstop. Over the years, one by one, they were lost or destroyed. I guess I just have bad luck with them, or I listen to them too frequently. I'm leaning on the latter, but this still feels personal. That was the last one, and I feel sick to my stomach. I return the now useless box and leave the room. Still want to go for a run, I ask my wolf. Always, she responds, and I make my way outside. My emotions had me all over the place as I ran through the forest. I lost all track of time until a mind link came through. Alpha Aaron is nearly here. Where are you? Father's voice booms. Crap, on my way I link back. I run as fast as my legs will carry me, and for the first time I'm thankful for Carson's endurance training. I make it back in record time and am only a little out of breath. I quickly dress and rush inside. I stop as soon as I enter the pack house. He was already here, standing directly inside the door. He looks to me as Father speaks. And here she is. Father finishes whatever he was saying before my arrival. Glad to see you're feeling better. Alpha Aaron says flatly as he looks me up and down. I'm in an oversized t-shirt and shorts. In my rush to run, I forgot where I put my clothes and had to take some from one of the teens who run to school. They all hide theirs close to the pack house. I'm so embarrassed by my appearance, I begin to fiddle with the shirt and realize it's inside out. Even worse, I look Alpha Aaron in the face and realize his jaw is clenched. He looks angry at seeing me. That makes my heart hurt. Sorry I'm late, I went for a run and lost track of time. I say, but Alpha Aaron is still glaring at me. Well, let's get down to business. Father says, gesturing to his office. Now that Lil. No, Alpha Aaron growls. What's wrong, Aaron? Father asks. I can't talk business with her in the room. Alpha Aaron responds with a clenched jaw. What in the... That little, well, maybe not so little. He is taller than me. What's wrong with him? Why is he mad at me? What did I do? Why not? Father asks, totally shocked. As was I. Wait, no, I'm ticked. Am I not good enough for him to talk to? Does he not think I'm strong enough? I hold back a growl. I can't do business with her in the room, Mason. Alpha Aaron says flatly. That is not an answer, Alpha Jerk. I want to call him so much more, but I can't think straight. Maybe I was wrong about him. I assure you she can be trusted. Lilly will be Alpha soon and should be involved. My father says, trying to sway him. Alpha Aaron looks from my father to me and back. Sorry, Mason, I can't. He responds. Lilly, could you? Father starts, but I storm off. Alpha Aaron point of view. I came to my mate's pack, hoping only to see her. Honestly, I have very little information for Mason, but I wanted to see her so badly. I was greeted by Alpha Mason but could not see Lilly. Her scent was her but a few hours old. Where is she? Is all I can think as I peer around the room. Mason is talking, but I'm not really listening until a smell hits my nose. Mate, my wolf sighs. He has been on edge from the time she left. The door opens to reveal my mate. And here she is, Mason announces. I look her up and down. As I breathe in her presence and the joy of seeing her comes to a screeching halt. Glad to see you're feeling better, I say, holding in my anger. Her beautiful scent is tainted by the clothes she wears. Not hers. Not female. Don't like it. As I stare at her, she begins playing with the male shirt hanging on her body. My jaw clenches when I realize that it is inside out. What was she doing? I can't concentrate. I want to grab her up, coating her with my scent as a warning to other males, but restrain myself. Sorry I'm late. I went for a run and lost track of time. She says, I can't concentrate. Why did I think this was a good idea? I am an alpha and need to act like it. Wake up, Aaron. Get control of yourself. Nope, I can't even think with her around. Well, let's get down to business, Mason says, gesturing to his office. Now that I cut him off. No, I growl unintentionally. I guess my wolf can't get over the male stench that coats her. What's wrong? Aaron Mason asks me. I can't talk business with her in the room. I say, I can't think around this girl. Why not? Mason asks in confusion. Well, your daughter is my mate. She's wearing another male's clothes. Oh, and her being around turns me into a blabbering pup. Yeah, that would go over well. What if she doesn't want me? I can't just announce her as my mate. I can't do business with her in the room, Mason. I'm trying to control myself. It's the best answer I have. I assure you she can be trusted. Lilly will be alpha soon and should be involved. Mason says, it's not a matter of trust. This is about me, not her. How could he think this is about her? I look between them. She is getting mad. Oh no. She really hates me. Sorry, Mason, I can't. I tell him, avoiding her glare. Mason begins to ask Lilly to leave, but she storms off before he finishes, and I turn to watch her go. Father's point of view, I lead Aaron into my office. What's gotten into this boy? He never seemed to have anything against females. What's going on? I sit at my desk and watch the boy pace. He is concerned about something. You wanted to talk about Rouges, I ask. Who? Oh yes, the Rouges. Well, we haven't seen much from them. He says, something is up. I know this boy. Aaron doesn't like meeting with anyone, but he asked for this. I assumed he had some information to offer, but he seems to have nothing to say. Why are you here, Aaron? I ask. Like you said, Rouges. Any updates? He responds. Boy. You know, I've told you all I will, and have no new information from last we spoke 24 hours ago. Don't lie to me. He shifts uncomfortably, looking at the door. Ah, Lilly, I say, and he turns to look at me. At first I thought maybe he was just checking up on her until he spoke. How did you know? He says. More than I thought. I know the answer now, but want to hear it from his lips. Know what I ask? That she and I. That she's my mate. The last word comes out in a whisper. This is my baby's mate. I don't know what to think of that. Say something, Mason Aaron yells, trying to gauge my reaction to the news. Well, if you don't have anything to talk to me about, I guess we're done, I say. He looks defeated. I don't know what he expected, but that wasn't it. He turns to leave. You could stay for dinner, though, I say with a smile. He stops in his tracks and turns to look at me. It's still a few hours away. Stay a while, I say. Aaron smiles as he opens the door. He looks around. Seeing no one, he looks back at me. No escort, Mason. Just gonna let me roam around your pack? Aaron asks. It is customary to have a guard on a visiting alpha, but I know something he doesn't. I'm sure outside that door my little girl is waiting to pounce. No need, I tell him with a smile. He shrugs, turns, and walks out, closing the door. As soon as he's gone, I laugh. Good luck, Aaron. That jerk, I am every bit the alpha he is, and he blows me off like I'm a child. Well, technically you're not an alpha yet, my wolf reminds me. I don't care. I'm mad at him. I wait outside Father's office. He won't get away with this. He needs to know that I won't put up with him excluding me. Why am I so mad? Oh, yeah, Alpha Blowhole. The door cracks open, and his scent overwhelms me. I duck behind Dorothy's desk, hiding from him. Why am I hiding? Confrontation time. Alpha Aaron comes out of the office. He passes my hiding spot, spinning around, sniffing the air. I need to get a move on before he finds me hiding. You idiot, I yell, charging toward him, getting right up in his face. Alpha Aaron's point of view, I could smell her but couldn't see her. That is until she screams at me, charging like an angry bull. Who, I believe, is all that came from my mouth. She is still wearing the male's clothing. I have every right to know about my pack. You misogynistic jerk. She is flailing about. When she swings her arms at me and I flinch. No one has come at me with this kind of anger since my father. I guess I still have that involuntary response. She continues to yell at me. None of it registers to me. I am between two thoughts. I am angry. Beyond angry. She was off with another male, and now she is yelling at me. I want to explode, but I'm afraid of what I'll do. I don't want to hurt her. I'm not my father. Then on the other hand, her coming at me with such aggression hurts. I feel like a pup waiting for a beating. Her every move makes me flinch. She won't hurt me. I know this. I'm an adult. I can defend myself. No. I can't. If I do, I'll hurt her and I can't be like him. I won't. It's so confusing. I don't know what to do. Hands in fists at my sides, I stand there silent. Answer me. Her command pulls me out of my thoughts. I look at her just now, realizing I was focused on the floor. Why? She asks. Lily's point of view. I yell at him with no response. His lack of reaction makes me even more mad. I roar insults at him and... nothing. Why didn't he want me in the meeting? Why won't he talk to me? Why on earth is he staring at his shoes? Answer me, I yell. He finally makes eye contact. Why? He opens and closes his mouth with no words coming out. Just then, Carson pulls me away from Alpha Aaron. Hey. Hey. Carson says Alpha linked me to come down here, but man, he looks to me. Your father needs to talk to you. I look at him angrily. We'll be in the rec room when you're done, Carson says, shooing me away. Come on, Aaron. Let's talk. I turn away from them and storm into my father's office, slamming the door. Hello. Little wolf, he says with a smile. I flop into a chair. What do you want? I blurt out, seething. Father's look makes me sit up straight. Sorry, Father, I say, and his expression softens. So, your mate, he says. How did... What? You know, I stammer. He laughs. Kinda obvious by your response to him. I mean, you aren't exactly quiet, he says, and I blush. Plus, Aaron told me. My jaw drops. He said it, he feels it, he admitted he's my mate. Then why didn't he want me around, I ask my father. Did you ask him? He responds. On that, I jump out of my chair, steaming again. Of course I did, I yell. He just stood there. He said nothing. He wouldn't even look at me. Sit down, Father orders. I am leaning over his desk, inches from his face. How did I get to this point? I sit down and take a breath. Now, he continues. Did you ask? Or yell? I hadn't thought of it that way. I feel kinda bad now. Did I even give him a chance to respond? Yell. All I did was yell. I whisper. I figured. Father says, you are a lot like me. You look like your mother, but you definitely got my personality. And temper. You don't explode like I do, I say. Father laughs. I believe Dalton would disagree, but you're right, I don't go off easily. I've taught myself to control it more over the years. I think about this. I can't imagine Father being as quick-tempered as me. Every relationship requires work, Lily. Father says, I fought with your mother at first. She would shut down. She didn't know what to do with me. I had to figure out how to fight fair so she could talk without me going berserk. He's not Mom. He's a grown man. An alpha. Who should be able to step up and answer me. I say, little pup, listen to me. I growl at the pup comment, but father ignores it and continues. You don't know anything about him. History shapes how a person responds, not rank or gender. How do I talk to him, I ask. One little thing helps a lot, he says with a laugh. What? Put your hands on your pockets, he answers. How will that help? I jump out of my seat, arms flying up with me. I am so tired of this. Try it, father says calmly. I scowl at him and he just nods. I put my hands in my pockets. This is stupid. You are right, I guess you'll never talk to your mate, father says. He did not. I thought he was trying to help. Hey. As I begin to yell at my father, my arms try to fly up again but are caught in fabric. It stops me. I realize how stupid I must look, raging around like an angry penguin. It makes it hard to be mad. Hard to yell. Thank you, father, I say. Go. He responds. Talk to him. You can do it, little wolf, father says, and I get up to leave. Here goes nothing. Alpha Aaron's point of view, I follow the beta to a comfortable room with a sofa, pool table, foosball, a TV, and games. I'd guess a lot of kids hang out here. Have a seat, he says. Want a soda? I ignore him. He is being nice, but he took me away from my mate. My angry, screaming mate. But hey, I did say I can't think straight. The beta sits across from me. Lily's got a temper. I growl at him. I'm already protective of her. He looks at me kindly. I don't know why, but I feel like I can trust him. She hates me, I say. No, he responds. She just needs you to explain yourself. Easier said than done. I debate what I'm about to say. I hope I'm right about him. I don't know how to respond to someone when they are like that. The beta looks at me like he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Listen, Aaron. That's the second time he's done that. Only other alphas don't refer to me by title. He speaks to me as if he knows me and it's ticking me off. Relationships take work. Lilly won't hurt you and you won't hurt her. You're not your father. And neither is she. Who is he to talk about my father? What does he know? I'm mad, but I really can't be because he is trying to help. How do I know I won't hit her, I ask. It's all or nothing now. This beta knows more about me than anyone. Well, except maybe Mason. Do this, he says, smiling. Lilly will be down soon. Sit on your hands. Why, I ask, but before he can answer, Lilly appears in the doorway. Trust me, he says as he slips out behind my mate. I slide my hands under me as she enters and takes a seat on the other end of the sofa. Hey, she says softly. She looks so sweet. Hey, I respond. Lily's point of view, I didn't know what to expect, but now I'm sitting here a few feet from him, looking him in the eye, and... Nothing. We've been staring at each other without speaking a few minutes now. I just don't know how to start. Alpha Aaron. I say I'm sorry for yelling at you. His eyebrows shoot up in shock. You don't have to. He starts. I do, actually. I let my anger get away from me. I'm sorry. I wanted you to explain your actions. And I still do. I know I didn't give you a chance to talk, though. I'm sorry, I say. Lilly. He says my name and my heart jumps. I'm sorry for treating you harshly. I didn't say why I didn't want you in the meeting and growled my responses. I may not have yelled, but my anger was not controlled either. What does he have to be mad about? I just walked in. I didn't do anything. I can feel myself about to explode. Just before I go off, I feel the tugging of the pockets, and I rethink my response. Why were you mad at me? I ask through nearly clenched teeth. Alpha Aaron looks me up and down and starts growling. You're still wearing it. Alpha Aaron, what on earth are you talking about? I ask. You came to a meeting you knew that I'd be at dressed in another male's clothes. You reek of him. You're supposed to be my mate, and you parade around smelling of another man. My jaw drops. He called us mate. I'm as giddy as my wolf on this one. I can't help but smile. Probably not the best move, though, because Alpha Aaron just gets more angry. You don't even deny it, he yells. You were with someone else. He keeps looking at the clothes I'm wearing. We won't get anywhere like this. I roll my eyes. Give me your jacket, I say. What he seems less mad. more confused. Just do it, he does, and just looks at me. I'll be right back. I run to my room as quickly as I can. Alpha Erin's point of view, I accuse her of being unfaithful and she just runs off. What the crap? I kept my hands safely tucked away, and you know it helped. I can't take a swing when I'm restrained. I don't think I would anyway. I was mad, but I never even considered hurting her. Maybe. Just maybe. I'm not as bad as him. Better now, Lilly asks as she re-enters the room. I look up to see her in her own jeans and my jacket. It is unzipped just enough to tell me it's all she has on. I like the idea of my scent being on her skin. You still haven't answered for your actions before I got here, I say. I can see her anger rise. She shoves her hands in her pockets and plops onto the sofa next to me, staring me down. I did explain it to you when I first walked into the pack house. I went for a run, she says, leaning into me. She looks silly. All the anger without the crazy arm motions. I would laugh if I wasn't still mad myself. So still naked with another male. Not really helping here. Lilly, I say. All right, Mr. Alpha. You caught me. The guy's clothes I was in as a high school freshman. I guess I just like robbing the cradle, she says. I glare at her, no words will come. Oh, come off it, Alpha Erin. I was in a rush, lost track of my clothes, and grabbed some kids who decided to run to school. If anyone has the right to be mad, it's him, she says. I breathe a sigh of relief. Then I feel awful. I can't believe I doubted her. I'm so sorry. I say. I suck at this. I look down. Suddenly I look back at her as she kicks my shin playfully. So that's why you sent me away, she asks. Not because you look down on me. I could never look down on you. Of course I do because of height differences, but now is not the time for short jokes. But it's not the only reason I couldn't have you in the room. Why, she asks. You are such a distraction. Beautiful, I say with a blush. No way I can think straight around you. She leans on the back of the sofa, staring at me. You realize this could have all been avoided if you would have called me your mate and asked about the clothes in the beginning. She says, or if you would have been on time in your own clothes. I respond, I want to be your mate. I say, moving close to her. She scoots away and I sit up straight. What, I want that too. She says that and pauses, keeping her distance from me. I just want to do this right. What do you mean, I ask. I was not expecting this. I want to be friends first. Get to know you. Make sure we are truly mates. She says. I think for a moment. It's not exactly a no. I will get to spend time with her. She wants me, which I never thought would happen. She is an alpha. Wait, that's it. I get it. You have to make sure to find the right mate. One who won't hurt you, abuse you. Take your alpha. I need to prove myself. I'm okay with that. But how long is this friends only thing going to last, I ask, because I'm not sure how long I can take it. 3 months, she says, and I groan in protest. 3 weeks, I counter with a smile. 2 months. ERFNGE, I say. Final offer. She rolls her eyes and laughs. Fine, 6 weeks. I smile at her as she stands up. She pulls her hands from her pockets and holds one out to me. Hello. I'm Lilly Blackthorne, she says. I laugh as I stand. The red mark in her hand from being in her pocket tells me we got similar advice. I take her hand in mine. Alpha Erin Rouges, I say, still finding this absurdly funny. But please, call me Erin. Nice to meet you. Erin, she says, and I can't help but laugh. I shake my head. You too. Lilly. The tingling sensation shooting up my arm and the overly long handshake tell me that this is going to be a long 6 weeks. Ahem. Someone clearing their throat makes her drop my hand. In the doorway stands the beta. Come on, you two, dinner is ready. We follow the beta up to the dining room. The place is packed. They already seem to know who I am, judging by the whispers. Lilly leads me to the head of the table where Alpha Mason sits. It's not usually this formal, she says in my ear as she takes the seat to the right of her father. The seat next to her is open, so I take it. Wolves are everywhere. This room is packed. The adjoining room is packed. I swear it must be 200 wolves. I grab my fork to eat, but Lily puts her hand over mine with a look telling me to wait. Thank you, God, for food and friends, Mason announces. I realize no one has started eating. Mason picks up his fork and cuts his pork chop. He holds up the piece of meat. Dig in, he says and puts it in his mouth. I look at Lily. Respect God. Respect Alpha. Respect Pack. It's the order of things, she says quietly as she releases my hand and begins to eat. I haven't heard someone talk to God since my mother died. Something about it. I like it. It just seems right. We finished our meals, and Lily walked me to the door. I look forward to seeing you, Aaron, she says. Me too, I respond. She wraps her arms around my waist, pulling me into an unexpected hug to say goodbye. Once again, I like it. It just seems right. Lily's point of view after Aaron left, I couldn't wait to see him again, but Father kept me busy. Apparently, as Alpha, Father visits each sector once a month. He said with my training he hasn't had a chance to travel around the territory, so we've been making up for lost time. Thursday, we visited the northern sector. Bryce is really nice. He leads a group of about 60 wolves. They patrol the border and keep us informed. I spent most of the day with his 7-year-old son. The boy kept shifting into his wolf and back again over and over. He was so cute, showing off his silky coat. Just a little puppy. He was attached to me the entire time. We stayed overnight with them, then headed east. We spent a few days with each sector commander, and I got to know more of the pack. It amazes me how Father knows each wolf by name. He knows their families. He even knows the pups. It's crazy. Friday morning we arrived in the western sector. How do you do that, I ask Father, as he greets a young mother wrestling her 3 pups all under the age of 5. As she's walking away, Father smiles at me. I'm just that good, he smirks. Come on, there has to be some trick. I give him a look and he laughs at me. Or Hatham here, he says, elbowing the sector commander. Links me the info so I can speak to each pack member. Letting them know how much I care. That's kinda cheating, I say. Father shrugs. But I do care. I just can't remember all nearly 600 wolves I look after. I do remember most of them, but nobody's perfect. Yeah. Your dad's the best alpha ever, Hatham says in a somewhat mocking tone, wrapping his arm around my father. Get off me, you twit, Father says, pushing him. I am trying so hard not to laugh. Hatham is the same age as my father. They grew up together, so when they get together now, they look like 2 teens messing around. Come on, boss man. Becky's got lunch ready back at our place, Hatham says. We go with him and then meet with some of the nearly 100 wolves under his command. Most of the wolves in this sector are pups. Lots of families plus many orphaned pups. Mama had a soft spot for abandoned ones. She set up a team that looks for abandoned rogue pups and takes them in. Many rogues leave their pups because they can't care for them or die leaving them alone. It's heartbreaking, so Mama wanted to help. We put them here because the western border meets up with the midnight moon border, offering more protection for the pups. With that being said, I'm sure it's no surprise I spent my time playing with the pups. I love pups. Father always comments on how good I am with them. I can't help it, they just love me, and how can I refuse their little faces? Lily, a little girl, comes up to me, pulling on my pant leg. Yes, I answer, crouching down to meet her eye to eye. She shuffles nervously, looking back at her friends. We want to play hide and seek. Will you play with us? She looks at the ground shyly. I close my eyes. E-R. Sen. 4, I hear little feet scatter as I count. U. Leo. 7, I spend all of Friday with the pups. Wake up, sleepyhead. Hatham calls up to me. I jump out of bed and join my father. Hatham, his mate Becky, and their teenage daughter Bella for breakfast. I figure we'll head out today, Father is saying as I approach the table. You guys are the last stop on our little tour. And it's about time, old friend, Hatham says. Haven't seen you in months. Thought you'd forgotten about us. I told you. I had to take time to train Lily. We should be back on schedule now, Father says. Hatham rolls his eyes. Excuses. Excuses, Hatham says. We eat and joke, having a pleasant morning. Well, Hatham, Father says as he gets up. We'll see you next month. You better, he replies. We walk out the door and into the woods. I am about to shift when Father stops me. So, he says, grabbing my arm to get my attention. We are about an hour and a half run from the pack house that way. He gestures over his shoulder. Or about 2 hours from the Midnight Moon pack house that way. My eyes light up at his suggestion. It's been over a week that we've been traveling around the pack. I mean, I was plenty distracted, but I still miss Aaron. I hug my father and look toward the Midnight Moon pack. Be back before sundown. We keep having random rogue attacks. Still don't know what they want or when they will attack, so I want you home safe. Father says, and I nod furiously. I'll see you later, Father, I yell and turn away from him, heading into the woods to shift. Be careful, little wolf. Father calls to me as I disappear. I quickly undress and shift. I really don't want a repeat of last time. I think and scoop up my clothes into my mouth. Good call now, run, my wolf screams in my head. Mate is waiting, Alpha Aaron's point of view, what I yell when I hear the knock on my door. Temper. Temper, Alpha Clay says as he enters my office. What do you want, Beta, I ask. Still haven't talked to her, I see. He responds. I growl at him. Clay's right, it's been 10 days. 10 days since I talked to her. I called the pack house many times, but the woman who answers always says the same thing. Alpha and Lilly are not here at the moment. May I take a message? No information, and I'm going nuts. I mean, I can't blame them. I wouldn't want my pack to go around broadcasting my whereabouts. I still can't get over it. Where is she? No, I say to him. You know, paperwork is a good distraction. Clay says, gesturing to the mess of papers coating my desk. Well, at least I think there is still a desk under all of this. I'll get it done, Clayton. I say, still grumpy. Sure you will, he says sarcastically. It's not a big deal. You know I got you. Even if you are being alpha moody right now. Get out, I yell at him. He laughs as he nearly skips out of my office. I need to see her soon. I pick up the phone and dial. Hello, I say. As soon as she hears my voice, I get the same response. I'm sorry, Alpha Aaron. Alpha and Lilly are not here at the moment. May I take a message? Click. I hang up the phone. Where are you, Lily's point of view? I take off running. I can't wait to see him. It's been too long. Let's go then, my wolf yells, and I pick up the pace. I tear through the woods as fast as my legs will carry me. I know Father said 2 hours, but with how fast I'm going, it takes me just a little over one. I shift and get dressed in the woods near the Midnight Moon's pack house. As I make my way up to the house, I see the boy that we saved. Hey, I call to him and he comes over to me. Hey, you're the lady from Red River's pack, he says with a smile. I'm Braden, by the way. You didn't get in trouble with your alpha because of me, did you? I remember how Father called me out of the room as soon as he woke up. He must have thought he caused me problems. Nah, little man. The alpha is actually my dad. He just wanted to let me know he was staying with Alpha Aaron and your pack for the night. I tell him. It seems so long ago now. Speaking of, where is your alpha? Alpha Mason's your DAD. He shudders at the thought. Scary. I can't help but laugh. My dad's not scary. Well, most of the time. Follow me, Braden leads me into the pack house. You're pretty, he says, stopping inside the door. Do you like younger men? My jaw drops. The little player. I try not to laugh. I don't need to respond, though, because a voice washes over us, and we both turn to find its origin. She's spoken for. Pup. Aaron says, coming onto view. Ari Braden yells and tackles Aaron in a hug. The boy barely moves him. Aaron wraps his arms around Braden as his eyes lock onto mine. I found her outside. She was looking for you. Did you know Alpha Mason is her dad? Oh my gosh, he's so scary. I couldn't imagine living with him. I think I'd pass out whenever I saw him. Like the middle of breakfast, plop head in my cereal bowl, he. Braden cuts off his breathless rant when Aaron looks down at him. Sorry. I got excited. His eyes drop to his shoes under the weight of Aaron's gaze. It's fine, buddy. Aaron says, and the boy perks up. You found her. Well. She found me, but I brought her in. We were going to your office, Alpha Aaron's point of view. I could smell her as soon as she came up to the house. Mate. My wolf yelled at the first whiff of her kiwi scent. I left my office to meet them. Braden was making a move on Lilly. That boy thinks he's got chance. She's spoken for pup. I tell him and he runs to me. I can't take my eyes off her. Braden was rambling, but I was hardly paying attention to him. I watched Lilly while the boy went on and on under my arm, not even stopping for a breath. Eventually, I cut him off with a look. Sorry. He says I got excited. Braden looks away, avoiding my eyes. I wish it were just Lilly and I, but I can't ignore my boy. It's fine, buddy. I tell him. I try to think of what he was telling me. You found her, I ask, trying to make it look like I was actually listening to him. Well, she found me, but I brought her in. We were going to your office, he says happily. You have a son, Lilly asks, breaking me from my conversation with Braden. Crap, I never thought to mention him before. I'm saved by the little wolf's voice. Nah. Ari's not my dad, he just took me in when I was little. He says. I can see the relief in my mate's face at the news. I am so glad, he answered. I wouldn't mind making some pups now, my wolf says, making me blush. Shut up, I yell at him. Yeah. I picked Braden up about 9 years ago. He'll be an alpha one day. That is, if I don't kill him first, I say jokingly as I rub my knuckles through his hair. Stop it, Ari, he yells and squirms away from me. I laugh. So Ari, Lilly says, grinning at me. Oh my. Not her too. What are you up to? He's supposed to be catching up on his paperwork, I hear the unwelcome voice of my beta say. But I can put it off since you're here. I say to Lilly, eyeing Clay. No need. Lilly says, and my heart deflates. She can't leave already, she just got here, I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff. I can help. My jaw drops. She wants to help me. With paperwork, I personally hate the stuff. Honestly, it never gets done. It piles up and eventually gets thrown out. Don't get me wrong, I keep tabs on everything, but I do it through phone calls and mind links. I just can't keep the paperwork straight, and it's infuriating. Lilly. I start not wanting her to see the mess that is my office. You don't have to, I can. It's no problem, Aaron. I breeze through it at my pack. Hey, Bray. You want to help, she says. Anything for you, Braden says, giving Lilly a hug. Sounds great, you guys can get to work. I'll have the kitchen send over some food. Clay says, pushing me toward my office. I guess I have no choice. Here we go, Lily's point of view. I offered to help, but I didn't realize just how bad it was. Inside, the office stacks of papers were everywhere. I'm not joking. He might have a desk, but I couldn't tell with the papers piled on and around it. Wow, I say as we come in. I see Aaron look away embarrassed. It's always like this. Ari hates paperwork. Braden says, shut it. Aaron scolds him and I laugh. It's all good, I say, trying to make Aaron feel better. We'll get this sorted out. Think about it this way. We get to spend time together. Aaron smiles at that. Well, you said you were good at this. Where do you want to start, he asks me. I think, but then I smell BBQ lunch. I say, we start with lunch. We eat together in the office. Braden and I sit on the couch and Aaron in his chair. Well, let's get started. I say, wiping my hands on a napkin and standing up. Do you have a map of your territory, I ask. Aaron looks confused but pulls out a large map of the territory split up into sectors just like mine. Why do you need this, Aaron asks me. It helps you visualize what you're doing. We can sort the papers based on where they come from. Seeing the map helps me. I say, but he looks unconvinced. Okay. So who's in charge in the northern sector, I ask, trying to get him to see how this can help. Riley. He says, so. I direct my attention to Braden. Anything from Riley we need to put here. We go through all the sectors and Braden starts sifting through the papers. I expected him to give up, saying he was bored, but he didn't. In fact, he seems to be having fun. Once we have our organization plan in place, all three of us start in on the papers with Aaron reading them and Braden and I sorting. So I begin to ask after about an hour of work. Who taught you how to do this? Because no offense, but this is a mess. No one really. Aaron shrugs. My father died when I was 17, and he wasn't going to show me any of this until I proved myself. I didn't know that. Father had vaguely mentioned Aaron had it rough, but he had no training and became the leading alpha in North America. Talk about pressure. How did that work, if you weren't 20 yet? I ask. Well, I graduated early and took over as alpha. He said I still don't get how that works, he was too young. I didn't actually get the title until I turned 18. My father's beta helped me figure out what I was meant to do. The elders made me the probationary alpha until I proved I was a true alpha. I'm sorry, that must have been hard, I say. He shrugs it off. More like awkward. For those 2 years, everyone was watching. Judging. Trying to figure out if I was worthy of being alpha. Aaron says I was about to say something, but he continued. Our pack was attacked a few times. Upstart alphas who wanted more territory thought I was weak. We won, and people started to respect me as alpha. Once I turned 20, no one had any doubts about who I was. Wow, I say, amazed. You must be a strong alpha to lead so well so young. I had a lot of help, but yeah, I guess so. A lot of alphas are afraid of me. I kinda like it that way. They leave me alone. But my pack knows better. We are a family. I love hearing him talk like that, so modest. He is kinda a kid at heart. It's cute. Alpha Aaron POV. She kept asking questions. For once, I don't mind. I don't usually talk about myself, but she wants to know me and I like it. So what about you, I ask. What do you mean? She responds. You've been grilling me on my becoming alpha. When is your dad stepping down for you, I ask. I don't know, really. We haven't set a date or anything. Since the banquet, I've just been shadowing him. She answers. Well, it will have to be soon. I tell her. Why, she really has no idea. Well, because you met me, of course. And what's that have to do with the price of tea in China? She asks. She is so adorable. Well, you have to become alpha before we become mates. I try to explain, running my hand across the back of my neck. Why do I feel so awkward? Why hasn't Mason explained how the alpha works to her? Why I've never heard about this, she says. I can see her getting mad. Lilly stops sorting papers and looks at me dead on. Let me explain it like this, I say. Lilly leans back on the couch, calming a little. Brayden is trying to keep working but keeps glancing between us. Okay. So, it's kinda like Brayden here. I see Lily's eyebrows raise at that. I haven't brought him into my pack even though he's been here 9 years. So you can't mind link anyone, Lilly asks Brayden. Nope, he grins. It bugged me when I was little till Ari explained it to me. You see, I continue. If I brought him in, it would effectively nullify his alpha status. If we wait until he turns 20, we see if he inherited his father's alpha. When he shows himself an alpha, he will take over his father's pack. So... Lilly starts and pauses if we were to a hymn. She starts to blush. Oh my, I can't handle how cute she is. If we were to become... mates, she whispers the last word. I wouldn't be able to be alpha. Nope, it would revert to me. I'd gain your title and power. I tell her. She looks worried by the news. I don't want that, though. You will be a great alpha. You deserve it. I mean, Father did say someone could try to forcibly mate me taking my alpha, but I didn't realize my true mate could do the same. Lilly says, thinking it over. She called me her true mate. Keep your cool, Aaron. She needs you right now. You don't have to worry, though, because we're taking it slow. I don't mark you, you don't mark me, and... nothing else happens. All is good. We have time. I try to reassure her. I guess. She says I just hate not knowing things. How about this, I offer? You ask me a question. I ask you one. We can learn about each other and our packs. Have some fun while we fight the paper beast. Okay. But let's do it this way. Whatever you ask, you also have to answer. It keeps us from things getting too embarrassing. Lilly counters. Works for me, I say. Poor Brayden just keeps looking at the papers. This has to be awkward for him, but you know what? Who cares? I get to know my mate. Past relationships, Lilly asks. A couple, I respond. You. As if my father would allow it. She laughs. My turn, clean freak. I'd say I like things tidy, but I'm not compulsive about it. Lilly answers and nods at me. Well, I could be better. I say, looking around my disheveled office. Do you roll the toothpaste or squeeze from the center? She continues. Where does she get these things? I just squeeze it. She crinkles her nose at my response. What just? We will each have our own toothpaste, she says, and I roll my eyes. Fine. Toilet paper over or under, I ask. I don't really think it matters, you use it just the same, she says, and I'm the only one allowed to change the toilet paper. I tell her and she laughs. Lily's point of view. We play our game as we work. It's nice just talking. Brayden jumps in a few times but mostly keeps quiet. The pup is a machine, though he goes through the papers faster than I do. After a while, Brayden collapses on my lap as I sit on the couch. Having him fall asleep ended our conversation and we began to work silently. Before long, I look over to see Aaron asleep on his finally clean desk. I should get going. But I'm almost done with this stack. That was my last thought, and not my best idea. I fell asleep. What have we here? An all too familiar voice wakes me up. I yawn. Hey, Delta David. What are you doing here, I ask. Delta David is standing in the doorway with Aaron's Beta. Well, let's see, Lil Alpha. I believe your father said to be back before dark. David says. I look out the window. Oh crap, how mad is he? I ask David. More worried, but we need to go. He says. I walk over to Aaron's desk. See you soon, I ask. Most definitely, he responds with a smirk. Hey. Ari Brayden yells and we both look at him. I got to sleep with her before you even kiss her. I feel my face go red. That pup Aaron chucks a stress ball at Brayden as he is running out. Brayden catches it and tosses it on the couch. See you soon, Lily, he says, and jets out the door. I'm so sorry about him, Aaron says. I turn to him and smile. Don't be too hard on him, he's just a pup and he thinks he's funny. I tell him. Aaron's look says he did not find it funny at all. Better run, Brayden, you sure beat this guy into shape. The Beta says. Clay, I think was his name. I've never seen this office look so good. Aaron is running his hand through his hair. He's obviously still embarrassed about the state his office was in. My pleasure. Now you just need to keep it this way. I tell Aaron and he smiles. I could get lost in those dimples. Come on, Lil Alpha, we gots to get going, ya can flirt more later, Delta David says. I shoot him an evil look. Bye, Aaron, I say, as we walk out the door. Delta David gets in the front seat while I get in the back, and one of the warriors drives us away, informing Father that we are on our way with the CB radio attached to the dash. I watch the midnight moon pack house disappear, thinking about Aaron. The trees flash past as we drive home in silence. Lost in my thoughts, I don't even see the shadows running through the trees outside. Alpha Aaron point of view. Hey Clay, I say, looking at one of the last letters from the southern sector. Why didn't you tell me Billy and Abigail had a pup? I would have sent them something, you did. Brayden says as he comes back into my office eating a push pop. Beta Clay sent me to give them a soft blue baby blanket. I glare at him, not quite over what he said about Lily. He tosses me a push pop and I can't help but smile. They are my favorite and he knows it. Brayden grins at me and I wave him in accepting the apology. He jumps into the chair opposite me. It's kinda my job. Brayden says I play errand boy for Beta since you won't let me patrol. I got you, Aaron. I've always watched out for you. Clay says. Clayton, I say, not really wanting him to answer this question. Am I a bad alpha? No, Aaron. You just do things differently, he says. I sigh. Different means wrong. I put my head in my hands. And you've been covering for me all these years, I ask. Clay shifts uncomfortably. Look. You're a great alpha. You love your pack and get to know each member personally. You may not get all the information you would through the reports, but I make sure you know the big stuff. Plus, everyone loves you, after your father. You are exactly the alpha this pack needs, Clay says. It helps hearing him describe my reign as alpha, but I need to be better. I can't put my job off on him. Thanks, Clay. For everything. I want to do more. I will do better. I tell him. No matter what, I'm here for you, man. Clay says. Suddenly the phone rings. Alpha Aaron's point of view. Aaron Mason's panicked voice comes through the phone. What's wrong, Mason, I ask, his tone making me nervous. Lilly, he says. Panic. That's all I feel. She just left. She can't be far. I drop the phone and take off down the road. I feel my clothes shred as my wolf takes over. Why did they have to take a car? I can't track her if I can't smell her. As I run down the road, Clay Mind links me. They crashed 5 minutes after leaving us. It was the Rouges. Filthy Rouges. They better not have hurt her. Finally, I can smell her. I see the car. It is on its roof, facing the wrong way on the road. The headlights blind me as I approach. Lilly's point of view. As we drive down the road toward out territory, I am lost within my own mind. All I can think of is Aaron and what he told me. Will I remain an alpha? I know that thus far no female alpha has kept that power. I don't know if I am strong enough. What if I fail? What's eatin' ya? Lil alpha missin' yer boy already, David jokes. If he only knew the doubts that plague me. But Aaron. The thought of him makes me blush, earning a laugh from the front seat. I'm sure he ain't stayin' away long, Lil. Alpha. As David's last word came out, it turns to a scream. A loud crunch fills the air as our car jerks. With no time to recover, another crunch and a bang of a blown tire ring out. Have you ever driven upside down? People say things happen in slow motion when you crash, but they don't. I remember the feeling of weightlessness as my body lifted itself from the seat and the pull of the seatbelt holding me in place. Most of the crash was truly a blur. When I remember it, it is more slow motion, but in the moment I couldn't even hear my own screams. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes, my hands were dangling above me. A sharp intake of breath sends pain through my body. The pain is quickly forgotten as I look around, taking in my surroundings. The front seat is empty. Where is David and the warrior both gone? Glass coats the car like a blanket of snow. Everything shines around me and... Wait a minute. I'm upside down. I hear footsteps near me and stop moving. Alpha's gonna kill you, he said. The girl was to be unharmed, a man says near the car. She's got alpha blood in her, she'll be good as new by daytime we get her to. I am, the other man replies. Alpha one whiff of these wolves and I know they are rogue, so who could they answer to? Questions for a later time. I need to get out of here. I claw at the seatbelt, forgetting something very important. What comes up must come down. Crash. My body hits the roof and I can feel the glass embed itself into my shoulder. Ow, eager to get going, I see, miss. I look out the window to see a rogue grinning at me, hissing out the word, miss. His breath only adds to the malodorous stench that taints him as a rogue. I want to gag as his face is so close to mine. He reaches in to grab me. As I avoid his grasp, pitch black fur sweeps across the window. I dive to the front seat, grabbing the radio that is directly connected to the pack house. Car crash, rogue attack, I quickly yell. I scramble out of the car and jump up to see Delta David's wolf tearing out the throat of one of the rogues. I can see more coming out of the woods. In a matter of seconds, I am clothed in fur and claws snarling at the approaching wolves. I hear a response on the radio. Lilly, where are you, Eshi? My father's last word was cut off. I turn to see a large rogue wolf holding the crumpled box in his jaw. He throws it and turns on me. I lunge first, trying to catch him off guard. The wolf dodges and tries to pin me. I notice he is refusing to go for the kill. His mistake. I lunge again, shifting my attack at the last moment. I slide under him with my claws up, digging frantically at his underbelly. I slide out the other side, springing back to my feet. I see the disemboweled wolf collapse and turn to face the rest. I see Delta David fighting many rogue wolves. They begin piling on him, slashing teeth and claws into his dark pelt. We are so outnumbered. I play bowling for wolves, throwing myself into the pile, freeing David. I can see his chest slowly rise and fall. He's still alive. I look to the wolves now surrounding me and back to David. Crap unconsciousness has caused him to shift back, and I can see the blood pouring from his chest. I take up a defensive position near David, waiting for the attack, when a roaring growl makes me flinch and begin to bow before I can think about what I'm doing. Alpha Aaron's point of view. As I run up to the crash, I maneuver so that the headlights no longer impede my vision. Once I can see clearly, I am stunned by the sight. One wolf. One beautiful brown wolf with a black tail is facing of against at least 8 Rouges. With all the power I have, I growl an order. In wolf form, an alpha command growl is more a demand for submission than a specific order. Every wolf stops under the weight of my growl, then a few run. The rest turn to me. I charge at the wolves. In a matter of seconds, many of my warriors catch up to us and join in the fight. I run to Lilly. I look over the wolf in front of me carefully. She does not seem harmed, but is covered in blood. She nods at me as if to tell me that she is fine, but as soon as she does, her eyes go wide and she begins to stumble. As she hits the ground, she shifts, and I see a dart sticking out of her skin. All the rogues are dead. Wade, my gamma, informs me as he runs up, tossing me clothes. I shift and throw on the shorts, placing my oversized shirt on Lilly. Mason, I hear a scream and look over at the Delta covered in blood. I need to see my Alpha. You need a doctor. Clay says as he bends down to try and stop the bleeding from the wounded wolf. My pack, he coughs. Take me to my pack, Lily's point of view. I pull my head up instantly, shaking off the powerful weight of that growl. I see the rogues stop dead, unsure what to do. Then some scatter the rest, turn their attention to the source of the sound. I follow their gaze and see him. Finally. I knew that wolf would be hot. My wolf screams in my mind. I see a towering figure ready to fight. The dark red wolf is twice the size of any rogue. His fur shines in the moonlight. Aaron charges into the fight. He is shortly joined by more wolves attacking the rogues. Aaron turns his attention to me, looking me over. I nod to him, letting him know I'm okay. I feel dizzy, my vision becomes blurry, and I fall forward at Aaron's feet. I break out, trying to keep my eyes open. I can feel the vibrations telling me I am in a vehicle going somewhere. Finally, the fog lifts enough. I can open my eyes. All I can smell is Aaron, and I look down to see his shirt on my body. I can see him in the driver's seat next to me, jaw set, focused on the road. Good thing, I guess, considering as I sit up and look at the trees zipping by, I'd guess we are going between 80 and 90 miles per hour minimum. Ah ha ha ha. A scream from the back seat draws my attention. David the First gasp. Ah ha, another scream is all the response I get as Beta Clay and another man try to hold Delta David still in the back seat. Where are we going, I ask, still finding it difficult to remain conscious. Your pack house. Aaron responds. Yours is closer, I say. Not anymore, we're almost there. He insisted. Aaron says, gesturing to the back seat. As we pull up to the pack house, the doctor and my father greet us. They take Delta David away quickly. I try to get out of the car, but stumble only to be caught in firm arms that shock wherever they touch, giving a tingling sensation across my entire body as I fall into him. Careful now. The drugs are still wearing off, he says as my face rests on his chest. I quickly push off of him and try to get into the pack house to see David. Unfortunately, he was right, and I stumble again. Aaron steadies me with a chuckle and leads me into the house. He sits me on a bench outside Father's office. We got it from here, Aaron, Father says, coming to check on me. Thanks for your help. Son, I'm not leaving, Aaron replies. Father stands up from where he was crouched, looking at me. This is my pack. Boy. I appreciate your help, but I can't watch over you right now. Father responds, barely holding his anger. I won't leave her after this, Aaron yells, eyes flashing as his wolf battles for control. You will do as I say in my territory, Father fumes, letting his anger slip. I jump up, head finally clear. I run to my father and place my hand on his shoulder. I got this. I murmur. Aaron, go home. I tell him. His blue eyes shift to me, full of anger. He begins to protest, but I stop him. I'm fine. You need to take care of your pack as I do mine. Go home, Aaron shifts uncomfortably, looking to his men. Fine, he says and turns to walk out. I'll be back tomorrow, Mason. He says with a growl, I want to know everything you know. See you tomorrow, Aaron. My father replies and turns back to me. Aaron storms out, his men on his heels. Let's get you cleaned up. Little wolf, my father says as he leads me up to my room. Come to the infirmary when you're ready. I need to talk to you. Father turns and walks away, leaving me at my door. I rush inside, grab some clothes, and head to the bathroom. I take off Aaron's shirt and look into the mirror. Blood covers me from head to toe. A gash on my head is nearly healed, and the seatbelt mark across my chest is fading. I jump in the shower and let the hot water wash away the pain that has now creeped into my body. The soreness makes me long for the adrenaline rush that kept me going this far. After a long shower and some mouthwash, I make my way to the infirmary. "Father," I say as I enter and see David wrapped in bandages unconscious on a bed. "Come here, Lilly," Father says, and I take a seat next to him at David's side. "How is he?" I ask. "Doc had to knock him out. Too much pain." He wanted to tell me something but couldn't get it out through his screams. Father informs me. I cringe at the thought of the pain David is in. "What can you tell me about the attack?" Father asks. "Well," I say, trying to remember. "Something hit us and we rolled. When I woke up David and the warrior." "Wait, what happened to Ray?" Father shakes his head. I gulp. Father puts his hand on mine. "Continue," he says. "They were gone. No longer in the car." I say, my mind fuzzy about the last few hours. I was upside down and... Rouges. They were talking to each other. "What were they saying, little wolf?" Father prompts me to continue. "They said they were after her," David chokes out. "David, how are you feeling?" I ask. "Just peachy, lil alpha," he says, wincing as he tries to move. "What else did they say?" Father asks, putting us back on topic. "They said something about their alpha being mad if they hurt me." "But they were most definitely rogue," I say. "They sure were." "Delta," David says, tapping his nose. "Dono's nose, not possible," Father says. "There can't be a rogue alpha. Not a true alpha, at least. All I know is what they said. The one seemed afraid of this alpha." I say, "We'll need to look into this." "Get better, David. Take your time. I'm gonna call Erickson back to take over the warriors." "Whatever you say, Alpha," David says and sinks back into bed. "Go to bed, Lilly. You need to heal." Father says, feeling the pain that covers my body. I can't argue. I just nod in agreement and walk to the door. "Night, Delta." "Feel better," I say as I exit. I see David give me a thumbs up and turn to leave. I return to my room and collapse onto my bed. "Sleep, take me now," I say as I fall onto the plush surface. The contact makes me flinch, so I pull out the muscle relaxers Doc gave me and take one. I love these things. "Sleepy time," I say to myself as I nod off to sleep. You know, I was actually in a car crash where I flipped the vehicle. And muscle relaxers are very nice. When I woke up, it was nearly noon. I feel good. I little stoved up but good. Drugs don't usually help me sleep, but muscle relaxers do the trick. I stretch and yawn and stand up. My stomach grumbles. Lunchtime, I yell, running to the bathroom and getting ready. In no time, I'm in the kitchen piling a plate with food. "Slow down, Tiger," I hear a familiar behind me. I set my plate on the counter and turn to meet him. "Ricky," I yell and run into his arms. "Aw, come on, Lil." "Eric or Erickson, I'm not a pup anymore," he says with a laugh as he picks me up, spinning me around the kitchen. "Erickson is Gamma of the pack. At 30, he is the youngest in our leadership. He's kinda like a big brother to me. Eric is in charge of the warriors. Delta David took over so Eric could go on a search for his mate. He sets me down, giving me a once-over. "You're bulking up, Lil Spitfire," he says. "Yeah, Carson and David have been training me." I tell him. "How's David been with my warriors?" he asks. "Great, I've been training with them." I tell him. "Well, Spitfire, I'm gonna have a look myself here in an hour or so. Eat quick and I'll judge for myself how well our dear Delta is doing." He tells me, "Oh great, another grueling training, and I know Eric isn't going to go easy on me. He's gonna push hard to prove David wasn't good enough. David and Eric have butted heads since Eric was a pup. He always got in trouble and David always caught him. It kinda became a rivalry. Once, Eric's father died a few years ago, making him Gamma, thus outranking David. Things got worse. Fun times ahead." I scarf down my food as quickly as I can and head toward the training grounds. I make it to the front door and sprint out. Whoa, where's the fire? The voice fills my ears as tingles rise in my arms. "Aaron, hey," I say, wiggling out of his grasp and continuing on my way. "Hey. We're supposed to talk about last night," Aaron says as I jog away. "Can't training with the Gamma. Talk to Dad. He'll fill you in," I tell him and turn to sprint to the training grounds. Tardiness is not a good start. Spitfire, Eric calls as I approach. The warriors are running laps and Eric is timing them. Sorry, got caught up. And you didn't give me a time anyhow, I tell him. True enough, he says with a laugh. I give him a hug and turn to join the warriors, and who is this? Eric says, and I turn to see Aaron charging up and punching Eric in the nose. Eric falls to the ground but pops up ready to fight. I thought you said no other guys, Aaron shouted. I looked at his balled-up fist and clenched my jaw. He quickly put his hands behind his back. Explain, who does this guy think he is coming in here like that, Eric says, wiping the blood from his nose. Aaron, this is Eric, our Gamma, and basically my big brother. Eric, this is Aaron Alpha of the Midnight Moon Pack, and my mate. Aaron finishes for me. Lil Spitfire's got herself a mate. Who? Eric says with a smirk to me. Wanna join our training? Alpha Aaron. He's supposed to have a meeting with Fath. Love to. Aaron cuts me off. Eric smiles. Warriors on me, Eric yells, and the 8 warriors that were running come up to him with a, yes sir, we have 2 alphas that want to train with us. Who would like to take one of them? Eric asks. They all seem unsure of taking either of us one-on-one. I'll take Aaron, a voice calls behind me as Beta Carson runs up. Carson. Nice to see you. Eric says, shaking Carson's hand. At 37, Carson would be next youngest in leadership of our pack. Eric and Carson get on well. Picking a fight already, Erickson? You just got back, Carson says. Come on, Car. He started it. Besides, we need to see if the lovebirds can fight together. Eric says. Good point. Carson says to Eric. Then to Aaron and I. You two ready? I square up with Eric and Aaron with Carson. Let's see how well you can fight now. Eric says. We fight a bit and I hold my own. He lunges at me and I dodge him. The speed of his attack leaves me a little off balance and he comes in with a kick to the ribs. I stumble backwards. As soon as I catch myself, I hear Aaron grunt in pain and look over to check on him as Carson punches him in the nose. My distraction costs me as I fail to see the fist that impacts my cheekbone. Alpha Aaron's point of view, I fight the beta knowing I can take him. His fighting style reminds me of my father. I dodge him and land a few blows. All was going well until I hear Lilly yelp. I look over and see her recovering from a kick to the ribs. When I look back to my opponent, I receive a fist to the nose. Lilly cries out again and I can't help but look. This is going to be a rough fight. Random warrior point of view. We watch as our beta and gamma fight Lilly and Alpha Aaron. The alphas seem to have the upper hand at first until Gamma Eric lands a blow. The alphas keep checking on one another, leaving themselves open to attack. They keep going for about 20 minutes. The alphas taking more blows than their opponents. Eventually we can see them wear down. You have to be able to fight alongside him. Lilly. Gamma Eric says, if you are going to lead together, you have to be able to focus even when she is in danger. Beta Carson says, they continue to trade blows, but I can tell both Beta and Gamma are ready to go for the kill. You need to be able to fight together, Gamma Eric says. If you can't fight together, Beta Carson adds, both of them take their alpha by the throat and throw them on the ground, pinning them next to each other. You'll die together, both Beta and Gamma say simultaneously. Lilly's point of view, let me up, Eric, I say, swatting his hand away. He gets up and grins at me. Lilly. I hear Aaron is here, will you escort him to my office? Father mind links me. Perfect timing, Dad. I'm covered in blood and dirt, and so is he. Got to love it. We're on our way. I link back. Come on, Aaron, Father wants to see us. I say. Aaron gives Carson an angry look as he stands up. Let's go, he says, taking me by my arm and leading me away. Have fun, you two, Eric calls after us, and I roll my eyes. I pull my arm from Aaron's grip and he stops. That was humiliating, he says, turning to me. I know. I respond. No, you don't, he yells. I am an alpha. The strongest alpha, and I am bested by a beta. It is distracting, fighting alongside you. I say. And I got beat by a gamma if we are talking rank. At least Carson has alpha blood, you have an excuse. And you're not a full alpha yet, that's plenty excuse. He says. Okay, here's the deal, Aaron. I could have won that fight. And you could have won yours. We need to trust each other. I suggest. We have to trust the other can handle themselves and focus on our own fight. He adds. Exactly. Now, let's go. My father is waiting, I say, and we make our way back to the pack house. I knock on father's door and enter. Afternoon, father, I say. It's about time you two got here, he says, not looking up from his paperwork. Hello, Mason, Aaron says. Hello, Aaron, father says as he finally looks up at us. He starts to laugh. Well, don't you two look rough? Yeah. Eric asked us to join in training, I say. Hum. And it didn't go very well by the looks of you. Father laughs. Go to the infirmary and get cleaned up. You're bleeding on my carpet. And Aaron, your nose needs set. I'd hate to see that pretty face of yours damaged. Father says, still laughing, come back after and we'll talk. Yes, father, I say and lead Aaron out. Well, that could have gone better, he says as we head to the infirmary. Probably not, actually. At least he wasn't mad. And your nose is a wreck. I tell him, well, thanks a lot. Lilly, he says, laughing. What do you say we get a rematch after we talk to father, I suggest. Sounds good to me, he responds as we enter. You two look awful, Doc says when he sees us. Alpha, Aaron says, holding out a hand to the doctor. Dr. Fraser. Doc says, shaking hands. Can we make this quick, Doc? We have a meeting with father, I say. By all means, little Alpha, he says, grabbing some supplies. Have a seat, you two, he says, gesturing to two beds. We sit down facing each other. So, lovers, quarrel gone awry, he asks as he grabs Aaron's nose and jerks. Ow of WW, Aaron moans as it snaps into place. Quit being a baby. Alpha, Doc says. Aaron growls and Doc ignores him. Only Doc can talk to anyone like they are a whiny pup complaining about a paper cut and get away with it. I chuckle. No, Doc. Just some sparring that got a little intense. I tell him, well, you two should keep your hands up, Doc says, as he cleans the gash by my eye and Aaron's busted lip. I'll keep that in mind, I say. I start to laugh, but that causes my side to hurt. Doc looks at me and feels my side. Really, Lilly, you just want to waste all my time, don't you? Doc says, taking a bandage from a nearby cart. Have to go and break your ribs. He listens to my lungs. Well, they did their job protecting your organs. Good job, little guys, he says, looking at my side. Excuse me. Alpha, he says as he pulls a divider between us. Your shirt. I pull of my shirt and Doc examines the bruising. You'll be fine, but I'll wrap you up to help you heal. He wraps the bandage tightly around me. It hurts at first, but once I relax, it feels better. I put my shirt back on and Doc removes the divider. How about you, Alpha? Any hidden injuries? Doc asks. I'm fine. Let's go, Aaron replies, eager to leave. Not so fast. Pup, Doc says with a hand on Aaron's shoulder. Remove your hand. Doctor, Aaron says. You came here for my help. You don't leave until I say you can. You may be an alpha out there, but in the infirmary, Doctor trumps alpha. Doc tells him. Aaron looks mad. He stares at Doc a few moments, then takes a seat on the bed, removing his shirt. I see many scars across his muscular torso. I know he said he fought in a few wars when he was a teen, but all of those scars can't be from that. My jaw drops. Alpha, Aaron's point of view. The doctor bandaged up Lilly, then turned to me. He asked if I had any other injuries. I know that I am bleeding from my left side where I landed on something that cut me open, but I won't be admitting that to him. No one sees me without a shirt. I can't stand the questions about my scars. They were my father's way of punishment. Training. And I'd say sometimes simply his amusement. I tell him I am fine and get up to leave. Not so fast. Pup, the doctor says, stopping me. This old man is on my last nerve. I am not a pup. Remove your hand. Doctor. I tell him, trying my best not to yell at or injure one of Mason's pack members. It would not help our relationship. Especially his pack doctor. You came here for my help. You don't leave until I say you can. You may be an alpha out there, but in the infirmary, Doctor trumps alpha. The doctor responds. I stare him down, but the old wolf doesn't budge. Finally, I relent and walk back to the bed, removing my shirt. I can see Lily's jaw drop as she examines my scars. Now. That wasn't so hard, was it? The doctor says, examining the fresh cut. He completely ignores the scars, and I am grateful. You need stitches. Alpha. I'm good, Doc. What's another scar? Just clean it up and I'll be on my way. I say. Really, I just want my shirt back on to stop Lily's looks. Do we really need to go over this again? Alpha, lay back so I can work. I groan and look at Lily. Her eyes still haven't moved from my chest. The doctor catches my stare. Lily. I'm done with you. You can wait outside. She starts to protest. Now, Lily. She leaves and the doctor returns his gaze to me. Lay down. Alpha. He says and I obey. Thanks, Doc. I say, and he nods. Your pack, doctor. Still green, right? I nod at the question and he continues. He can take these out in a day or so. Honestly, Alpha, this is too deep to heal without help. What were you thinking? I sigh at the question and watch the needle pull through my skin. You're not gonna ask, I say. None of my business. I'm only concerned with present injuries. Your past is your business. The doctor responds. All done, you can go now, the doctor says once he finishes. I put my shirt on and head for the door. Have a nice day. Alpha. You too. Doc. And thanks again. He just nods, waving me off. Lily's point of view, Doc sent me out and now I just have to wait. I am not very patient. What happened to him? He has more scars than clean flesh. He is hot, my wolf says. I can't even think like that. I'm more worried about him. All right, let's head back to Mason, Aaron says as he exits the infirmary. I nod and walk alongside him. I want to ask him about it, but how do I bring it up? What if it upsets him? I really don't know what to say. Aaron stops and grabs my arm, shaking me from my thoughts. Just ask already. Lily. I can't stand the quiet. I look into his eyes. Vulnerable is not how I would ever describe Aaron, but in this moment. He just gave me a free pass into his soul. How did you get those scars? I ask in a whisper. Mostly my father. A few from fights. But yeah. He was tough. Mad. Crazy. It started once my brother left and I was considered his heir. I was 11. He explains, not looking at me. I'm sorry. Aaron. Thank you for telling me. I say. He shrugs. It's in the past. Come on, let's go, he says as he continues down the hall. You two look much better, Father says as we enter his office. Let's get down to business then, Aaron says as he takes a seat across from my father. I take the other seat across from him. Why did they attack? Aaron asks and Father looks to me. They want Lily, Father says. Like hell, Aaron yells. I see Father clench his jaw. He is not a fan of strong language. At least it wasn't an outright curse, or he probably would have said something. It's true, I say, and Aaron turns to me. They were trying to take me to their leader. They called him Alpha. Aaron laughs. Rogues don't have an alpha. It's not possible, he says. That's what I always thought too, but they were organized. It is worth looking into, Father says. Can you look into your records, Aaron? See what you can find. Of course, Mason, but I don't think she should come see me again. It's too dangerous. Aaron says, she is right here and she can make her own decisions, I yell. Lily, he is right. Father says, they want you. The best way to avoid that is to keep you here. A prisoner again, that is your plan, I ask, standing up. You saw how well that worked last time. So unless you want half your warriors guarding me and one sleeping in my room, I suggest you two come up with another plan. That is not happening. Aaron says, obviously not liking the idea of someone in my room. We don't have the manpower to protect an unwilling person. Father says we need to find something you'll agree to or this will never work. I sit back down. I'm listening, I say. How about 2 guards? Aaron suggests. One from your pack, one from mine. That way you'll have direct contact with me should anything happen. I can accept that, Father says. Are these guards going to control where I go, or what I do, I ask? No, Father says. I'd like to see them try. Aaron laughs. But if you want to leave the pack boundaries, you need to tell me, Father says. And if you come to my territory, let me know ahead of time and I'll meet you halfway to escort you. Aaron adds. I guess that will work. I say I don't want someone boring. Make sure your guy has a personality, Aaron. Will do. My pick is on their way. Should be here soon, Aaron says. We continue to talk a while. I tell Aaron the whole story about the wreck. Father suggests new patrol patterns having the packs work together. As we wrap things up, the sun has already set. Aaron, why don't you stay the night? I'd hate to have to go on a rescue mission for you next. Father suggests as we stand at the front door. I can handle myself, Mason. Aaron starts, then pauses, looking around. He sighs. But I guess it better safe than sorry. I'd love to stay. Dinner is out in the kitchen. You guys go. Eat. I have some more work to do, Father says and then walks back to his office. We stand in the entryway without speaking. The silence was broken by a familiar voice. Lilly Braden yells as he runs in for a hug. They said they were coming here, so I had to come. Is your dad around? I hope not. I was so excited to see you. The offer still stands if you ever want to drop Ari, you know. He snores really loud. You should. Braden, Aaron yells, stopping the boy. I can't help but laugh. Good to see you too, Braden, I say, and he smiles. What are you doing here, Bray? Aaron asks. They said you needed a guard for Lilly, so I volunteered, the boy responds. Braden. Aaron says, Fine, He starts. I brought him. A female voice says, Lilly, meet Evie, your new guard. Aaron introduces her. Nice to meet you, Evie. I say, You too, Alpha. This guy refused to have a male warrior as your guard, so they sent me as the strongest female. She says. Anyway, Aaron breaks in, trying to change the subject. Why did you bring Bray? Evie just shrugs. Pup wanted to come. Didn't see the harm. You're here after all. She reasons. Evie showed up as requested. It's true I didn't want a male guard, but hearing her say it, it sounds ridiculous. And of course she would bring Braden. I thought I might get to spend some time with Lilly, but that can't happen now. And you didn't think to ask me, I ask, frustrated with her. She shrugs again. Chill, Alpha. He wanted to see her. He was worried. He's your responsibility, so suck it up, Evie says. She has always called me on my crap. She is one of the few people who know everything about me. She is Clayton's sister, so she hung around us a lot and saw more than she should. Fine, I say and turn away from her. I'm with her now, so why don't you just take a walk? Get the lay of the land and all. I'll let you know if I need you. Yes, Alpha, Evie says with a playful salute and a laugh. I roll my eyes as she leaves. I like her, Lilly says once she is gone. I thought you might. She is Clayton's sister. I've known her forever, I tell her. Hey, Bray, Lilly says, grabbing the boy's shoulders. Most of the pups your age hang out in the rec room. Why don't you go have some fun? She points down a hallway. It's the last doorway down that hall. You'll hear them long before you get there. Just follow the smell of popcorn. I wanted to hang with you, he says. We will buddy. We'll join you for a movie later. Your Alpha and I haven't eaten, so it's gonna be kinda boring. Just a bunch of talking. You'll have more fun there. Lilly says. Man, this girl is good, read my mind. Okay then. I guess. See you later, Braden runs off down the hall. Come on, Aaron. I'm starving, Lilly says and walks off toward the kitchen. I lead Aaron to the kitchen. The pack had already eaten and a couple of Omega girls were cleaning up. Hey, Stephanie. Daphne. I say as we enter. Why don't you guys head out? I'm starving, so we'll eat and get the rest of this cleaned up. Are you sure, Lilly? Steph asks. Yay, Steph, go home. Give Lil Dom a hug for me, I say. She works hard and deserves a night with her pup. Thank you, Lilly, they say, and scurry out. I hear a deep chuckle behind me. You amaze me, Aaron says. Why, thank you. But you know you are helping me clean this up, I say, poking him in the chest. Hey. We still got 4 weeks until I can call you my girl, so I'm not sure I am required to help. We are only friends after all. He says, maybe not. But I guess that means I am not required to share the last of the brisket, I say, taking the platter of meat. I give, don't starve me, Lilly, I'm skin and bones here. He pleads, dropping to his knees. I laugh. I can't believe how different he is when the pack isn't around. It's like he takes off the alpha mask and can be himself. So you will help, I ask. Well, all you had to do is ask, he says, jumping up in one swift movement, taking the platter. I grab 2 plates and he dishes the meat. I add some veggies and toss them in the microwave. Ding. The timer goes off and we take our plates. So what do you think about this whole rogue alpha thing, I ask him. Aaron turns to me with his alpha mask back in place. I don't know if it's possible he's a alpha, but I will kill him when I find him. E says, ending our playful mood. Sorry I brought it up. I say, touching his hand to calm him. It's fine, he says with a smile. You are safe now and we have time to learn about each other. Come on, we need to get this cleaned up. He takes the plates and we walk back into the kitchen. I box up the leftovers and put them in the fridge as Aaron rinses the dishes and loads the washer. After he loads it, he fills the sink with water. What are you doing? I ask as he squirts some soap in the sink, making bubbles. Washing dishes. I thought that was obvious, he says. Well, duh. But why are you doing it by hand? We have a dishwasher. I respond, yay. And I filled it. Now I'm going to wash the rest. I'm not going to just sit and wait for it to get done, he says. Why not, I ask. It's a waste of time. Man, you're lazy, he teases me with a grin. I am not. I just hate dishes. Set me loose on the living room and I'm good cleaning like there's no tomorrow. Put on a little swing and dance my way through it, I say and spin around. Swing music, he asks. Yeah, got a problem with that, I throw back. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out his phone. No, nothing like that, Aaron says. A symphony of horns and drums spring from his phone. My mom called it her happy music. I played DJ for her when I was little, changing out the records, dropping the needle, all while she cleaned and cooked and laughed, dancing around the house. He set his phone down in the window by the sink and took my hand, spinning me around. Then he tosses me a towel with a smile. I'll wash you dry. I watch him as he scrubs a pan, tapping his foot to the beat. My mama loved it too. I think they would have liked each other, I say. Probably. He responds and starts humming happily. We finish the dishes just listening to the music. As I put away the last dish, Aaron stops the music. We should probably meet up with Brayden. You did promise, he says. Yeah, let's go, I say. As we head for the door, Carson stops us. Hey, Lil Alpha. Mind if I talk to Aaron for a little bit, he asks. Sure, Carson, I say, then turn to Aaron. I'll meet you in the rec room. The beta asks to speak to me and Lilly leaves. Come on, Aaron, let's talk outside, Beta Carson says. He leads the way out a back door. We stand in a small field that looks like the place pups play sports. What do you want, Beta? I ask. Frustrated that he took me away. I want to know how long you are going to keep this up. Pup, he says angrily. What the why is he so mad, and where does he get off calling me pup? Keep what up? Beta, I say, trying to keep a cool head. When are you going to grow up, Aaron? Beta Carson yells. Who does he think he is? He doesn't know me. I've been nothing but a proper alpha to him. I've shown him respect. I've used his title. He doesn't show me the same courtesy, and I haven't even snapped at him for it. How can he tell me to grow up? He's the one. Throwing a temper tantrum, I bite my lip, trying to calm down and not explode on this Beta. Beta Carson. I start, but he cuts me off. Cut the crap. Aaron, he yells and turns away, running a hand through his hair. He turns back to face me. Are you ever going to forgive me? Aaron, he asks. Beta. I begin again. I guess that's a no, he says, turning away again. Sorry I bothered you. Alpha. He starts to walk away. He called me Alpha. Wait a second. What is going on here? Wait, I call after him. He stops and turns to me. He looks so hurt, sad. What did I do? I don't know what you are so upset about. What's going on here? Beta Carson walks back up to me. I am upset. Aaron. He says, placing a hand on the back of my neck. In that moment, I realize that he is tall. A fraction of an inch taller than me, even. Lilly did say something about him having alpha blood. It shows. I am upset because you are so distant with me, so formal, cold. I've been nothing but respectful to you. Beta, I defend myself. There you go again. Is that all I am to you now? A title, Mason's Beta, he yells, stepping away from me. I am so confused. What am I supposed to call him? I don't get it. Man, what do you want from me? You want me to drop the Beta? Fine, Carson. Are you happy now? I yell back, frustration finally getting the better of me. You haven't called me Carson a day in your life. No, that's not what I want. Aaron, he screams in response. What then? What do you want? I yell to him. He storms back up to me and looks me in the eye. I want my brother back, he says. Before I know what is happening, I punch him in the nose and he falls backwards onto the ground. At least that's something, he says, spitting out blood. Feel better? Pup. You bastard, I yell and kick him in the gut. Guess not. He coughs. My brother is dead, I yell. I turn away from him and start to walk away. What? Who told you that? He yells after me as he stands up. I turn and look at him. My father. My brother ran away because he wasn't alpha and was attacked by rogues. We didn't even have enough of him left for a proper burial, so shut it. I've tolerated you so far out of respect for Mason. But if you keep this up, I will kill you, I spit. I see his jaw drop. Come with me, he says. Why should I? I scream at him. We need to talk to Alpha Mason, he says. He walks back into the house, not even waiting to see if I am behind him. As he reaches the door, I decide to go and jog to catch up to him. Alpha, he says, knocking on the door. Come in. Carson. Mason says. What happened to you? He asks as the Beta enters. I need you to talk to him, the Beta tells him. As I enter, Mason's eyes widen. So, I see you boys talked, Mason says, grinning at us. Yeah. The Beta chuckles with little humor as he grabs a tissue and holds it to his nose. You could say that. You need to control your Beta, Mason. Or he's gonna get himself killed, I say, through clenched teeth. Mason laughs. You aren't gonna kill him. Pup, Mason responds. I just might if he keeps it up, I yell. He doesn't know. The Beta says, or rather, he doesn't believe me. Mason nods. Sit down. Son, Mason says to me. My eyes shoot daggers at him. He is too calm for my liking right now. Sit, boy, he yells. I growl slightly but take a seat next to the Beta. I'm going to tell you a little story. Keep your mouth shut until the end, then you can decide what to do. I nod at him. I'm not much inclined to talk anyway. Once upon a time, my Beta was killed. I had no one I trusted to fill the position. The pack next to me had just agreed to a treaty that guaranteed peace for us. I began spending a lot of time in this pack. Mason says, You already told me about my father and yours deal, Mason. I say. I also told you to keep your mouth shut, Mason says, and I sit back in the chair. Now where was I? I got to know the Alpha family rather well. One day the eldest son turned 20, but he didn't act like an alpha. He was a good boy, but not an alpha. My friend would not tolerate weakness from his son, so he beat him. I tried to stop him, but his mind was set. One day he took a whip to the boy, trying to force him to become an alpha. That is when I suggested to the boy that he run. Eventually he did. He showed up at my door, heartbroken and bloodied. He planned to run as far as he could, but asked to stay with me long enough to heal. I agreed, and eventually convinced him to stay on as my Beta. He was strong and had a good heart. I knew he was up to the job. My friend found out I'd taken his son as my Beta and he flipped. He said his son was dead and if I wanted peace I'd keep it that way. The boy was not welcome on his father's land and was forced to change his last name, but he stayed very much alive. Mason finished. I look at Mason dumbfounded. My yaw drops. I rub the back of my neck and stare at the floor. No way. This can't be him. He never said anything. My father has been dead 9 years and he hasn't reached out. My brother would have. He loved me. He would have stopped my father. He would have protected me. He always did when I was little. If he was a few hours away, nothing would have stopped him. No. I say. Aaron. The Beta says, reaching for me. I pull away and stand up. No, I scream. I can feel tears in my eyes, but I will not let them fall. You are lying. If my brother were here, he would have came for me. If my brother were here, he wouldn't have let me take his place. I say, removing my shirt, exposing the burns, cuts, and whip scars. My brother loved me too much for that, I say, pointing to the scars. My brother is dead, I yell. But he's not. Mason says, I'm so sorry. Aaron, the beta says, standing up and stepping toward me. He is, I yell. I'm not. The beta says, trying to hug me. I punch him in the jaw, sending him flying across the room, breaking some of Mason's shelves with the impact of his body. He comes back over to me, Aaron. I'm not dead. I kick him in the side of the head, and he crashes into the armchair I was sitting in and topples it over. He gets up and comes back over to me. I'm here, Aaron. I knee him in the stomach. He doubles over a moment, then stands again. I won't leave you again. I grab him by his button-up and throw him into the door. I love you, Aaron, he says, and I run over to him. I jump on top of him and punch his face again and again. Fight back, I yell at him. He is just letting me beat him, and it makes me even more mad. Why won't you fight me? I love you, he says again. I grab his collar and jerk him up to me, ripping his shirt open. What I see makes me step back. Deep scars cover his torso, larger and deeper than any of mine. I can't believe it. No, I scream and kick him in the chest, his body breaking through the door. This time he doesn't get up. No. 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 No, I yell. As I try to run to him, Mason grabs hold of me. That's enough, Aaron, he says. I look at Beta Carson again, and the tears flow freely. No, I yell, pushing him away. I run to him. Andy, no, I'm sorry, I sob, holding my brother. We need to get him to the infirmary. Aaron, Mason says as he comes up to me. I look up at him, then to my brother. I pick him up and make my way to the infirmary. Doc Frazier. I need your help, I yell as I enter the room. I'm coming. Carson. Put him on the bed quickly, Doc says when he sees the unconscious body in my arms. What happened, he asks. Then his eyes find my bloodied fists. They say you should see the other guy, but seriously. Alpha, he says, working on my brother. Get out of the way, he says, pushing me. I'm so sorry, I whisper. That won't help him. Pup, get over here and help me stop the bleeding, the doctor orders. I feel numb. Everything whirls around me. I move over to the bed and hold the gauze on the gash in his head. You completely shattered his ribs, the doctor says. Will he be okay, I ask. A lesser wolf would be dead, the doctor yells. Why didn't you stop this, Mason? He asks. I hadn't realized that Mason followed me. He told me not to. Mason says. Why, I yell at him, my voice squeaking like a pubescent teen. He said he wanted you to accept him. Or he wanted to die. If that's what you needed? He said he wanted to die if it would help you. Mason said, well, he may just get his wish, the doctor responds. No, stupid. How could this help me? Andy, you idiot. You should have stopped me. Mason. Why didn't you just stop me? Why didn't he stop me? My voice fades and turns to sobs. Mason grabs my shoulder and pulls me into a hug, and I cry into his shirt. It will be okay. Pup. He will be okay, Mason whispers to me. Get him out of here. Mason. The doctor says, come on, boy. Let's get you cleaned up. Mason wraps his arm around me and leads me out the door. We walk up some stairs and he stops in front of a door. I had someone bring up some clothes that should fit. Bathrooms down the hall. Get yourself cleaned up, he says and turns to walk away. Mason, I say, and he stops. I'm sorry. Mason. I'm so sorry, I say. I know. Boy. He sighs and pats my shoulder. I know. With that, he walks away. I step through the door. I see the clothes on the bed. Grab them. And go to the bathroom. The shower changes color as the blood washes off of me. My brother's blood. The last family I have, and I may have killed him. I turn off the water. Get dressed and go to bed. Aaron never came to watch the movie. I sat with Brayden and pretended to pay attention. After the movie, I showed Braden to a guest room and went to bed. Morning, Father, I say as I enter his office the next morning. Morning, Lilly. How are you? He asks. Fine, I say and sit at my desk in the corner. So, what happened to your office? Carson and Aaron had a disagreement. He says, What? Well, I guess that's why he never came for the movie. Wait, he could have come after. Oh no, what happened? Are they okay? I ask. Aaron is fine. He says, That's a relief. At least he is okay. Wait. He didn't mention Carson. What about Carson? I ask. He is in the infirmary. He answers. What? Why would Aaron do that? I jump up and head toward the open doorway. I'm gonna kill him. Lilly. Sit down, Father says, and I turn to look at him. I need to. I start. It is between them. It has nothing to do with you, so sit down, Father commands. I sit back in my seat and stare at Father. Can I at least check on Carson? I ask. He is unconscious in the infirmary. He is in stable condition. You can't do anything there, but you can here, he says as he hands me a stack of papers. I take them and turn back to my desk. It was well after lunch by the time I'd finished. Anything else, Father? I ask as I finish with the last paper. No. Go ahead, he answers. Carson doesn't look good. But don't be too hard on Aaron. He feels bad enough. Yes, Father, I say and run out of the room. I stop Doc as I enter the infirmary. How is he? I ask. Carson is strong. It will take a week or so before he can leave, another week before he is back to normal. But he will make it, Doc answers. So, what happened? I ask. Ask him, he says, gesturing to the bed. I see Aaron sitting next to Carson. I sent him out last night and he was back before sunrise. Thanks, Doc, I say and walk over to the bed. Aaron. I greet him as I sit in a chair on the opposite side of the bed. He glances up at me, then lowers his head. You want to tell me what happened? I ask. I'm trying not to yell, but seriously, he could have killed Carson and now he is mute. Any time now? I say after a few moments pass. It was an accident. I didn't mean to, he finally says. Some accident. Let's see. I grab the chart. Broken ribs. Broken jaw. Orbital fractures. Broken nose. Broken collarbone. I begin to read off the injuries. Will you knock it off? You make it sound like I'm dying. Carson moans through clenched teeth as his jaw is wired shut. He tries to sit up. Maybe I am dying. He falls back in bed. Don't move. Carson, Doc says as he approaches. You're gonna be in that bed for a while. Son. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Carson responds. He looks to Aaron, who is still silently staring at the ground. Well, I'm not dead and you aren't hitting me, so I'd guess we're on better terms now, who? Aaron. I can't even look at him. When I do, I just feel worse. Doc says he'll make it so that helps, but still. I can't believe I did this. He didn't even fight me. I wish he would have. I've been sitting here all day. I couldn't sleep thinking about him, so I came back around 4 a.m. I thought hearing him speak would help, but it only makes me feel worse. I stare at the ground as he talks to Lilly and the doctor. Well, I'm not dead and you aren't hitting me, so I'd guess we're on better terms now, who? Aaron, he asks. How can he be so jovial? He is in a hospital bed and seems happy about it. I'm sorry. Andy, I can't say it enough. I'm so very sorry, I say. I don't have any other words in my mind. I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry playing on repeat in my mind, but it's not enough. Nothing I say can make up for this. You know, no one has called me that since I left. I kinda missed it, he laughs. He actually laughs. Why is he not yelling at me, cursing me, telling me to get out? Why is he so happy about this? Why is he calling you Andy? Lilly asks. Why don't you answer that? Aaron, talking hurts. He says, Mom refused to call him Carson. She said she wouldn't curse him with the name of her abuser. I was around her a lot, so I picked it up. Carson Andrew Rose. Mom picked his middle name. I explain. Wait, back up a second, Mom, like as in your mom and his mom, she stammers. Lilly. I'd like you to meet my baby brother, Carson says, grinning. Why didn't you stop me? Andy, you could have. Why aren't you mad at me? You should be. I did this. I'm no better than him, I yell. Look at me. Boy, Andy says in his serious tone. I look him in the eye, still finding it hard to look at him. He leans toward me. Don't you ever compare yourself to that monster. You hear me, I chose this. I knew you wouldn't respond well. Now. At first I thought you were just avoiding me, but once you explained what Dad told you, I knew what would happen. Don't feel bad about this. I got my brother back. That's all that happened here. He drops back on the bead with a groan. Now. If you don't mind, I'm gonna get some rest. I plan to be out of here in a day or two. Not gonna happen. Pup, the old doctor calls from the other side of the room. Andy rolls his eyes. Lilly. Get him out of here. And don't let him sulk. He's good at that. He says and closes his eyes. Come on, Aaron, let's go. Lilly says, grabbing my arm. I stay stiff, not wanting to leave. Get out, Aaron, or I will hit you, Andy says, smiling. I reluctantly allow Lilly to lead me away. I take Aaron out of the infirmary. I know exactly where to go. We leave the pack house and go through the woods to a hidden place no one goes. This was my mama's. I say, leading him to the bench. This was once a magnificent rose garden, neatly pruned and beautifully kept, but I'm more of a black thumb. I can appreciate beauty, but I can't maintain it. The wild bushes are just as captivating to me. I sit next to him on the bench. The tales of Andy and Aaron. Fill me in. But only the good. No bad memories are allowed amongst such beauty. I say to him, he needs to think about how much he loves Carson. He needs to heal. Well, we are 9 years apart. But I guess you already know that. He starts, then leans back, crossing his arms. He used to put me on his shoulders and spin me around when I was small. Man, I loved that. He smiles, digging through his memories. You know, he was the one with me for my first shift. It's supposed to be your father, but mine. Hey, I yell at him. Nothing bad is thought about here, he laughs. It's actually his fault I shifted when I did. They say when you lose your first tooth you shift, but most of the wolves I know get one knocked out first. I was sneaking up on him while he was doing homework. I went to jump on his back and he dodged me. I face planted on the corner of his desk and spit my front teeth on his math homework. His voice was the first one I heard through the mind link, followed by my mom's. We ran all night long. He reminisces. Dalton knocked out my first tooth in kindergarten. I was barely 5 and so not ready for it. It took over 2 hours for me to shift. I tell him, that's rough, he says, then looks at me, Dalton. Another one of the males you spend time with. Yes, Aaron. I roll my eyes. He's my best friend and Carson's nephew, so be nice. My brother has a nephew, he asks. Yeah. Sam's sister's son. I tell him. Any pups, I mean, he always wanted to be a dad. Aaron smiles at the thought. Actually, Sam can't have kids. They took in Dalton when he was 6, so he is basically their son, but no. No pups, I say. Oh. He trails off. But Carson and Alt are thick as thieves, 2 sides of the same coin. You should see them together, I say, trying to lighten the mood. I'm sure. Andy is pretty great, Aaron says softly as he closes his eyes. He takes a deep breath, then jumps up. All right. I can't just sit around all day. What did you have in mind, I ask. I was thinking of something along the lines of, I'll run, he says. My kind of plan. My wolf jumps at the idea. Come on, I haven't shifted since the crash. Run with me, he smiles, and I can't say no. Okay. But go over there to shift. I tell him. Yes, ma'am. He smiles and runs off. I quickly undress and shift. Aaron is back a moment later. He looks at me, then turns around and takes off. I run after him. His wolf beside mine makes me feel tiny. Father was right, he is the largest wolf I've ever seen. He grins at me and pulls ahead. I run all out and barely keep up. He looks at me and speeds up again. Well, fine then. I slow to a stop. The next time he looks back to see where I am, he looks confused and turns skidding into a tree. He comes up to me with his head cocked to the side. He looks me over, making sure I'm not injured. I bop him on the nose and run off. We continued playing a few hours until Father links me to come back. I stop and nod back towards the pack house before running. Aaron Follos. Come on, Father wants to talk to you. I tell Aaron once we are back in human form. We go back to the pack house and into Father's office. Lilly. Do you mind letting me talk to Aaron alone for a bit, Father asks. Sure, I say to him, unsure why he wants me to leave. He has been including me in all pack matters recently. I turn to Aaron. Talk to you later. As we enter the office, the events of last night replay in my mind. The door was leaning against the wall, the splintered frame cleaned up but still in need of repair. The broken shelves have been removed, and the books stacked neatly. I try to avoid looking at the mess I'd made and focus on Mason. Lilly leaves me alone with her father. Have a seat. Son, Mason says. I take a seat, as does Mason. So, how long do you intend on staying with us? I look away. I hadn't thought about it. I'm just amazed about Andy. I don't want to leave him again. Don't get me wrong, you are welcome here. But you are Alpha and your pack needs you. Yeah. I know. Doc says it will be a week before he is even out of the hospital. I can't be away that long, but he's my brother. I say that he is. But you know, that won't change if you are a few hours away. Mason responds, I guess. I don't know what to say. What to do. I don't want to leave. But Mason is right, I can't stay. How about this? Stay another night. Tomorrow you can go back home and I'll keep you informed. You can come back as often as you wish. We've always had rather open borders between our packs. Mason suggests. All right, Mason. Works for me. I'm gonna go sit with my brother now if you don't mind. I say. Go ahead, Aaron. I'm glad you came around. Carson missed you more than he'll ever say. Mason tells me as I leave. I go straight to the infirmary. I left the office and decided to go to the rec room. I don't have many friends my age in, usually with those my father's age or with the pups. Other than Alt, most of my peers ignore me. Lilly, Dalton says as I walk down the hall. I smile, I haven't seen him in a while. You have to see this, he grins, dragging me. The rec room is packed with teens. Pups. And a few 20-somethings. I tiptoe to try and see what all the fuss is. It started with some seniors doing homework and now that pup's on fire, Alt says. I hear a small voice. Ooh. Liu Bai Tishar. He says. He's right, someone cheers. No way, he can't do that in his head, someone yells. How about history? Who was the 25th President of the United States? A girl reads from a textbook. William McKinley. Is the response? What countries made up the Allies in World War II? A boy asks, reading another book. Great Britain. Us. China. And the Soviet Union. Axis was Germany. Japan. And Italy. I finally can see past the crowd as the answer is given. I am amazed by the scene in front of me. There, standing with a big grin and being grilled by high schoolers, is little Braden. What else you got? He yells. According to Greek mythology, who is the god of thieves? A teen boy asks. Hermes, god of thieves. Travelers. Trade. Messenger of the gods. Son of Zeus. Braden answers. Braden, I call to him with a wave. He pushes through the crowd to me. You know this kid, Alt asks. Yeah. Dalton, meet Braden. He's with Aaron. I introduce them. You're impressive, pup. Alt says, shaking his hand. Not really, I just like to read. I read and I remember. Braden shrugs. Want to grab something to eat, Bray? I ask him. Sure, he grins and turns to the crowd. Show's over, guys, he says with a wave, and we leave. Pizza. It's always the best choice, Alt says, picking up the phone. We sit in the living room nearest the front door. The delivery guy will be stopped at the gate, and someone will run it to us. So, Bray. What do you want to do when you grow up? Alt asks. I'm gonna be an alpha, Braden says with pride. Really, Alt asks, looking at me, and I nod. Whew. I didn't think Aaron was like that. And you're still with that guy. Dalton is ticked. What about when you two have pups? He already has an heir. Dude couldn't wait for his mate. How old is he? He would have had to have been in his early teens. Bray looks at me and we both laugh. Dalton stands up, looking at us. What, this isn't funny, he yells. Actually, it is, I laugh. Ari isn't my dad, Bray is rolling. I know he gets this all the time. What, Alt asks. We explain the situation, laughing at Dalton's response. Well, how was I supposed to know? We continue to laugh. But seriously, Bray, I say, turning to him, just because you will be an alpha doesn't mean you can't have a dream. Do something you love. If you could do anything, what would you do? Well, he says, thinking I want to help kids. You know, like me? I don't know what would have happened if Ari hadn't taken me in. You could do that. Your pack has what, 20 members, I ask, and he nods. You're not like Aaron or me, you could do more outside your pack due to its small numbers. Really? I wouldn't know where to start. Braden says, well, actually, my pack does a lot of work with orphaned pups. You could be a lawyer, or a psychologist, maybe a social worker. We have wolves that work in the human world in places like this to help get pups out of the system and protect them while they are in it. You can do anything you put your mind to, Bray. I tell him. But wolves don't go to college, they stay with the pack. Everyone knows that, Braden responds. Not always. It's up to you. Crap, from what I heard earlier, you could probably get your GED tomorrow, Dalton says. Yeah. I took a test at school in 6th grade. Passed it no problem. They wanted me to get my GED. They said I could go anywhere with my amazing brain. Whatever. I don't know, Bray seems frustrated. I don't think he ever really considered his future beyond being alpha. The kid is a bona fide genius. Just think about it. If you choose to, I can help you get into some online colleges. Crap, you could probably have a couple degrees before you even become alpha, I tell him. I can do all 3. He grins. I chuckle. I'm sure you can. I say to him, giving him a hug. We munch on pizza and talk for a while. Save any for me, Aaron asks as he enters the room. Ari, Braden yells, running to Aaron. I'm gonna be a lawyer, and go to college, screw high school, and I'll be a psychologist. And a social worker. And whatever else I want to be, I can do anything. I'm gonna help people. Aaron looks stunned by Braden's breathless rant. He pauses a moment, deciphering what all was just said. What have you been telling him? Aaron asks, directed toward me. That if he wants to, he can do anything. I answer. He is an alpha, Aaron says. Of a small pack that can do without him every so often if he wants to help and have a broader impact on the community. I respond. Braden looks at Aaron, pleading. Aaron looks unsure. I'll consider it, he says. Braden hugs him. We are going back home tomorrow. I'll be back soon, Lilly, but I need to be with my pack. Well, that means we have the night. I smile at him. So what are we doing? Dalton interjects, wrapping an arm around me. I hear Aaron growl slightly. Alt lets me go with a grin. Aaron. Dalton. I gesture between them. Dalton. Nice to meet you. Have you seen your uncle yet? Aaron asks. What do you mean? Dalton asks. You don't know, I ask, and he turns to me. He's in the infirmary. Dalton takes off. I figured he knew. I say, stepping toward the door to follow. Guess not. Aaron says. He stops me. We probably shouldn't follow. I don't want him attacking me. Hurting him won't help mine and my brother's relationship. Yeah. Well, you missed the movie last night. How about you make up for it tonight, I suggest. Yes, Braden screams. Aaron chuckles. Sounds good. We curl up on the couch. Braden places himself in the middle. Aaron is about to make him move when I sit down next to the boy. Aaron sighs and plops onto the couch beside Bray. As we start the movie, I feel a shock on my shoulder. I look and see Aaron has placed his arm around Braden and is trailing his fingers up and down my arm. I lean into his touch and he smiles at me. Part of me wishes there wasn't a pup sitting between us. Braden laughs at the movie, breaking us from our impromptu staring contest. I look down at him and smile. I could get used to this. Aaron came back every few days to check on Carson. It's funny to watch them. Sitting with Samantha in her living room, we watch the boys fight over the Xbox controller. Dalton wanted to kill Aaron at first, but now the three of them are laughing and bickering like three little kids. Carson pushes Aaron and takes the controller. I'll take care of this. Boom, and you're dead, Alt says, laughing. You guys both suck, he turns to look at me. So, he says, how long are you two going to go on pretending you aren't obsessed with each other? My jaw drops. Carson grabs Dalton, covering his mouth. Don't listen to him. I'm proud of you two, actually. You are building something great. Carson says. Actually, Aaron says, I think it's about time for us to start dating. If I'm counting right. 2 days. What time flies, I guess. We've been spending so much time together as friends. It feels so right. I hadn't realized we hit our 6 weeks. First date. Really, Carson says, letting go of Alt. Baby bro's first date. What are you planning? The question hit me hard. It will be our first date. Everyone is staring at me. Crap, I hadn't planned anything yet. What am I going to do? It's a surprise, I say, trying not to let my panic show. Better be good, Dalton says. Lil deserves the best. I don't disagree. All right. Leave him alone. It's none of our business, Sam says. I'm grateful for her interface. The guys back off and I breathe a sigh of relief. I sit at my desk staring at the wall. Alpha Clay walks in. Aren't you supposed to be getting ready for your date? I look away from him. You still haven't figured out what to do, have you? No, I say flatly. I am clueless. Every time I think of something, it seems stupid or cliché. I am hopeless at this. You are so lucky you have me, he smiles at me. I give him a confused look. Reservations are at 7, here's the address. Nice place, quiet. Romantic. Not too fancy, she wouldn't like that. Eat. Flirt. Talk. A block south, there is a nice garden. Take her for a moonlight stroll. Maybe even steal a kiss, dude, it's not that hard. Says the guy without a mate. I jab at him. I know it was a cheap shot. Clay desperately wants to find her, but that hasn't happened yet. He deserves someone great. Whatever. Just don't screw it up, he says, turning to walk out the door. Thanks, Clay, I say. Yeah. Get out of here or you're gonna be late. Aaron. He smiles and leaves. I grab some car keys and head out. So, Sam says, looking at me. Tonight's the night. Yup. I respond. What are you wearing? She asks. This. I am wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Not fancy, but nothing I own is. No, you're not. Come with me. Sam drags me upstairs. I got you these to choose from. She holds up 2 dresses. Your pick. Red or blue? That's the choice. I'm not good at the girly stuff, but this choice is easy. I am not wearing the red one. It is short and kinda says, look at me, look at me. Nope, not gonna happen. Blue. I say. Sam obviously wanted me to make a different choice, but just handed me the blue one. Alpha's gonna pick you up at 630. Evie says as she enters the room. She is great. I know she's here to guard me, but we've become friends. I like the red one, she says, smiling. Sorry, Evie. I've already decided. I go into the bathroom and change. I come out a moment later. So, where are we going? Evie smiles at me. Don't worry, no way Clay would let him get away with something stupid. Boy is a helpless romantic. Evie answers. Well, if you won't tell me where will you, at least tell me if this would be appropriate for the date I ask. You look great, she responds. Makeup time, Sam jumps in and I groan. She buzzes around getting me ready. We go downstairs to wait. The girls keep gushing over me about this whole thing. I am beyond nervous. You look great, Carson says as he walks in with my father. Okay, this is ridiculous. I am not some little teen who needs the whole family to see me off. It's just a date. I turn a dark shade of red. Thanks, Carson. Seriously, though, you don't all need to be here. I'm an adult. I say. I live here, Carson defends. He's right, but still, that is not why he and my father showed up at this moment. I'm the alpha, I go where I want. Plus, I'm your dad. You can't deny me the chance to scare my baby girl's date. Father grins at me. Did we miss anything? Dalton calls running in with Eric. You have got to be kidding me. How many people, how many feel the need to humiliate me? Looking good, Lil. Shut it, Alt, I say, looking at all of them. Okay, head count. Father Beta, Samantha surrogate mom Eric basically, big brother Dalton, best friend, Evie bodyguard. I'd say we've got a full house and they are all grinning at me. I know it's a big deal, but they are not helping my nervousness. Thanks for coming. You can all go now, I say. Eric laughs. Not gonna happen, Spitfire. Got to make sure the boy treats you right, he says. Okay, that boy is an alpha and my mate. What are you going to do to him? I yell at him when there is a knock on the door. Got it, Alt calls, running to the door. Why Alpha, Aaron? What a surprise, come on in. I can't believe this. I am going to die of humiliation before the date even starts. Aaron walks in the door. Dalton answers the door and guides me into the living room. The place is packed. My brother. His mate. Mason. The Gamma. Yves. They all stand around Lilly. Wow. She looks amazing. I run my and through my hair. I don't know what to say. She is radiant. Her blue dress shows off her curves and accentuates her breasts. I can't stop staring. Wow. You look. Wow. Is all I can say. Smooth, bro. Carson says. Everyone calls him that now, so I guess Andy will have to be in the past. I blush at his comment. Stunning. I correct myself. Absolutely breathtaking. Thank you, Aaron. She whispers, looking around at the group. Okay, bye everyone. She seems eager to get out of here, and I happen to share that desire. Not so fast. Pup Mason says, smiling. Lilly glares at her father, and I suppress a laugh. She is adorable when she is mad. So, where are you taking my daughter? Boy, I don't feel like an alpha at the moment. I feel like a kid. But I guess that's appropriate for the first date with a girl. Dinner. Maybe a walk, I answer. I'm so glad Clay put this together. Mason walks over to me and puts his arm around my shoulders, turning me away from that he group. Listen, Aaron. I like you. Always have. But this is my daughter. You will respect her. You will be a gentleman. You will make her feel special. You will not hurt her. These are my rules. Boy. If you break any of them, I will kill you, mate or no, and don't think I can't, just because you are the ranking alpha. You hurt her, you die, he says with a smile. I believe him. Hear, hear, the Gamma adds. And he won't be alone. She's got an army backing her. One missed step and you're a goner. I really don't like this guy. We're all on her side. Dalton pipes in. Too many males all ready to kill me. If I wasn't nervous before, which I was, I am now. I could take Dalton or the Gamma easy, but Mason. Now. I'm not so sure about that. All three of them. Yeah, I'm dead. I feel myself gulp as Mason squeezes my shoulder. All right, I think he gets it, Carson says, and Mason lets go of me. Lilly walks over to me and we turn to leave. One more thing. Aaron Mason calls after us as we reach the door. Have her home by midnight. You don't want me hunting you down. I open the door, and with a nod to Mason we leave. Well, that was mortifying. I say from the passenger seat as Aaron drives us into town. I'm so sorry about that. They love you. That's a good thing. Aaron responds. He's right. But do they have to be so embarrassing? Aaron opens the door for me as we reach the restaurant. It is beautiful. A little hole-in-the-wall place with a romantic atmosphere. I love it. They seat us in a booth and we sit opposite each other in silence. The moments pass slowly as neither of us knows what to say. This is stupid. Aaron breaks the quiet. My yaw drops. I thought he wanted this. We have no problem being together normally, but now because we call it a date, It's like we reverted to strangers. Your favorite color is orange. You hate the yellow Skittles. You always have an answer for everything. You snore but won't admit it. And your temper rivals my own, I know you. But somehow you leave me speechless. That sounded like a speech to me. A long-winded one at that. I laugh as does he. I smile at the fact that he keeps such close track on my likes and habits. I don't snore, but other than that, he was spot on. So, do you like it? He asks. This place is beautiful and I couldn't ask for better company. He smiles at my response. I can't handle how handsome he is. Glad you like it. I had some help deciding what to do. I'm not really good at this sort of thing. He says, me either. See this dress? I gesture to my dress and he looks me up and down. I blush. That's not what I meant. Sam made me wear it. I was gonna show up in a t-shirt and jeans. I love the dress, don't get me wrong, but you would look beautiful in anything. He says. His eyes don't leave mine. He reaches up and rubs my cheek. I just wish I could see those freckles. You hid them under a mask you don't need. He takes a napkin and dips it in his water, cleaning the foundation and blush off of my cheeks. The blush was not needed anyway because my face did that all on its own. There's my girl, he smiles, staring at me. I start to respond when his eyes become unfocused. Mind link. I wait patiently him to return to me. Dang it, he says, standing up. Sorry, Lilly, I need to go back to my pack. What's up, I ask. A pup's about to shift. I need to accept him. It's important. He explains. I get it. The first shift is a big moment for any pup. I don't want to leave him yet, though. So, let's go. If we run well, get there in less than an hour. This place is in his territory and we aren't too far from the pack house. An hour and a half by car. You sure you want to come, he asks. Yeah. Afterwards we can go on that walk. He smiles at me and we leave before we even order our food. He leaves a 20 on the table as we rush out. We run all out toward the pack house. Clothes in our jaws. But turn off about a mile out. I wish I could mind link him to ask where he is going, but I get my answer as we approach a cabin. We shift back and dress. Alpha, a woman standing at the entrance, calls. I linked Clay as soon as it started. He said you were on a date. I'm sorry. It's fine, Mary. Big day for the little guy. He smiles at her. She shakes her head. I hear an agonizing scream from behind the door. The woman looks away. I take a step forward, but Aaron stops me with an outstretched hand and a stern look. He'll be fine, Mary. It's rough on everyone. Aaron says, I know. Alpha. She nods and he hugs her. I feel somewhat possessive over him. My wolf does not like a female so close, but I know he is just being a good alpha. We hear a whine from inside, followed by a little happy yip. Sounds like he's ready, Aaron says, and opens the door for the panicked woman. He steps in the doorway and nods for me to follow. My little boy, you are so handsome. Look at that fur. Mary gushes, petting the pup who bounces around, happily wagging his tail. Next to him, a large wolf matching the pup's black fur stands up, picks the pup up by the scruff, and deposits him in front of Aaron. Hey there, pup, he says with a smile. I see Aaron's teeth elongate and he bites his hand, blood pools in his palm. The wolf quickly nips the back of the boy's neck. He yelps and looks back at his father. It's okay, buddy, Aaron says, petting the boy under the chin with his clean hand. His bloodied one quickly covers the wound on the boy's neck. Aaron strokes the boy's fur, looking him in the eye until the boy suddenly turns to look at his father, then mother. He begins jumping around, barking loudly. Aaron stands up, laughing. He comes over and stands beside me. I love that part, he says with a smile. When the mind link opens and they hear their parents. Every pup. Every time. They get so excited I back out of the conversation to give them some privacy. He starts laughing again. Try not to broadcast every thought. Pup. He calls, laughing. He'll get the hang of it. Amazing. I've never seen this kind of ceremony before. It is a private affair. I didn't expect to come in. I figured I'd wait outside until they were done, but I'm glad I got to see it. Aaron is a great alpha. Excuse me. Alpha, Mary says, tapping Aaron on the shoulder. Would you two like to join us? It would be a pleasure. Aaron looks at me a moment and nods. We'd love to marry. Meet you outside. She smiles and props the door open. The wolves run out, and she follows. So what are we doing, I ask. The first run, Aaron says, taking off his shirt. I turn away and he laughs. After a pup shifts, the family runs together. We were invited. It would be rude not to accept. Who? I get that, but you need to leave before I'm going to get undressed. I say, pointing to the door, still not looking at him. Suddenly, I feel his cold, wet nose poke my outstretched hand. I turn and see his wolf walk out. I quickly drop the dress shift and run out. We ran for hours. The pup was so hyper he kept howling and running under his father. Aaron and I ran with them happily until Aaron stopped dead, looking at me, his eyes wide. He ran at me, nudging me to run in the opposite direction. What is going on? He pushes harder and I look at him. He looks nervously up at the night sky. Wait a second, midnight. He sees the realization hit me and we take off toward my pack. I run all out, Aaron keeping himself beside me. Crap. I know father wouldn't kill Aaron. Hopefully. But he doesn't like being disobeyed either, he said midnight. By the look of the sky, we are well past that. As we get close to the pack house, a large black wolf tackles Aaron, growling. The two stare at each other. Dad. I try to link him, but he ignores me. Carson and Sam come into the woods where we are. Carson tosses a pair of shorts toward Aaron, and I see Sam has clothes for me. I follow her shift and dress in my typical t-shirt and jeans. When I come back, Aaron is in human form, my father's wolf staring him down. Come on, Mason, let's talk, Aaron says, holding his hands up in front of him. I didn't mean to be late. Father growls, then walks off. When he returns fully clothed, he pins Aaron to a tree, fury filling his face. What is so difficult to understand about midnight, he screams. Aaron makes no attempt to fight him, which I can tell takes great effort. Alphas tend to snap when not treated with the utmost respect. Threatening one is not a good idea. It was an accident. Mason. Pack business interrupted our date and then we lost track of time, Aaron explains. Father releases him but continues to yell. Lost track of time. Boy, you didn't even contact me, didn't even consider it. You have a wolf in my house. You could have given me a heads up. For all I knew, she was dead. I can't protect her if I don't know where she is, Father yells. I wanted to say I could protect myself, but the sheer power resonating off of these two shuts me up. I can see Aaron getting mad now. She is my mate. You think I can't protect her? She was with me. She was in no danger. It's my job to protect her. And I have Aaron yells back at my father. Listen here. Pup father says, going up to Aaron and putting a finger in his chest. Until your mark is on her. She isn't yours. She's mine, my daughter, my heir, my responsibility. Aaron gets quiet and looks away. Sorry, Mason. He mumbles. I see the tension in my father lessen. Dad. I try to talk to him. Bed, now I'll deal with you later. I don't argue. Not that it would do any good. My father is usually even tempted, but when he is mad. Watch out. Yes, sir. I say softly. Bye, Aaron. I wave and get a growl from my father. I stop at the edge of the trees to listen in. We had a deal. Aaron. I'm even working with you to keep you involved. Lilly's protection is top priority. I try to respect that you are her mate, allowing your warriors here, but you show no such courtesy to me. A simple mind link to your warrior. Tell Alpha Mason we're running late. Would it kill ya? Boy, father scolds him. You're right. I'm sorry, Mason. I wasn't thinking. Aaron responds, looking down. I see father take a deep breath, calming himself. Go home. Aaron. Father says. He no longer seems angry, just tired. Next time. Just think. Father turns toward me and I take off running to get to my room. I sit on my bed and wait. A moment later, there is a knock at my door and father enters. Do you know what time it is? He asks, leaning against the wall. It's close to midnight. I smile at him, trying to break his sour mood. Not funny. Little wolf. He says. He looks beat up, not angry anymore, just worried. I'm sorry. Daddy. One of the pups in his pack had their first shift. They invited us on the first run. It was amazing. I tell him, It always is. But you know what isn't amazing? Spending 2 hours trying to find your daughter. Finding the car she was in, abandoned at a restaurant with no trace of her. And not getting a response from her as you repeatedly mind-link her. He frowns, looking me in the eye. I look away. I hadn't realized I was blocking everyone out. I guess because I was angry and embarrassed when we left, I did it subconsciously. Sorry, Daddy. I repeat. You could have contacted me. Little wolf. He says, I didn't realize how late it was I defend myself. And once you did. It's a long run home. You could have told me you were on your way at any point in time. He responds, crap, he's right. I was so focused on getting back I didn't even think to link him. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. I say, and Father laughs. Seems like there's a lot of that going around. Next time. Just think. It was the same thing he told Aaron. Go to sleep. Little wolf. He says, kissing me on the forehead. He leaves. Well, that could have ended better, I think, laying in bed. But the rest of it was amazing, my wolf says. Yeah. I tell her. It was pretty amazing. Aaron stayed away for a week. It was torture, but for the best. Father still isn't very happy with him. So, what's on the agenda for today, I ask Father as I enter the office. I think it's about time we set a date for you to take my place. He said it so casually. Me. Alpha, am I ready? Wow, I've taught you all you need to know. And it needs to be done before you and Aaron get too close. Dad, I yell at him, blushing. What about the Rouges, I ask. I know he wanted that dealt with before I take over. They haven't caused any trouble recently. They may have given up. Father seems less than convinced, but presses on. Anyway, I'll still be here to help you. I just won't be Alpha. How's 2 weeks sound? Make it a birthday present. You know, happy birthday. You're 24. Here, become an Alpha. I laugh. It's funny. A lot has happened in a year. I've been trained to be an Alpha. I found my mate. And now, I'll become an Alpha. And be mated soon after, my wolf adds. I turn pink. Maybe. Who knows? Just shut up, I tell her. You seem distracted, little wolf. Father says, yeah, I guess. I say, not willing to admit what my wolf was distracting me with. Take the day. Call the boy. Invite him over. Father says, I'm not about to argue. I jump up and head for the door. Lilly. Father's voice stops me. Take him to the lake. It was your mother and I's spot. Romantic. I nod and run out. Hello, even hearing his voice is amazing. I take a breath. Lilly. Yeah. Wait. How did you know it was me? I hadn't even said anything yet. He laughs. A magical thing called caller ID. He says. Screw you, I yell. He keeps laughing. You promise? I feel my face flush. How is it that men make everything dirty? Well, I was going to invite you over, but now I'm not so sure. I tease him. He lets out a little whine. Come on, it's just a joke. Mostly. I roll my eyes. Bring swim trunks. I say. Be right there. Click, he hangs up. Well. Goodbye to you too, I say, and head to my room to get ready. So, Alpha's coming. I hear EV from behind me. Cool, guess I'll get the day off. Yup, I say happily as I run upstairs. What are you guys doing? She asks, flopping on my bed. My plan is to go for a run to the lake. There is a spot where the water cascades off a cliff into a small pond. It's beautiful. You'll overlook it if you don't know it's there. A picnic and a swim, I say. Don't tell him. Making it a surprise and all. My lips are sealed. She says, I begin packing my swimsuit in a pack. Cute suit. Thanks. Now for lunch, we run down to the kitchen and I pack a couple sodas and make sandwiches. Add some fresh fruit and we have lunch. Lilly, I hear his voice ring as he enters the room, panting. Did you run here? I ask him. Well, yeah, I missed you. He responds. Trunks, I ask, and he holds them up. In the bag. He tosses them to me and I pack them in. I hope you aren't too worn out. My plan involves us running. I tell him. For you, I'm never too worn out, he huffs, still a little out of breath. On that note, I'm gone. Assuming you don't need me. Alpha. EV grins at Aaron. Nope. All good, he says, breathing back to normal. Lead the way. Lil, he gestures to the door and I head outside. I loosen the straps on my pack to accommodate the shift. Once I'm Alpha, I don't think this will even be enough to fit my wolf. I wonder how I'll carry anything then, Teeth, I guess. We each shift, then I find Aaron and lead him through the woods. When we reach the spot, I have him stop. I hide behind a tree and shift, putting on my suit and taking his out. I toss Aaron his trunks and he catches them in his mouth. Moments later, he is shifted and standing in front of me. Wow. His jaw drops when he looks at me. I start to blush. Is that going to be your customary greeting? Wow, I taunt. If you keep looking hot. Yeah, he answers, not helping my blush. I have some news, I say, tossing him a towel and laying mine out. I sit down and divvy out the food. He tosses his towel down and sits next to me. What's up? He asks. In 2 weeks, I will officially become Alpha, I tell him. That's great, he yells, hugging me. I'm kinda nervous. I admit, sipping my soda. Don't be, you'll do great, he says, munching on his sandwich. We eat and chat for a bit, then I look at the water. Beautiful. I breathe, listening to the falls hitting the still pool. Yes, you are. Aaron smiles at me. Let's go. He grabs my hand and pulls me into the water. Soon I am off my feet and in his arms. Don't you dare, I yell at him. Next thing I know, I am underwater in the deep part near the falls. Jerk, as I resurface, I get an idea. Help, I yell, allowing myself to go under again. Can't. One more dunk. Swim. Aaron panics. He swims over to me and holds me up. Why would you take me swimming if you can't? My smile makes him trail off. You little, I push him under and swim toward the falling water. Not cool, I can feel him chasing me. He catches me under the falls. We slide behind them as he pushes me against the rock. That wasn't very nice. He says in my ear. Our proximity makes my wolf howl in my mind. I'm sorry. I say, wrapping my arms around his neck. His eyes widen in shock. We have never been this close, and that reality is just dawning on him. This is technically only our second date, even though we've been spending time together for a couple months. I lean in close to him and he closes his eyes. So I do what any girl in my position would. I push him under the water and swim away as fast as I can. Lilly, he yells, and I hear splashing after me. I just step foot on the beach when I feel him grab me. He pulls me into him. I look up into his eyes. You can't do that to me, he yells. Do what I ask innocently. He holds me tighter and leans closer. I feel my breath catch. He is so close, we are sharing breaths. You pull me in. Make me want you. Torture me. And pull away. Not nice. Lilly. By the end, he is whispering. What are you going to do about it? I ask, knowing the answer. In a split second, he kisses me, but it is short-lived. No, Aaron says, backing away from me. What's wrong? I ask. Braden, he says breathlessly. He's been taken. We run back to the pack house as quickly as possible. In the office, I see Father and Aaron's beta. Clay. What happened? Clay Aaron asks as soon as we enter. He ran off heading for this pack. I guess he wanted to see Lilly. We got this letter, Clay says, handing the letter to Aaron. He reads it, then his hand drops and I take it. Dear Lilly. I see why you and Aaron like this boy, he's funny. Good-looking kid, too. I'd hate for that to change. I don't want him, so here's the deal. Meet me alone, we'll make a trade you for him. Simple swap. If you agree, break from your guards and leave your territory. We are watching, we'll find you. With love. Alpha Damon, or as you call me, the Rouge Alpha P. S. No tricks, I won't hesitate to rip his throat out. I'm done waiting, Lilly, and you have many people you care about. Damon, I've never heard of an Alpha Damon, Aaron says. We need to look up the name. Maybe he is an Alpha's son that got passed over. It's a long shot. Father begins. I don't care who he is. Mason, he has Braden, I want him dead, Aaron yells. We don't know where he is, so finding out who he is a start. Father responds. And my boy dies while you look through files. No, I'm going after him, Aaron continues, yelling. I know how to weed him out, I say, and they look at me. It says right in the letter what he wants. No, both men scream. You can't be serious, Aaron says, turning to me. I won't loose you too. You're right, you're going to catch him. We make it look like I'm abiding by his rules until Braden is safe, and then you attack. I say. Too dangerous, Aaron says. Only option, I respond. She's right. To my surprise, it is my father agreeing with me. If we want to save the boy, it's the only way. No, we can't, Aaron says. With or without you, Aaron, I say. Slowly scanning my determined face, he relents. Fine. He agrees. The plan is set. I leave first thing in the morning. They will stay hidden until Braden is safe and I give the signal to attack. It is a solid enough plan. After much debate, we leave the office. Aaron and Clay will stay with us tonight so we can start early tomorrow. Lilly, Aaron calls to me as we leave. Can I have a minute? I nod to him and he leads me out the front door and around the side of the house. This area is vacant, leaving us completely alone. I hate this. I don't want to lose you. I can't be close to you for too long or I'll never let you leave. But before we do this tomorrow, I just need to do one thing. What I ask, and he pins me against the wall with a kiss. It was quick but strong and filled with desire. We were interrupted before. He says, stepping away. Good night, Lilly. He runs off, leaving me breathless. I make my way to my room in a daze. My first kiss. And second. Wow. I slide in the door with a smile. It quickly fades when a smell hits my nose. Blood. On my bed is a small box. In it, a little toe. A note is stuck in the lid. Really, Lilly? I'm not an idiot. I won't fall for your little trap. This title piggy won't be going all the way home. Don't make me hurt the boy further. Come tonight. I won't even make you go far. 1 mile west of the boundary. You don't even have to leave your territory. See how accommodating I can be. The boy probably won't want to walk far. Come alone, I mean it when I say no tricks. With love. Alpha Damon. No, I can't let him hurt Braden. The plan is scrapped. Mate won't agree to it. My wolf says. So we won't tell him. I get up and head for the door, leaving the box and note. When they see I'm gone, this will tell them why. I sneak out mostly unnoticed until I reach the forest. What are you doing? It's Alt standing by a tree. Of course he is on patrol. I need to run. Nervous energy and all. I lie. Alpha says, no one out. He replies, come on, Alt, a lot has happened today. I really need to run off some of this energy. I beg him. Dalton steps closer to me and inhales deeply. He smiles at me and steps aside. I'm sure you do. I start to walk away but stop as he continues. I can smell him on you. Run it off, girl, he laughs. That is so not what I meant, men. I swear everything is dirty to them. I don't argue, though. At least he's letting me go. I stay in human form and run to the meeting. 1 mile. That's what he said, but I don't see anyone. I look around. Where is he? Over here, baby. A voice calls from my right. A man steps towards me. Braden, I ask, staring him down. Bring the boy. Another man drags him out from behind a tree. Had to make sure you know how to obey. Lilly. Braden calls. Let him go. I yell. The first man nods and Braden is thrown forward. He runs to me limping. Now you know the deal, Lilly, you for him. He says, I know. I say to him, then look at Braden. Run as fast as you can back that way. I point toward the pack house. He starts to protest, so I order him, now. He gives me an angry look and takes off running as best he can. He's going to be mad about me commanding him for a while. Longer if we die, my wolf chimes in. Not helping. I tune her out. How do I know you will let him get back safely, I ask. Why, Lilly? I'm a man of my word. Now let's go. As soon as he is back, they will come looking for you. He says. I nod and go with him. It will take about 30 minutes for him to get back with that limp, and considering how little he is. So, where are we going, I ask. Oh dear, Lilly. Do you take me for a fool? I won't be giving you any information. The next thing I know, I'm unconscious. I wake up to an awful smell and swat it away from my nose. What the I sit up in the bed, smelling salts. Useful little things, he says. Standing up. I am in a cell. A well-furnished cell, but a cell nonetheless. A bed and dresser. A small bathroom, but bars along one side. I once considered my life a gilded cage. Well, that has a whole new meaning. Don't bother trying to link anyone. It won't work here. Walks are too thick. It's kind of like using a call phone in a cave. The rocks stop the connection. The man tells me. I thought I should introduce myself. I am Alpha Damon, and I will be becoming your mate. He grins as he tells me this. No. I say to him, but I will. He counters. Why, I ask? Power. Of course, Mate, you. Kill your father. All of his power reverts to me. My pack here becomes legitimate. Adding a couple hundred wolves and boom, I am the most powerful alpha in the world. His smile is sickening. I won't do it, I yell. You will. He says, pinning me against the wall. We will be marked and mated, Lilly. Accept that. Get off me, I say, wiggling under his grip. He is strong. I can't move. He smiles at me as I stop my fruitless squirming. Ask nicely. He says, please. I hiss with a clenched jaw. Use my name. Please. Damon. And what is it you want? Please let go of me. Damon. I love it when you say my name. He moves his head to my neck and breathes deeply. Yes. I think this could work well long term. One more thing before I let you go. I feel his teeth sink into my shoulder by my collarbone. I feel pain and pleasure at the same time. No, I yell. And he lets me go. One day. Little mate. You will mark me. Oh. And change out of that. You smell of a certain alpha I'm not too fond of. I glare at him definitely. Do it. Or I'll come back in there. I could have some fun without your mark. My yav drops. And I walk to the dresser. The only options are summer dresses. I pull one out and head to the bathroom. Good. I like an obedient mate. I growl at him and change. My new attire makes the mark plainly visible. I leave the small bathroom. And Damon is gone. This is not right. He is not my mate. I feel my wolf squirm. What? No quick wit. That mark. It makes me drawn to him. I want mate. But I can't help but want to finish the process. The marking feels so good, so she felt it too. Why would his mark give us pleasure? He is repulsive. It is what makes you give in and complete the process. It brings joy, but only for a moment. It will fade so long as we don't mark him. Well, that should be easy. I hate him. I feel my wolf whine. Then a scent hits me. And it smells good. I go to the bars and look out. Damon walks back into view. My jaw drops. The scent, it's him, miss me already. He laughs at me. I turn away from and hear him leave. Why does he smell so good all of a sudden, I ask? The mark. It draws you to its giver. My wolf answers. This is going to be harder than I thought. 2 days later. The mark faded. Thank God. That, however, is when Damon returned to me. Ah, little mate. I see my mark has left you, he says, opening the bars and entering. Yeah. So now you can let me go. Your plan didn't work. So sorry, I say. Come here, he says. No, I defy him. Come. It was as alpha command clear as day. I wasn't expecting it. So I stumbled towards him but stopped myself. He laughs and closes the distance. But... how, I stammer. That is not possible. Alpha. Remember, he says mockingly. That's impossible, I say. Improbable. Yes. Impossible. No. Here I am, he smiles. Spinning in front of me. How, I ask? You want to hear my sob story. Lilly, how sweet. But no, You don't get to know. Maybe once we're mated. But probably not. I just came to give you another chance. He leans in and bites me again. The same pain-pleasure mix fills me but is stronger. I feel my teeth elongate. And I bite my tongue. He pulls away a moment later. It won't be long now. Little mate, he says and leaves me. My emotions are everywhere, I can't think straight. I will not mark him, my wolf is silent. This whole process is confusing her to no end. 2 days. Remarked, 2 days. Remarked, 2 days. You are holding out longer than expected. Lilly. I'm actually impressed, Damon says as he enters. This will be number 5. Let's see if that's our lucky number. Shall we? He comes close to me. Wait, I say, stopping him. I haven't spoken to him in 6 days, so he is shocked. He gives me a curious look. Maybe if I knew more about you, I'd be more inclined to mark you. I am stalling. But he is growing impatient. So it might work. He looks at me, contemplating what to do. You want to know how I am an alpha? I guess, he says. Sure. That would be a start. I don't want to sound too eager, but that is exactly what I am asking. I guess we could talk, he says, stepping away from me and sitting on the bed. Have a seat. Lilly. I sit next to him. I will tell you. Do not interrupt. I will not answer questions. I nod in response. He leans back with an arm behind him, watching me. I suppose I should start with the pack I was born into. It no longer exists. My father was an alpha, and I am his only child. Naturally, I would get his alpha. One problem: the day I started my first shift, about halfway through, I was knocked unconscious. With the abrupt stop in the process, I never completely shifted. In that pack, a child that doesn't shift is killed. I, knowing this, ran. My jaw dropped. He didn't shift. They were going to kill him. He is a wolf now. Though, I am so confused. He laughs, seeing my confused face. How am I a wolf? He asks, grinning. I nod at him. When I turned 20, I found a young alpha to be with a short fuse. I killed his father, forcing him to become alpha. A few years later, he turned 20, and I picked a fight with him, busting his lip. As soon as he bit me, I ran. I don't even think he knows he changed me. That busted lip gave me the blood I needed to change. It was more painful than you will ever know. But I became a wolf. I returned home to find it gone. Destroyed. My father dead and pack dead. Or relocated. It didn't take long before I realized I was able to command other wolves. So, I created my own pack, rounding up the rejected Rouges into a pack 200 strong. Well, that's my story. Lilly. Now for the reason I came here. He stands up and pulls me to him. No, I scream, trying to pull away. Come on. Lilly. Give up. It will happen eventually, he says. Never, I yell. Stubborn as ever. He bites down. I feel myself drawn to him. My teeth elongate, and I move toward his shoulder. I am stopped when I see a figure on the other side of the bars. Aaron. I smile at him. What? Damon pulls away, looking at me. Don't you dare say his name. You are with me. A growl shakes the room. And Damon turns. The door is ripped from the cell, and a large auburn wolf pounces on him. I collapse as soon as Damon releases me. I can't handle this. My body is shaking. I can't stand up. I hear growling and snapping. I am too weak. I can't open my eyes. Slowly, I lose consciousness. Erin's point of view. I can't sleep. I finally kissed her. I kissed her. And tomorrow she will be in incredible danger. Why does this alpha want her? No, I don't like this. Aaron A. pounding on my door draws me out of my thoughts. I open the door to find Evie. Brayden is back. He just stumbled in. Take me to him, I say. and we run to the infirmary. Ari, the boy calls when he sees me. Bray, I run over to him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ari. But Lilly, he took her. I wanted to help. But. The boy looks away. He growls his next words. She commanded me to come here. It's good she did. Bray. I tell him. Do you know where he took her? He shakes his head. We got Ta, get her Ari, that dude's nuts, he yells. Not so fast. Pup, the doctor says. I still got to check you out. I'm fine, he insists. You limped in here. You are dehydrated. Your shoe is soaked in blood. You say fine. I say adrenaline is pumping through you. And you need to be looked after. The doctor tells him. Sit tight. Bray. Do whatever the doc says. Don't worry. We'll get her. I say and leave the room. I head for Mason's office. I'm sure he has heard and is up planning our next move. Alpha, Aaron. Is it true? Dalton runs up to me, stopping me. I look at him. Is Lilly gone? Yes. She traded herself for Braden. I tell him. It's all my fault, he says and looks away. I do not have time for this. I need to find her. It's not your fault. She made her own choice. I tell him and try to leave. I saw her leave. Stopped her. I shouldn't have let her go, he cries. You would I pin him against the wall. You could have stopped her. Why would you let her go? You mutt, she said. She just needed to run. I thought she just needed to cool off. You know, your scent was all over her. I screwed up. It's my fault. Go ahead. Hit me. I deserve it. He was crying now. Tears soaked his face. He must really care about her. My scent. The kiss. This is my fault. If it weren't for that, he would never have let her go. I drop him. No. I'm not going to give you the relief of physical pain. No. Pull yourself together and help or stay out of the way. He wanted me to punish him. Free him from some of the guilt through pain. I won't do that. What he is doing to himself is worse than any punch I could throw. I leave him in the hall and continue on my way. It's been a week. And we still haven't found her. We followed the scent. But they got in a car ending the trail. Right now. Mason and I have both sent warriors out searching every possible location he could be holding her. It is taking too long, Aaron. Clay tentatively enters my office. What I yell at him. Sorry. Clay. Have you found anything? Not yet. How are you holding up? He asks. Just great, top of the world, I say. Seriously. Aaron. Clay responds. Seriously. Clay, I'm a mess. Why can't we find her? What is he doing to her? Is she even alive? I yell at him. He sighs and sits down opposite me. We will find her. Aaron. He says, when it's been a week, when will we? I am cut off by a ringing phone. What I answer it. Aaron. We've found her. Mason's voice comes through. I'm on my way. We can head out tonight. I am stunned. Completely lost for words. Aaron boy. Did you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Mason. You found her, where how I stammer. We'll talk soon. We're bringing her home, he answers. A few hours later, Mason arrives at my pack house. Where is she? I ask as he enters. Come on, is his response as he leads me to his car. You have your warriors ready? Yeah. Where are we going? Tell them to follow. We are going to need as many wolves as we can get. I do so, but I am getting irritated. Mason. An answer. Please, how did you find her? Where is she? What do you know? I throw the questions at him. We followed a group of rogues. He begins to answer as we drive. A few hours south. He has an army. Over 100 wolves guarding the compound. That's why we need as many wolves as we can get. We found her. Despite the odds. I smile. Nothing will stop me from saving her now. Yeah. Boy. We found her. Mason responds. We pull up a mile from the compound. We go the rest of the way on foot. Mason orders. My men look to me. And I nod. I have no problem letting Mason run the show. About half of them shift and take off in the direction Mason indicated. You ready to go get her? Aaron Mason says, turning to me. Beyond ready. I grin and take off running. It is carnage. Wolves fighting. Bodies falling. I run past them, focusing on the entrance. This place is a maze and not the good kind. Where is she? No, I hear a scream. Lilly, I run toward the sound. No. I whisper. I can't believe what I am seeing. He's marking her. Is she Aaron? She smiles at me. Her canines are pointed. She was going to do it. She was going to mark him. What the crap? What, don't you dare say his name. You are with me, he yells. I can't control myself. I rip the door away. Growling. My wolf takes over as I leap towards him. I tackle the rogue, tearing at his flesh. He pushes me off and shifts. I lunge again, sinking teeth into his shoulder. I see Mason looking after Lilly out of the corner of my eye. I see the fresh mark on her skin. And I snap. I rip a chunk out of his shoulder. He howls in pain. Aaron. Stop. Mason's voice halts my assault. I growl at him as he holds Lilly. You're hurting her. I look down at my shaking mate. Huff. And walk out, leaving the rogue in a bloody heap. Why did you stop me? Mason, I yell at him as I re-enter wearing a set of extra clothes from the car. Why wouldn't you let me kill him? Look at her. Aaron, he responds. I look down at Lilly. She is still shaking, unresponsive. My eyes fall to the mark on her shoulder, and I look away. She is connected to him. You were hurting her. I huff and turn my back to them. What is wrong with you? She was going to mark him. Mason, my mate was going to mark another man. I turn back to him screaming. You're an idiot, he yells. You didn't see her teeth an inch from his skin if I hadn't shown up. I am panting from the effort not to shift. How could she? I stand by my statement. Idiot. You realize that in the 8 days she has been here, he has probably marked her 3. Si. Wu. Leo. God knows how many times. The fact that he doesn't bear her mark is a testament to how much she cares for you. Stop playing the victim. Aaron Mason screams and returns his attention to his daughter. He picks her up and begins to carry her out. Bring him. We'll take care of him as soon as his mark fades. I pick up the unconscious rogue. Outside, our warriors are dressing wounds and searching for survivors. It seems as though most of the casualties were suffered by the rogues. I throw the man in a cage in the back of one of our trucks and lock him in. How is she? I ask. Approaching Mason. Not good, he says, placing her onto the back seat. You still being a punk? He asks, turning to me. No. I just don't know how to handle this. She is marked. She was going to man. Her body was responding to his mark. He cuts me off. You don't know what it's like. You can't possibly understand the feeling of being marked. Emotions spike. The desire to return it when someone's teeth dig in. It is overwhelming. She is incredibly strong to not give in. Thanks, Mason. It hurts. Seeing her like this, knowing his mark. I say knowing how hard she had to have fought him makes me feel better. She is strong, but she's marked. Suck it up. Boy, you aren't the one we need to be focused on right now. She may So, decide. Get in the car and hold your mate or walk away. I won't let you hurt her more than he already has. I look at Mason and nod. Climbing into the car, I pull my mate into my lap, holding her tight. I love you. Lilly, I whisper, kissing her head. Lily's point of view. No. No. Let go of me. I wake up screaming. Someone is holding me to a bed. Get off. I throw a punch at my captor. Dang it. Lilly, I open my eyes to see Dalton holding his now bloodied nose. Alt, I ask. How did I... Where am I? I start to remember what happened. Where's Aaron? He's talking to the mutt that gave you that, he says, pointing at my shoulder. Dog won't talk. Though. We don't even know his real name. Can't torture him with you being connected. So it's been slow going the past few hours. Damon. That's his name. I tell him, I need to talk to him and my father. I try to get up. My dizziness makes me fall forward. Take it easy, Lil Dalton says, catching me. I'm fine. Take me to them, I yell. Not so fast. Pup, you are in no condition, the doctor says, walking in. Shut it. Doc, I cut him off. Lilly. You shouldn't. Alt tries to stop me. I push him away. Sorry. Pup. Doc says, grabbing my shoulder. I yelp as pain courses through my body and nearly collapse. He makes me lay back down on the bed. I whimper in pain. You need to stay here. Lilly. I need to know what happened. I stay silent and turn away from him. How many times? He asks. I glare at him. I don't want to talk about this. I want to give information that can help with the prick in the cells. Why does it matter? Aaron saw it. What does he think? I need to talk to him. I eye the door. Not gonna happen. Do I need to put you in restraints? I growl at him. My head is still spinning. He may be right, but I still want to go. Doc sighs. Let's make a deal. You answer my questions and let me check you out. Then I will get Alpha Aaron and your father in here to talk to you. I guess that's close enough. Deal, I say. How? He starts. Ooh. I cut him off. Did you return his mark? No. I see a shocked look in Doc's face. Impressive. Now did you? Did he, ahem? Did he mate with? No, I cut him off again. No. That did not happen. Good. Doc says, breathing a sigh of relief. Have you eaten? Yes. He took care of me. You know, aside from the torture, Dalton laughs. Only you could joke around at a time like this, he says. Well, other than the mark, you seem healthy. Doc says, suddenly, a thought crosses my mind. Why didn't I think of it sooner? How's Braden? Did he make it back, I ask? He's fine. Not too happy about you making him leave, but healthy and healed. Doc answers. Good. My father, Aaron, I push him. Already linked your father. He and Aaron will be here shortly. He responds and then leaves. Why, Dalton asks, staring at me. You lied to me and put yourself in danger if you had died. It would have been my fault. Why would you do that? The key word is if alt. I didn't D. I'm here. And you know why I did it. I was protecting Braden and the pack. We could have helped little Wolf. My father says as he enters. Daddy, I smile at him and sit up. He gives me a hug and sits down beside me. Talk to you later, Dalton says, and leaves. Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped you. Father's face is full of worry. You saw what he left me. Right, Father nods. Then you know I had no choice. I can see how you would think that. Father's eyes rest on the mark. And he looks down. I'm just sorry you had to go through that. It's supposed to be a joyous experience, not a form of torture. He just wants power. Father looks up at me. He planned to mate me and then kill you to get the power of the pack. I tell him, I figured as much. He says, I'm sorry this happened to you. It's not your fault. I say, this happened because you are my daughter. I do bear some blame. I'm supposed to protect you. He responds, where is Aaron? I need to talk to him. To explain. I start. I feel guilty if he hadn't shown up. I don't know if I could have resisted. He understands. Father stops me. I explain to him what happens when you are marked. If you don't mind me asking how many. It's my turn to cut him off. 5, I say, looking away. I was about to do it. A second later, and I start to cry. And Father holds me. Shh. Little wolf. He speaks softly. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You are strong, and I am proud. Me too. A welcome voice enters the room. I'm gonna leave. I love you. Little wolf. Father gets up, leaving me alone with Aaron. Hey, he says, looking me over as he sits next to me. I see him eye the mark, and I cover it with my hand. No. Don't worry about that. In another day it will be gone. Then he will be gone. I'm so sorry. Aaron, I say, crying again. No. Don't. You did what you thought was right. He defends me. How can you even look at me? How are you not repulsed by me? Just reject me now and get it over with. I'm damaged goods. You saw it. Saw him. Saw me. I cry harder. He climbed into the bed, pulling me onto his chest. It wasn't your fault. Wasn't your choice. How could I be mad at you? Aaron whispers to me as he hugs me tightly. He hurt you. And one day, if you'll have me, I will make it right. You will feel what it is supposed to be like. With me. I continue to cry into his shirt. He just holds me. His comfort makes all my pain wash away. I wake up in my own bed. I lay there for a moment, not wanting to move. Then jump up. The mark, I run to the mirror. Gone, I smile, placing my hand where it used to be. I flinch the spot and is still tender to touch. 8 days. I was gone 8 days. And well be Alpha in 5, she's back, finally talking again. I completely forgot about that. Do you think we are still doing it? I ask my wolf. We are ready and able. I see no reason why not, she responds. I need to talk to Father. The shower feels amazing. Hot water washing away my aches and pain. I scrub my skin, trying to remove any trace of Damon. I get dressed and find my father. I slip into the cells quietly. I hear Aaron, my father, and a voice I would love to forget. How are you in Alpha? Father asks. You know I'm just that good, Damon responds. Answer him, Aaron orders. So I guess my mark still holds. You know she would be mine now if you hadn't interrupted. Don't you know when you aren't welcome? Aaron, Damon says. Aaron growls, grabbing him by his throat. Temper. Aaron, I'd hate for you to hurt our little mate. Remember, Mark Darcy's mine, you little. Aaron yells, but I stop him. Actually, Damon, I say as I enter the room, laying a hand on Aaron's shoulder. I am not marked at all. Aaron looks down at me, and I slide the collar of my shirt to reveal my shoulder. I see Aaron smile, and Damon gets scared. Anyway, he already told me how he became an alpha, so yeah, I don't think we need him. Have fun. Boys, I turn and walk out. I hear what is going on behind me and smile. Father follows me out. Lilly, he says, catching up to me. How are you holding up? Pup. I look back to the cells. Damon, I ask. If he's not dead, he will be soon. He answers. Then I am great. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something. I sit on a bench, and Father joins me. Are you still stepping down as Alpha Well? The ceremony was set to be in 5 days. But I understand if you want to put it off, he says. No. If anything, this makes me want to do it even more. I can be a leader. An alpha. I'm ready, I tell him. Then that's the plan. 5 days. Little wolf. I'm so proud of you, he hugs me. And we walk back to the pack house. I don't see Aaron again until dinner. He is freshly showered and smells amazing. Most of the pack seems to have come to the pack house today. Even my father came. We sit around the table waiting to eat. As my father begins to speak, Aaron stops him. Alpha Mason. May I? He asks. Father looks stunned but then smiles and nods. Be my guest, Father says, and Aaron stands. God, Thank you for this food. For protecting Lilly and for strength in the pack. He sits down. Let's eat, Father says, and takes a bite. I stare at Aaron. Amazed. What, he asks. Looking at me. I didn't know you believed in anything. I say. I do. Always have. My mother read the books to me. I guess God just didn't matter as much before. But I see the way you are. Your father is. Your pack. I want that. So I talked to God. And he answered. He says, you just became 10 times more attractive. I say, hugging him. Wow. Maybe I should have just faked it earlier, he jokes. No. It doesn't count if it isn't real. I say. We eat well and I head to bed. It's so good to be home. I got up this morning early. I can't sleep. Too excited. Today is the day I become alpha. I meet Father in the office and find him packing. What are you doing, I ask. After today, this is no longer my office. Alpha, he says, grinning at me. How do we know I will retain my alpha? I mean, later. No female alpha ever has. I am worried. I am excited. But what if I'm not strong enough? There have only been 4 female alphas in history. Each one was used and abused, treated like an object to gain power. Also, they were mated before they were given the title. There are no guarantees. Little wolf, I can't tell you it will all be perfect. But you are doing things right. You are strong. And Aaron is a good man. I have faith in you. You'll be fine, he says. Sue. What do I have to do in this ceremony, I ask. And Father laughs. Let's take a walk. He wraps his arm around me and leads me out the door. The place is extremely active. Wolves are running around, setting things up. It is a beautiful day. A no-shoes kind of day, which I prefer. Sam set everything up. A platform in a clearing in the woods is where we usually have important events. Wolves prefer being outside. And it fits hundreds of wolves. It is all decked out lights in the trees that will look beautiful once the sun goes down. A podium is set in the middle of the platform with a bowl and knife. Let me guess. Blood, I say as we step up. You know it. It's what unites us all. He grins. So, you will stand in the front of the crowd with the ranking wolves. I give a little speech and call you up. Then, an elder conducts the ceremony. You take the vow. We share blood. You become alpha. That sounds like the Sesame Street version, I say. Kinda is. But you get the idea. Samantha. He calls her over. Yes. Alpha, she says as she approaches. Everything ready, he asks. Sure is. Did you need something? Can you get Lilly ready? Oh no. Not again, Sam is queen of overkill. No problem. Alpha. Don't worry. Everything will be perfect, she says to Father. Then turns to me. Let's go. Lucky for me. Sam had no intention of taking me somewhere. She had found 3 fancy dresses and brought them to her house. You pick. It's a big day. Little one. Or should I start calling you Alpha now, she says. You can call me whatever you want. Sam. I laugh. They are amazing. Floor length and very formal. I pick the green one. Is everyone going to be this dressed up? Of course. This is not only big for you, but for the pack as well. They are getting a new alpha. I am more nervous now than ever. You will be great. Lilly, I agree. Beta, Carson says as he comes in. Babe. You mind if I steal our alpha away for a bit? Pack business and all. Fine. But I need you back here at 6 for makeup and hair if we want you ready for the ceremony at 8. She says. Will do. Come on. Lilly. I follow Beta Carson out the door. So, were you just saving me? Or do you need me for something, I ask? And he laughs. Both. I guess. You need to decide pack ranks. Carson says. What do you mean? The pack is already set. What do I have to decide? Who is your beta? Your gamma. Your delta. You have to decide. He tells me. You, Eric, David. It's already done. I respond. I will gladly be your beta Lilly. And I'm sure Erickson will accept the position as Gamma. I think David may be ready to step down. But if you ask him, I bet he'd stay. The point is that once you are Alpha, you have to appoint us and accept us as leaders of your pack. It's not automatic. So think about it. Who do you want ruling alongside you? I think about Carson's words. It's a lot to consider. I don't want to force David into anything, so I need to find a new Delta. It's a lot to think about. Carson, will you do me the honor of becoming my beta to protect and serve this pack for as long as you draw breath? I ask him. I read a book on werewolf ceremonies a while ago. The wording of a request like this is always a bit excessive for my tastes. But I am taking this seriously. Of course. Alpha. I'd be honored. I hug him. Go find your Gamma and Delta now. You will accept us after your ceremony. I leave Carson and head to the pack house. Have you seen Erickson around? I ask the first wolf I see. I think he is in the kitchen. She says. I make my way to the kitchen. When I walk in, I see that he is not alone. His back is to me, and I can see someone's legs on either side of him as she sits on the counter. You want me to come back later? Ricky, I ask. He breaks the kiss and turns to look at me. Lilly, the girl yells, jumping off the counter. Well. Hi, Evie, I laugh. I was not expecting that. I thought you left with Aaron. Well, I decided to stay, she says sheepishly. Eric walks to her side, wrapping his arm around her. Lilly. This is my mate. He tells me, so, you traveled the world looking for your mate, and she was 3 hours away. You are not very good at searching. Good thing I don't want you to be a tracker, I tease him. Ha ha. Very funny. He glares at me, and I laugh. Evanown, can I steal him a minute? Just a little pack business shouldn't take long, I ask her. She nods, kisses Eric on the cheek, and leaves. What's up? Spitfire, he asks, leaning against the counter. Erickson, will you do me the honor of becoming my Gamma to protect and serve this pack for as long as you draw breath? Same words, I know. I'm getting nervous as he starts to laugh. Oh my. Lil, you look so serious, he continues to laugh. I'll take that as a no. Then he is seriously laughing at me, jerk Lilly. Stop. He straightens up and stops laughing. I would be honored to serve as your Gamma. Alpha Lilly. He gives a bow, showing respect. Sorry, I laughed. He pulls me into a hug. My Lil Spitfire is turning into a big bad alpha. I'm so proud. He starts laughing again and tousled my hair. Knock it off. Ricky, I yell at him. I told you not to call me that. He glares at me. Yeah. Yeah. Go back to your mate. I got to go, find me a Delta. I hear him mutter a whatever as he leaves. I walk straight to Delta David's house. I knock on the door, and his 16-year-old son answers. Hello. Your dad home, I ask. Dad. He calls and walks away. Well. Hello to you too. Lil Alpha, sorry for my boy. No respect. He yells the last bit after the boy. Come in. I enter his house and have a seat in the living room. What brings you here? Lilly, David asks, handing me a glass of sweet tea. Honestly, I'm tired. I'm older than your father. I've spent most of my life serving him. I'm not complainin'. But Mew Boy's nearly grown. If ya need me, it'd be my pleasure. I'll serve ya as I have your father. I know Mew Boy is too young and immature for the position, so I'll take it. He says, David. I can find someone else. Be with your family. You've earned it. I tell him. Yeah, sure, Lil Alpha, he asks. Positive. He smiles at me and gives me a hug. Thank you. Alpha, he says. No, Lil, just Alpha. I leave and meander about. There is only one person that I really trust and want by my side. The only question is whether or not he will accept it. Only one way to find out. Dalton. I call when I finally find him on the training grounds. What's up? Lilly responds as he continues his assault on the dummy. You are the only person training today. Most everyone else is preparing for tonight, I say. Yeah, well. He kicks the poor dummy in the face. I nearly got our new alpha killed. I deserve a lot worse than a little extra training. He throws a few more punches, then kicks it. Snapping its support. The dummy falls to the ground. Come here. I need to talk to you. He comes over, and I toss him a towel. He wipes his face and neck, then takes it across his chest and throws it. He plops on the ground by the wall and leans against it. What do you want? He asks. You know this wasn't your fault. Sure. He scoffs and looks down. So hey, Delta David is retiring. I try to sound like I'm merely gossiping. Really? He asks. I see a little smile. Yup. Never thought I'd see the day. Wait. Who is the new Delta? No way his runt is stepping up. I help train the teens. Kid has no respect. No sense of duty. He doesn't care about anything. He rants. You seem to know what a leader should be. I say, well, yeah, respect the alpha. Loyal to the pack. Caring and compassionate to its members. Not afraid to do whatever is necessary to protect our people. I just smile at him. He will be great. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Dalton. Will you do me the honor of becoming my Delta, to protect and serve this pack for as long as you draw breath, I ask. And I see his jaw drop. You can't. You want me to. Why, he stammers. Listen to yourself. You just told me why, on top of all that. I trust you. You are my best friend. And I couldn't think of a better person to help me lead. I tell him. Wow. Lil. He stands up in front of me. Are you sure I wouldn't ask if I wasn't? I answer. I would be honored to become your Delta, to serve you and, if necessary, die for you in this pack. Thank you. Alpha, it is odd to see your best friend bow to you. He stands up straight. I got Tay, get ready, he says and runs off. I make my way back to Sam's. She is ticked. It is nearly 7:15 when I come in. Where have you been? She asks. Dragging me into the living room. Pack business. I say. I like that explanation. No one questions it. Fine. But we need to hurry. She says, skip the makeup. Sam, I tell her, I know you don't like it. But I glare at her. Come on. Lilly Aaron will be there and he doesn't like when I wear makeup either. I cut her off. Fine. Break my heart. Why don't ya at least let me do your hair, she insists. Of course. Sam. She has me all done up in no time. Okay. Let's go, Carson comes in, just as she zips the dress. We walk to the platform and stand near the front with the elders. Eric. And now Dalton. Carson smiles at Dalton when he sees him and then me. He gives me a hug. Good choice. He whispers. I see the sector leaders standing in the front on the other side of the platform. More wolves are gathered here than I have ever seen in one place. I couldn't count. But I'd say nearly the entire pack came home for this. The lights in the trees are magnificent. The moon is full, bathing us in its light. A fire pit is burning just in front of the podium. Welcome. Father's voice booms over the crowd. We gather tonight to mark the beginning of a new era. As of tonight, I will no longer be alpha of the Red Rivers pack. A new generation will step forward to rule. Come, he says with an outstretched hand. I walk up to the platform and stand next to my father. He leads me to the podium, and we stand on either side. The eldest wolf is already on the platform. He steps up, facing the pack between my father and I. Do you, Lilly Ann Blackthorn, accept the rights and responsibilities of Alpha? Do you swear to devote your life to the pack and lead to the best of your ability, and should you ever become unfit to lead? Do you swear to relinquish your alpha power to a worthy leader? The elder reads. I do. I say, and do you? Alpha Mason Bartholomew Blackthorn. Give your position freely. Stepping down as Alpha. Do you swear to guide your successor, competently accepting a position among the elders? I do. Father responds. Father takes the knife and slides it across his palm. May my blood be my bond. He says. May my blood be my bond. I echo, cutting myself. I know the words. I don't know how, but I do. Father takes my hand. By the sharing of blood may the power flow. Father and I say simultaneously. I watch the blood drip into the bowl. A shock shoots up my arm, knocking me back. Father's grip tightens, holding me in place. The elder takes the bowl and throws it into the fire. Let the fire purify you, washing you of any past titles. He says, Alpha Lilly, Elder Mason. Father drops my hand. The pack bows to me as I am announced. Elder, that makes you old now. I link, Father. Don't start. Little wolf. He links back. I can see a smile on his face. Now, the elder continues. Alpha Lilly. Name your beta. Carson Andrew Rose. I see him smile when I use his true last name rather than the one he changed it to. Carson steps up onto the platform. Your Gamma. Erickson Matthew Hansen. Eric stands beside Carson on the platform. And your Delta. Dalton Emmanuel Richardson. Dalton stands beside Eric. Alpha. Do you accept these wolves as leaders of your pack? The elder asks. I do. The elder turns to the other three. Do you swear to protect this pack? To serve it and its alpha as long as you draw breath and are able to do so, serving as... He stands in front of Carson. Beta. I do. He moves to Erickson. Gamma. I do. He moves to Dalton. And Delta. I do. I feel Father slide the knife into my hand. I cut my palm again and hand it to Carson. He does the same. Passing it down the line. Let the blood bind your oath to Alpha and Pack. The elder says. I shake hands with Carson. Then Erickson. And finally Dalton. The positions are set. Beta Carson. Carson steps forward. Gamma Erickson. Eric steps forward. Delta Dalton. Dalton joins them at the front of the platform. Let's run, Father booms. And everyone cheers. The entire pack shifts. And I, along with my team, lead the run. We go for about an hour. You should turn back, Lilly. Don't want to overdo it. Father links. I turn back home. And we all shift back into our human forms and dress. I get a lot of handshakes, hugs, and congratulations. Slowly, the wolves filter out. I sit on the platform watching the embers burn and fizzle out one by one. I'm Alpha now. Wow. I don't know what to think. Can I do this? Are you going to lurk all night? Aaron, I call out to him. I've smelled him for the past 10 minutes. You seemed lost in thought. Alpha. Didn't want to disturb, he says, grinning. Get over here, I yell at him. And he jogs up to sit next to me. He wraps his arm around me. And I cuddle into him. I've never seen one before. You were amazing, he says, hugging me. I was nervous. I nearly fell over, I say. Not from where I stood. You seemed confident. You ooze authority. It was impressive. He smiles at me. Thanks. Aaron. I lean my head on him. I have one more question for you tonight, he says, pulling away from me. He pulls out a small box. I know that a wolf's mark shows they are mated, and it's basically a wedding band. But I want humans to know that you are mine too. So, Lilly Ann Blackthorn, will you be my mate? My bride. Make me the happiest wolf on earth. And don't make me beg. Give me the same answer you've given all night. Wow. He asked. Yes, 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 my wolf chants. I don't know. Begging could be fun. I smile at him. Lily, he says warningly. Come on, Aaron, yes. I will. I do. However you want me to say it. I'm yours, I yell. He places the ring on my finger and picks me up, spinning me around. He kisses me. You know. Now we have another ceremony to plan, I say as we walk back to the pack house. Aaron is constantly at my pack house now. I like having him around, but he is starting to distract me from my work. Lunchtime, he comes in with a tray of food. Aaron. You know I do have work to do, I protest. I know I'm not very convincing. Though, I feel my lips curl into a smile when I see him. Yup, and I do. Too. But that's what betas are for. Right, taking care of the pack. When the alpha is busy, he sets the tray down and wraps his arms around me, kissing me on the cheek. You can take a day off. Can't you, he begs. You mean another day after yesterday and the day before? When am I supposed to get back to work, I ask him. Well, you said it. We have another ceremony to plan, he grins. He looks like a giddy little boy. Ever since he proposed, he has been by my side. I'm not sure he even sleeps. He leaves at night and is back before lunch. This boy is crazy, crazy for us, I blush at my wolf's comment. I take that as a yes, he says. Nuzzling my neck. I stand up and wrap my arms around his shoulders. Let's go for a walk, I say, with an arm around his waist. I walk him to my office door. I open it and turn him to face me. I pull his face down to mine and kiss his cheek. You know I love you, I whisper in his ear, as he goes to pull me into him. I push him out the door and lock it. I hear him hit the door. Not fair. Lily, Aaron yells. I have work to do. Aaron, I call back, heading to my desk. You're gonna pay for this. I hear him leave. I can't concentrate when he is here. Well, at least I have some food now. I take a bite from the food he brought. A few hours later, my work is relatively done. I sneak out of my office. About time, I hear Aaron say. Have you seriously been waiting for me, I ask. Of course, he says, wrapping an arm around me. I'll always wait for you. This boy is so cheesy. Well, since you're still here, we could start planning the ceremony. I tell him. Or we could blow off the rest of the day and hang out. His grin makes me laugh. What happened to the big bad alpha Aaron? We can't just lounge around all day every day if we aren't working with the pack. We need to plan our ceremony. We haven't even set a date yet, I tell him. You happen to me. I'm just a lovesick pup. I don't care when we have the ceremony. Make it tomorrow. I don't need much. Just you. He is adorable, but there is no way Samantha or father would let us off that easy. The ceremony will be huge whether we like it or not. Let's talk to Sam. She's good at the planning stuff. I'd do it tomorrow. Too. But my family deserves better. They would want to be there. Don't you think Carson would want to be there to support you? And you know Sam will want a party. I say. He huffs in annoyance. Yeah. You're right. Just don't toy with me. It's not fair. He whines. But you're fun to play with. I kiss his cheek and pull away before he can respond, dragging him to Sam and Carson's house. Lily, you are going to pay for this. Stop doing that, he growls as we walk. I look back at him with an innocent smile. Whatever do you mean I'm not doing anything? I say to him. And he rolls his eyes. Sam, I call as we enter the house. Samantha, we need your help, she runs out, meeting us in the hall. What's wrong? Is everything okay? She panics. Looking worried. No. It's not okay. We have no idea when to have our mate ceremony or what to do for it, I say. And she smiles. Well then. She leads us into the living room. You've come to the right place. We sit down on the couch. It will take at least 2 months to plan. 2 months, Aaron is obviously not happy about that. I can't say I disagree. Don't argue. Aaron, Carson says. Walking in. You do that. And it goes to 4. You're getting off easy. Aaron groans. sinking into the cushions next to me. I lean into him, and he wraps his arms around me. Why so long, I ask. Little one, this is short notice. You two are powerful ranking alphas. We have to invite the other alphas. Prepare accommodations. Decide on a location that will fit us all. Food. Decorations. Inform the packs. Plan the reception. Sam starts to list, and the honeymoon Carson adds. Cutting her off, I blush and cover my face. I feel Aaron's chest rumble as he laughs at my response. I smack his chest and sit away from him. You know you're cute when you're embarrassed. He laughs. Knock it off, I yell at him. We have planning to do. Sam was right. It was a lot of work. I don't really want all the alphas here. And neither does Aaron. But it would be impolite due to our positions not to invite them. Aaron continues to show up nearly every day. I told him that if his desk piles up, I will kill him. So he has been making sure to do at least most of his work before running over here. I know it is faster traveling through the woods as a wolf. But I also know he is wearing himself out. So, he says, reading a letter as we sit at the dining room table. Alpha Connor stepped down. So Xander is now Alpha of Blackwater Pack. He and his mate Marie have accepted our invitation. Well, that's 44 confirmed alphas. This is getting ridiculous. I look at the next envelope. Make that 45 Alpha Anthony is coming. Sadly. I still don't like that guy. And it's a full house. Alpha Simon is coming with his boy. I think he's planning on stepping down soon. 2. So we better make nice with Ridian. Aaron says, holding another reply. It's a good idea to keep any pack over 100 strong on your good side. Not that they would be a match for us, but if they band together, they could do some damage. Basically, the top 15 packs need to stay civil, or it will be all-out war. The rest are inconsequential, they squabble. But it doesn't affect us as a whole. Great. So all 46 other alphas are coming. Most of both of our packs. 2. How are we going to fit over 1,000 wolves anywhere, I ask. I put my head down on the table. This is hopeless. Well, the clearing on the border between our packs should fit us all. That way no one has to go too far. For the reception, we have it at the banquet hall. Only close friends and family go to that, so we aren't overcrowded. Well, and the alphas. Of course. Clayton can take care of them. It will be like the alpha banquet. Most will leave after the party. A few will stay the night and leave in the morning. Your dad can help keep the peace. He may not be alpha anymore, but they respect him. It will all work out. Aaron lays out a plan. As soon as he finishes, he lets out a huge yawn. Stay the night. You are exhausted. You can go back in the morning. I tell him. I see his eyes widen at the suggestion. He has been trying so hard to be here as much as he can, and it's tiring him out. I'm not sure He starts. I stand up and walk behind him, draping my arms over his shoulders. He lets out a low growl as I place my lips next to his ear. Stay, Aaron. I whisper. I nip his ear and walk towards the door. You know where the guest room is? Woman, he growls as I leave. You're gonna pay for this, I can't help myself. It's fun, come on. It is so easy to get him all worked up. If he would calm down, I wouldn't be able to play with him like this. We are a week out from the big day. The closer it gets, the more nerve-wracking. The plans are set. Preparations made. Samantha is already prepping the clearing. I'm wearing my mother's mate's dress, so no shopping. Which I'm grateful for. Well, I think we're all set, I tell Aaron as he enters my office. Not quite, he says, sitting across from me. He pats the seat next to him, and I come around the desk and sit down. He fans out a bunch of pamphlets for vacation spots. Honeymoon, he grins. I take the pamphlets. California, I say. Holding one up. Beaches and sun and an ocean breeze, he rolls his eyes. Whatever you want. I'll get the tickets, he says, taking it from my hand. What do you want to go somewhere else? I ask him. This is his day too, it can't all be about me. Wherever you are. I'm happy, he says. So, he starts after hanging up the phone. Travel agent got us on a midday flight day after the ceremony. We can spend that night in my mom's cabin getaway. No one will bother us there. He winks at me. His grin covers his entire face. This boy has a one-track mind, and he wonders why I mess with him so much. I blush. And he laughs. Well, two can play that game. I move over to sit on his lap and wrap my arms around his neck. I lean into him. Taking a deep breath. I sigh. Man. He smells good. I can hear his heart race as I breathe him in. Good thing. I lean in closer so my breath glides across his ear. I want you all to myself. I jump off of him and walk to the door. Ready for lunch? I ask. He growls and jumps up after me, pinning me to the wall. He kisses my neck. And I push him away. Hardest thing to do ever, 7 days. I tell him with a hand on his chest. Keeping him off of me. You are killing me. Woman. He steps away. You are gonna pay for this. You keep saying that. I tell him and walk out the door. Today's the day I am beyond excited. Today is the day Aaron and I become mates. I haven't seen him in the last 48 hours and won't until the ceremony. We both had to prepare our packs for us being gone for a week. Father and Carson will handle Red Rivers. And Clayton will cover Midnight Moon. Both packs are in good hands. I stayed the night with Samantha so we could spend the day together. At least until 2 p.m. when the ceremony starts. Up, little wolf. It's 10 a.m. I let you sleep in because I know it will be a long night. But enough is enough. Get up, Sam rants, throwing open the door. I've been up for nearly 2 hours due to nerves but couldn't get up. I've been frozen in place thinking about today. I'm going to have a mate. I'm going to be an alpha in 2 packs. I can't really be called a Luna when I am an alpha. So it's like I'm number 1 alpha in my pack and number 2 alpha in Aaron's. This is going to take some getting used to. We still need to figure out where we are going to live, how we will handle pack issues. We have a lot to figure out about this. How will our packs respond, I mean? I know my people like Aaron. And I think his like me. But giving them another leader, another alpha. Will they respect us both as alpha? I am panicking. Calm down. Little one. Sam says, sitting on the bed. It will all work out. I sigh. Sam is amazing. She calms me easily. I'm gonna miss her when I'm not here. I know we will have to rotate between pack houses. I will miss a lot here. But I'll be in touch and it's only a few hours away. I'm sure I'll be home a lot. I am alpha. After all. Thanks. Sam. I smile. Okay. Get up now. We need to do your hair and light makeup. I know you don't like it, but give me something. Eyes and lips. Come on. Lilly, Sam insists. I love her. She's a little crazy when it comes to getting all dolled up, but amazing. Fine. I sigh, then smile at her. Just don't cover my freckles. I know Aaron likes them. I feel myself blush. I will not be telling her that's the reason. She does my hair and makeup. It looks amazing. Samantha is an artist. No doubt about it. I slide into Mama's dress. And it is beautiful. A long gown. Pure white. The back is open. It sparkles in the light. It has a deep V that goes between my breast with straps that lace behind my neck. It fits snugly down my body. I love it. You look just like your mother. Sam is crying at this point. I do look like Mama. Yes. She does. Father walks in. You are beautiful. Little wolf. He comes over to me and gives me a hug. We've got an hour before this thing starts. Let's go for a walk. I nod. And we leave Sam crying. It's a good thing I left. If I'd stayed, she would never stop crying and wouldn't be ready in time for the ceremony. You ready for this, little wolf? Father asks. I take a deep breath. I hope so. I have no doubts about Aaron. But I am afraid of what will happen after with our packs. 2 alphas will be difficult to navigate. You can't be worried about the boy. I've seen you two the past few months. He loves you and you him. He says, I'm not worried about that. It's just... How will the packs respond? Will we rule well together? Being together just us is one thing. But how do we deal with pack issues? Will they accept 2 alphas? I ramble. Father laughs. They already have. If you look at how Aaron's pack responds to you and yours to him, you'd see it. You are both well respected and loved. There will be a lot of bumps in the road as you figure out how to lead together and respect each other as leaders. But you will figure it out. I'm proud of you. Little wolf. Father says I feel a tear fall, and he wipes it away. Thank you. Sam. For waterproof makeup. Thank you. Daddy. I say, hugging him. I love you. Little wolf. He kisses my head. We walk around the pack. Mostly quiet. It's nice just spending time with him. We'd better head over. It's time. The usually empty field is full of wolves. They are standing on either side of a pathway marked by wildflowers. The alphas fill the area closest to the front with my pack on the left and Aaron's on the right. I can see the whole setup as we approach in the trees. Before we step out, I stop. There are so many people I don't know about this. What if I mess up? Why did all the alphas need to come, Daddy? I think I'm gonna be sick, I frantically whisper. Father turns me to face him. Breathe. Little wolf, he whispers back, looking me in the eye. I calm a little. He laughs, pulling me into a hug. This is not about them. Focus on the boy. This is about you and him. Don't look at the crowd. Keep eye contact with him, and you will be fine. I take a breath and nod. We link elbows and walk towards my mate. Alpha Aaron's point of view. I've been ready for hours. I can't breathe. I miss her. And it's only been 2 days, and in a few hours, she'll be ours forever, my wolf says. It calms me down. Mine. Mate. Forever. I like the idea. Lookin' sharp. Bro, Carson says, walking into my room. Thanks. Man. I tell him. Were you this nervous on the day of your mate's ceremony? I am panting. I seriously can't breathe. Worse. I threw up right before. He laughs. It's still early, I say. My heart is racing. I think I might pass out. I'm hyperventilating. Dude. Deep breaths. You need to chill, or you won't make it through the ceremony. And believe me, once you're marked. Man, all this fuss is worth it. Especially the first few hours, it calms me down. I will be marked today. What is it like, I mean? What should I expect? I want to know. Mason told me I don't understand the feeling of being marked. But I want to. I am so out of my depth here. I'm clueless. Well, at first. It hurts. But that is quickly replaced with complete ecstasy. And that's just when her teeth sink in. A mind link opens between you. It's not like a normal link. Though you can talk to each other. Sure. But you can also share thoughts like images. A movie in your mind. You can also feel everything she does. And she can feel what you do. It is insanely strong until you finish the process. Makes for the best night of your life. He explains. Wow. So I can send her a movie of my thoughts. I ask, an idea forming. Yeah. Though once you are fully mated, she will be able to block you out. Until then. Have fun, her mind is open to you. But just be careful. The opposite is true. Too. Don't push too hard. Or she may push back. He warns. I don't much listen to him. That woman has been toying with me for months. My turn. I smile. Come on. Or we'll be late. Carson leads me to the clearing. I stand in front of 1,000 wolves. Looking down a flowered path. My heart starts racing again. I watch for any sign of movement in the trees. I see her briefly. But she stops. I feel my wolf whine. Come on. Lilly, a moment later. She steps out with Mason. As they walk down the path, Lily's eyes never leave mine. She is beautiful. Close your mouth. Pup. I hear Carson say, standing next to me. He moves into the crowd as I compose myself. Soon, they reach me, and Mason kisses her on the cheek. He gives me her hand and leans over to my ear. You better take care of her. Aaron, he whispers, and I nod. We are gathered here to witness the joining of two young mates. Alpha Aaron Thatcher Rose and Alpha Lilly Ann Blackthorne. Mason turns first to me. Do you, Alpha Aaron Thatcher Rose, promise to be devoted to this woman through all life's trials, whether sick or well, rich or poor, in the good times and the bad? To be loyal to her and place her happiness and well-being above your own for all your lives? I do. And do you, Alpha Lilly Ann Blackthorne, promise to be devoted to this man through all life's trials, whether sick or well, rich or poor, in the good times and the bad? To be loyal to him and place his happiness and well-being above your own for all your lives? I do. As elder and former alpha of the Red Rivers pack, I declare you are mates, husband and wife for all of time. You may place your mark claiming this wolf as your own from this moment on. I unbutton my shirt. I can see where my mark will lay on her. And I can't wait. I slide the shirt away to reveal my shoulder. Just above my collarbone at the base of my neck will soon be the one scar I don't hate, the one that brings me joy every time I see it. You first, I whisper to her, turning my head to allow her access. She smiles and slides her hand along the spot. I can feel her breath as she kisses it. Dang it. Woman, make your mark, I whisper harshly. She needs to stop toying with me. She chuckles and glides her teeth along my skin. I let out a soft growl, and she bites down. My brother was right. I can't even explain the joy that floods my body. Without hesitation, my teeth sink into her. I feel her go stiff a moment and have to stop myself from growing. I know it's not me. That dog did a number on her. She relaxes into me, and I feel my chest rumble content in this moment. She slides her teeth out, and I do the same, kissing my mark, and she shakes. I feel her grip tighten on my arms. Not fair. She whispers and kisses her mark on me. I know what she means. As her lips make contact, I feel like I'm going to collapse. It feels so good. All right, alphas and families. Please make your way to the banquet hall for the reception, Mason calls. As we walk to the hall, I leave my shirt undone. I want everyone to see that I am a marked man, Alpha Lilly's point of view. Wow, I am marked. I am permanently marked. And I love it. We walk hand in hand to the banquet hall. I can see my mark plainly on his skin. He left his shirt partially unbuttoned, and I am glad. Many wolves walk with us. Aaron smiles at me. We have a mind link now. He links to me. I am so glad about that, so we do. I link back casually. You're excited, he says. So are you. I pause a moment. I can feel what you do, so weird. Wait a second. What are you thinking? You're planning something, you mischievous little... Lilly. He cuts me off. Remember how I told you you'd pay for toying with me, yeah? You said it enough times. I link. Payments due. The next thing I know, my mind is flooded with thoughts. Images of him and me and... I'm not even going to describe what he is thinking. Knock it off, I tell him, blushing. Not a chance, he responds. I glare at him. Have I ever told you you're cute when you're mad? At this point, we reach the hall. We sit at an elevated table. I grip my knee as a new storyline enters my mind. I feel my heart rate pick up. I'm sorry. Okay, I hiss at him. I can't concentrate like this. He is driving me nuts. What if someone asks me about my blushing or clenched jaw or the rapid beating in my chest? This is torture. So embarrassing. Sweet, sweet torture. My wolf purrs. Of course you'd be loving this. She just continues basking in his thoughts. I don't think you've paid for the last couple of months yet. Babe. He grins at me. And a new wave of images enter my mind. Mind if I dance with my daughter? Aaron father asks. Holding out a hand. By all means, he says to my father. Then grins at me. Have fun. Lil. He is loving this. He sits there with a smug grin. I can feel how much fun he is having. You okay? Little wolf, father asks as we dance. Fine. Aaron is just enjoying the mind link a little too much. I tell him. A new flash of images hits my mind, and I blush. Father starts to laugh, and I turn my attention to him. You know you kinda deserve it, he whispers. What he knows. Oh my, I turn an even darker shade of red. How I growl at him. He laughs even harder. You've been touring that boy. Plus, I think every male likes to send his mate some ideas, he grins. No. My father cannot be okay with this. The overprotective dad in him can't be. No, make him stop. Please, I don't think I can survive this party with his bombardment. I can't do it, we are still whispering. But I am frantic if he knows. He can make Aaron stop, please. Daddy, I beg with the biggest puppy dog eyes I can muster. He laughs and leans in. So he is right next to my ear. No. He says then straightens up laughing. I love you, little wolf. But you know. He's your mate. You need to figure stuff out with him. I can't solve all your problems anymore. Pup. Plus. He leans down again right next to my ear. I want grandpups. He steps away. Laughing. I stand on the dance floor. My jaw on the floor. He did not just say, too soon. Dad, I link him. But I have to cut off the conversation as more images hit my mind. Aaron walks up to me and takes my hand. He pulls me into him, and we begin swaying to the music. Two can play this game, I whisper in his ear. I feel his shock as he looks down at me. I begin to send him some of my own ideas. He turns red, and his jaw drops. I allow my wolf to aid in my creativity. Lilly. Stop, he says, grip on my waist, tightening. You didn't even say. Please, I say sheepishly, pouting at him. Please, he growls. I think not. I say, smiling. You didn't stop when I asked? Dang it. Lilly. I can't control myself with that in my mind, he says. And I laugh. Serves you right, I tell him. Fine a deal. I will stop if you do, he says, looking at me. A truce for the rest of the party. Deal, I say. And we both stop our assaults. We meet with many alphas and lunas. They all congregate us. We are far more powerful than anyone here. Our 2-packs now joined through us. Yeah. They all want to be on our good side. Except for Anthony. That is. He is rude as ever and only addresses Aaron. That's okay. I don't like him anyway. And I know if he were to act differently, it would be a lie. We have a good time. Eventually. The crowd thins out as the alphas leave. Our family hugs on us. And they go off to run our packs. Once we are alone, Aaron turns to me. I've been thinking. You ruined my plan, so I need a new one. I'm not finishing the mate's process until you ask me to, he says with a grin. He kisses his mark, and I feel weak. You're gonna have to beg me, he whispers. I don't think so. Aaron, I tell him. Boy has no self-control once he has the opportunity we will be fully mated. You can't control yourself. There is no way I give in before you. Wanna bet? The fact that I didn't mark you before now speaks to my patience. He grins. What's the bet, because I know you can't hold on much longer. I tell him, running my fingers across my mark. He growls. I win, we go to Seattle tomorrow. He proposes. I thought you liked the beach. I say. No. You like the beach. And I don't really care. But rainy weather means we will be stuck in our room. All day, he says. Deal, I tell him. It's not even a fair bet. We are going to the beach. Don't forget to pack your swim trunks. Aaron. Okay. I made the reservations, Aaron says, walking into the room. Say it one more time just for me. I want to knock that grin off his face. We're going to Seattle. And why is that? Love, he pushes. Because you won, I yell at him, tossing the pillow at his face. Yeah. I did. He flops on the bed beside me, with a kiss on the cheek. He jumps back up. Might want to repack. You know, maybe an umbrella raincoat sweater. No. Never mind. I don't think you'll need much to wear. Shut it. Aaron, I yell at him. I can't believe I lost. I counted a win. My wolf says, "You would," I snap at her. I won. But in truth, I won as soon as she marked me. We did go to Seattle, but we didn't spend all day in our room. We went out for dinner every night and did every touristy thing we could find. It was a lot of fun. We decided to wait on pups until we got our pack situation ironed out. The idea is that we spend summers at Red Rivers and the school year at my pack. We aren't far from each other, so if any problems arise, we can make as many trips as necessary. Clayton can run my pack for the most part while I'm gone. And Carson was trained to be an alpha, so standing in for Lilly shouldn't be a problem. It all looks good. And I'm happy. Me too. Very happy.